This guy is just heading to university when he suddenly gets a heat warning on his phone. But instead of running for cover like everyone else, he does the exact opposite. He walks straight toward the center of the heat, right near the campus. People all around him are panicking, trying to escape the scorching sun, but Fang Yi, he just keeps walking like nothing's wrong. Then he starts noticing it. Tiny sparks of fire flickering in the air. Curious, he kneels down and reaches out to touch one. The moment his finger makes contact, boom. A massive surge of energy crashes into him. It's overwhelming, almost too much to handle, and then a notification appears. He's just acquired a new ability, Golden Sun Breathing. Turns out this isn't random. He recently awakened a rare talent that lets him absorb these strange anomalies and turn them into power. Meanwhile, there's someone else arriving at the same university. His ex-girlfriend, Lily. The one who dumped him just days ago, right in front of everyone, calling him a pathetic loser who wasn't worth her time. The enrollment day had arrived at Chingcheng University, and our protagonist's ex-girlfriend was seen carrying her bag along with other students. Her charm made every guy act like a hungry dog gawking at a bone. Some offered to carry her bag for her, some offered their contact number. Denying politely, she didn't seem to care much, as she was already used to receiving that kind of attention. Lily then overheard a conversation between two lovebirds who were just happy that they will get to see each other more often and felt cringed out. Suddenly, there was an announcement of a heat wave at the north gate, and students were advised not to approach it. Out of curiosity, Lily couldn't help but think about all the strange events happening, so she decided to check it out herself. Meanwhile, our boy had just gone through a crazy transformation, and now his body could absorb the heat of the sun to strengthen itself just by staring at the sun. Let's just hope he doesn't go blind. His panel indicated that he had gained some writing points, so he assumed it was something good and didn't give it much thought. Suddenly the sky went dark, and the students felt the air grow chilly. Noticing a crowd at the north gate, everyone made their way there despite the announcement. A guy in brown attire told everyone to check in quickly, or they'd lose their writing points. On the side, a cloaked figure, who appeared to be their boss, ordered the north gate area to be sealed shut. On the other hand, Xia country had designated a contamination zone where spirit return energy could emerge. Attention was diverted to the announcement, where the military ordered the north gate to be completely sealed, which sounds really serious now. Our boy realized that he shouldn't be there and ran off right away. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure observed the situation and cracked the code that someone had already started resonating with solar energy. Lily couldn't help but wonder if this terrifying event was man-made. A strange shadow caught her attention, and it seemed to her that it was her ex-boyfriend. But she brushed off the thought, knowing how mediocre he had always been, and he could never make his way into the prestigious Chingcheng University. Later, at Fang Yi's house, he felt restless as the heat wouldn't leave his body no matter what he did, whether it was icy showers or air conditioning. He sat up, wondering if today's commotion could expose him. He decides to check his phone, and a notification pops up on his phone about the Spirit Energy Practitioners Association. He had known about it before, but everyone used to think it was just some delusional person mixing spirit revival fantasy elements into the real world. That made him wonder if the person he had seen earlier at the university could have been one of them. Then, he opened the practitioner rank details, and reading through it made it sound a little schizophrenic. But since it had the watermark of the association, it showed that it was genuine and released by the Xia country government. In his previous life, he hadn't even heard of it. He was just some ordinary person who had no access to these things. The only real challenge back then was survival, which of course was something an ordinary person couldn't do. Our boy came to the conclusion that it was a hint from the government itself to those who had awakened spiritual energy. So he sits up and one by one he begins following the instructions. He started with breathing exercises to regulate the solar energy, and he had to strengthen his body to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. After a bit of practice and focusing on shaping the form of the divine axe, the system informed him that he had reached the rank of Ghost Axe. A notification popped up on the panel saying he could forcibly embed the data he had into whatever he wanted. He still couldn't grasp the concept of writing points, but decided to give it a try. Fang Yi lifted his hand and pointed at a cup, and the system asked him if he wanted to embed the sun attribute into it. He realized that forced embedding meant granting an object magical properties, and if he selects the option yes, the cup would be embedded with his energy. That made him wonder, if he embedded his energy into a weapon, would it become his personal weapon? Our protagonist decided to collect data points for multiple attributes, thinking it would be important in the future to have a weapon crafted with supernatural powers. He looked at the pointy sword in his room and made up his mind to start practicing right away with it. If it worked out, he would aim for a better weapon next time. Knowing mutated beasts were coming, he needed to take every precaution. Later that night, a mutated rabbit with glowing red eyes peered into his room, its intentions far from friendly. Feeling a little uneasy, our protagonist wakes up in the middle of the night. He hears some squeaking in his apartment, like that of a mouse, and wonders where it came from. But after checking the whole apartment, he doesn't find anything. He wonders if it's the sound of a pet from another apartment that happens to sound like a rat. Since he has entered the ghost axe, his sense of hearing has become sharper than that of a regular person. So, it would be quite normal if he ended up hearing noises from his neighbor's home. Hopefully the neighbors keep the voices down now. Suddenly he hears a voice from the corridor outside his apartment and decides to check it. When he opens the gate, he finds something straight out of a horror movie. A mutated rabbit. Chills run down his spine as the memories of his past life still haunt him. On the other hand, a cloaked girl stands on top of a building. She remarks that the rabbit who swallowed the dark spirit fruit is still on the loose and is incredibly fast. Licking a lollipop, she asks to be kept updated on any developments. Then, she begins to run down the building, noticing the aura of the beast. She picks up a trace of the dark energy, which indicates that the beast has entered the residential area. Warning everyone, the cloaked girl tells them to beware of the beast that swallowed the dark spirit fruit, because its transformation has not yet been completed. Then, she follows the trail towards the dark energy, and jumps from building to building, and a bystander wonders if he is witnessing some kind of hallucination, as the building is 60 floors high. Back to our boy, he is trying to battle the mutated rabbit. Still, he can dodge many of the beast's attacks thanks to his transformation. He can now see movement slowly and precisely, and his muscles are coordinating well too. But he can't wrap his mind around the fact that mutated beasts have started appearing so soon. Our protagonist realizes that the rabbit has not completed its transformation yet. The rabbit must be stopped because the dark energy is flowing continuously into it. Otherwise, every resident of the building would become the rabbit's dinner. With that thought, our hero begins to attack the mutated beast and soon realizes that the rabbit's weak point is its tail. Fang Yi forms a fist and punches the mutated rabbit with such force that it literally blows a hole through its body. The power of the sun is so fierce that the rabbit decides to self-destruct rather than face the majestic power of the yang energy. There's a loud rumble, making one of the residents think that it's thunder, but when he looks outside the window, there's nothing. Meanwhile, our main lead thinks about how the creature looked like it was starving to death, like it wanted to devour the energy inside his body. After the destruction is complete, only an eyeball of the rabbit remains. When Fang Yi sees it, he crushes it under his feet. He thinks to himself that the beast possessed the darkness element, but it still attacked wildly, even though the yang element suppresses and counteracts it. That shows just how starving the beast was. The protagonist realizes that the mutation has begun, and if he were still a regular human, everyone in the building would have been devoured by the beast. To counter these attacks, he knows he needs to collect more spirit energy techniques. On the other hand, the cloaked girl finally arrives. What surprises her is that the beast is already dead and its corpse shredded into pieces. She begins gathering the remaining dark elemental energy. As she absorbs it, she feels an intense heat radiating from it. The last time she felt such high-level yang energy was at the northern gate of Chingcheng University. She thinks to herself that this can't be a coincidence. After that, she informs headquarters that the rabbit is dead, but she makes it clear that she was the one who killed it, and that a new pioneer has appeared, someone with a high-level affinity. The man at headquarters can't believe that the same person who killed the mutated rabbit is also the one who purified the polluted zone at the northern gate of Chingcheng University. It's even more surprising that he is only at the first stage of the ghost axe, yet his element is extremely pure. The archives are checked, and it turns out that the person who slew the rabbit is not working with them. They need to contact him as soon as possible. The girl agrees, and she is ordered to postpone the rest of her missions and track him down. She is also told to persuade him into joining the Spirit Energy Association. Pulling out another lollipop, she agrees, though she desperately craves a cup of tea as she wonders who this mysterious person could be. She realizes that this person must be a true expert, and now it is her mission to meet him no matter what. Our hero wakes up in the morning with his whole day planned. While dressing himself, he realizes that waking up early is better for his cultivation. With that said, he starts operating the Golden Sun breathing technique. As the energy flows into him, he thinks that by stepping into the Ghost Axe realm, he can feel the aura of the technique manifesting when he operates the Golden Sun breathing technique, like threads circling the divine axe. While manifesting, he suddenly notices another breakthrough, and an axe appears before him which feels lighter than yesterday when he holds it. He understands that cultivation just needs persistence, and everything aligns with that. Tightly, he holds the axe and swings it forcefully downward, unlocking the Ghost Axe Realm 2-star. His eyes glow and he feels his body becoming tougher. He knows that his progress is fast, but he hasn't used the residual energy stored when he broke through to 1-star. He decides to level up steadily now. The only problem is that everything is too flashy, and he needs to find a place where he can maintain silence. Off to the side, there are some goods that just arrived at his place. In the association office, they detect some solar energy fluctuations, and it's our boy again. Meanwhile, the hero makes his way to a forest and uses his points to implant yang attributes into his new sword. He had tried using a figurine prop as a weapon, but even though the coding succeeded, the prop could not handle the yang attribute power. This time it's different, as he feels it in the blade. His body shares the same, and they both resonate at the same frequency. The panel indicates that his coding was successful, and he decides to test out the power of his new weapon. As soon as he slashes the sword, an incredible amount of energy emerges from it, enough to start a wildfire. With all the flashiness, he is very sure that he has been noticed now, and he decides to run away. On the other hand, the cloaked girl curses herself as she runs toward the smoke that our boy's actions created. She had just left for a couple of minutes and missed the whole thing. Then, suddenly she notices a hot spring and wonders what the Buddha even did. She has no idea how she can restore it, and is pretty sure that she is going to get scolded hard by the cleanup department, hating how nothing has come out of the appearance of this mysterious guy. Her eyes fall on a rock with a cross mark, and she can't believe her eyes, that the MC has already upgraded to 2-star. She also notices a strong energy mix in a spirit weapon. Spirit weapons are weapons infused with attributes, giving normal weapons extraordinary power. Still extremely rare, the association only has 2 of them. She wonders how he even has one all to himself. Sipping on her milk tea, she assures herself that it might be a mistake on her part, and decides to clean up. On the other hand, our boy is wondering if his weapon is limited to the yang attribute, because the system did say that he can code many different techniques. This leads to his second question. Can he also implant other attributes into this weapon? Then, Fang Yi checks his phone and sees all the pioneers talking to each other. They all talk about being in the Ghost Axe realm, which surprises him, since even the military recruits are only in the Ghost Axe realm. Then he gets another notification of a new pollution zone and asks for the location. The location is the Dark River Molten Dragon, which was formed by tectonic figures, and due to world mutation, the water turned into molten lava, making the area extremely hot. The opportunity could be beneficial to him, so he looks forward to visiting that place. In Binmu district, there are some people waiting to enter. One of them thanked a girl named Xiaoya for the guide she made, because it helped them reach the location. Still, she is disappointed because there aren't any standout pioneers, and she was looking forward to finding someone extraordinary. She is from the Ministry of Culture staff, from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Most pioneers don't even know that the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association is an agency owned by the government, and becoming a formal member is quite tough. It took Xiaoya ages to get through it. She is worried that if she isn't able to find anything, she will be forced to work overtime again, but suddenly our boy appears. As soon as she looks at him, she is surprised that he has 2-star strength while being so young. His aura has no oppressive pressure and gives off a cozy vibe. Anyhow, they start moving inside. Our boy leads the way while she takes care of the light. They are surprised to find it strange that it's not as hot as they expected here. Meanwhile, Fang thinks to himself that he was the last one to arrive, yet they have accepted him, and he wonders if it's natural friendliness or just trying to find reliable teammates. The trust issues are completely natural, since the times are chaotic. After a bit of walking, they reach their destination, the lava. As soon as Fang sees it, he runs to jump into it, and his teammates try to stop him. But he jumps right in, his system detecting a world anomaly and beginning to activate ultimate computing power. The panel displays the inner flame, which has a high internal temperature, along with explosive properties, and could bring about great destruction. Also, the Scarlet Flame sword technique must be used with a drawn blade to unleash its true power, and each slash sends out blazing fire along with lightning. Moreover, when the sword gathers flames and has the intention of battling, it releases an incredible amount of energy. Our boy holds the sword and is glad that it complements his Tang Dao. He orders his system to consume his writing points and implants the internal flame attribute into the Tang Dao. A surge of energy surrounds him while his teammates are surprised that he is okay after quite literally jumping in the lava. His weapon is also absorbing the power of the lava, which his teammates notice. The teammates talk among themselves, thinking it was probably a minor cultivation accident that happened with him, and decide they should cultivate since the spiritual energy here has stabilized due to our boy. They celebrate how smoothly they can absorb it now. Meanwhile, Xiaoya nervously smiles and assures them that she is just there to collect some data and will gladly keep an eye on the surroundings while they cultivate. Later, she observes that some other trailblazers have arrived who kind of look like they could cause a problem. These newcomers are extremely rude and try to kick them out by force. She realizes they are pretty strong compared to her group, so she doesn't want to provoke them because they surely can't take them down. She tries to negotiate, explaining that they were already there absorbing spiritual energy long before, and proposes that they share the place, cultivating together. The man with the eye patch screams that they are not on the same rank and need to get out. Xiaoya knows that during the barbaric growth period, weak trailblazers don't get to survive, but their country doesn't allow a situation like that. So, as a member of the association, she thinks of doing something. Then, the protagonist approaches the man with the eye patch with his blazing fire sword. He swishes it, then thrusts it into the ground with great force. Seeing that, the villains retreat in an instant, fearfully screaming. Suddenly, the place starts to rumble, and even the MC's teammates wonder what just happened. Meanwhile, Fang thinks to himself that trying to negotiate with these evil people cannot work, because they would still take what they want with force. Then he pulls out his sword and points it at them with fury, threatening them to get out. The bad guy shivers and wonders what kind of monster the MC is, feeling his incredible aura, then instantly runs away with his mates. Left behind are the MC and his team, who praise him while he blushes a little. Then he suggests leaving if everyone has cultivated enough. As they walk out, Xiao can't help but think that if that strike had landed, there would be some unidentifiable corpses here, acknowledging his high level of talent. Now, she wants to report it to the organization. She calls the organization, and they tell her to keep an eye on his progress, thinking this is probably some other guy. When the call ends, the head of the organization doesn't think of it as good news. Those with high attributes are of noble status, and are soon to be the center of power in the future, which could be troublesome for them, making resignation sound like a good option. On the other hand, our boy is walking through town, and the people around assume that he is cosplaying. But it is a trick he plays to disguise himself so nobody notices him. He checks his phone and finds that everyone has noticed him. He blames himself for being careless because such powers can easily attract attention, and he wasn't mindful of it. He hopes it isn't Xiaoya and Lao Li who revealed his characteristics. Realizing he has absorbed so much Yang attribute spiritual energy, he feels like he could achieve another breakthrough if he tries the golden sun breathing technique again. Then he decides to make his way back to the mountain. A few minutes later, Su Qingying is working when the MC is in the mountains. Suddenly, she notices a blazing fire and her jaw drops, wondering who is about to break through to the rank of Ghost Axe 3-star, causing such a commotion. She decides to run there and check quickly, suspecting it could be that same guy, and if it is, she needs to catch him. In the mountains, the protagonist is cultivating his energy when another axe appears before him. Su Qingying reaches the mountains and notices that he is trying to swing the divine axe. She is in awe, wondering how he can control spiritual energy with such stability and precision. That only makes her think that he might have been training for hundreds of years without informing anyone. Flashing back to a memory of her own, Su Qingying remembers that she once failed while breaking through the Ghost Axe 2-star level because the pressure was too intense and bounced back at her. She ended up coughing blood and was sick for an entire week. The only question in her mind is how she, with such a strong physique, could fail. Yet suddenly this insane monster-like person just shows up one day. Running toward the mountains, she senses the spiritual energy, which has an amazing grip, and every move of it seems as if it has been purified on and on. To her, it is not even monstrous, but as though a god has descended from the heavens. Furthermore, Su Qingying is impressed that he doesn't rush, but instead moves steadily with a strong mentality without any greed for power, just like the masters of old times did. Suddenly, she notices that the divine axe is moving in the eastern direction. On the other hand, the MC is glowing as if he has swallowed the sun itself. The notification bar pops up indicating a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Su Qingying reaches the mountains, only to find out that she missed him once again, by just 30 seconds. She is sure that he has realized he is being tracked by her, which would make it nearly impossible to follow him like that. But something strikes her mind. She speaks out, as if talking to someone. "I'm assuming you haven't left." The MC looks at her in shock, realizing that she is the one who has been running an investigation over him for a couple of days. When she looks at him, Su Qingying introduces herself as the captain of the Firefly Squad under the Spiritual Practitioners Association and invites him on behalf of the association. She explains that she has been following his steps for the past 2 days, only in the hope that he might accept the invitation and join them. She also apologizes if she has given them a bad impression. Then she tells him that the official documents for him have already been made, though they haven't been made public yet. Even though she sounds confident, Su Qingying is still scared of offending him and carefully nitpicks her words. The protagonist breaks the silence and asks why. She thinks she should tell him the truth, but she is sure that if she lies, he isn't the kind to be fooled so easily. So she answers that the organization wants to unite the early pioneers so they can follow a well-made path while also receiving extra protection. She adds that everyone is in chaos and that joining an association might seem like a restriction at first, but they all have to face the resurgence of spiritual energy and confront the beasts that are about to approach. But Fang doesn't choose to trust her yet and wonders what would happen if he says no. While sweating, she pulls out a card from her pocket and introduces herself as an athlete before reviving her spiritual energy. She shows him her ID and pleads with him to believe her, even if he hasn't heard of her before. The protagonist remembers her, as he always expected those with superior physical abilities to become pioneers more easily. What he knows from his previous life is that the nation failed to achieve its goal and humanity went extinct. But now that he has returned with the system, he wants to take part in the game, just not yet. Finally, he breaks the ice and affirms that he does remember her, so he will surely think about it, and decides to leave. He also asks her to keep his location private from others. From her behavior, he realizes that the association doesn't want to anger pioneers like him right now, which he can be used to his privilege. Before he leaves, she also says that the association has noticed the visible changes after his breakthrough, so she has to file a report based on half-truths and half-lies, and she wants him to give his opinion on that. He agrees with the idea, but before she can say anything else, he vanishes. Su Gingying gets mad, talking into her device, saying that she still hasn't caught him and now he's trying to avoid her, forcing her to spend so much time erasing his traces. The person on the phone tells her to stop overthinking and, for once, feel better about the mission. She then gets informed of the reappearance of anomalous entities, which shakes her. Su Gingying could never forget those damned creatures, bloodthirsty and berserk. They absorb energy from the pollution zones and turn into monsters that devour humans. Meanwhile, some disguise themselves as unnatural disasters, which create new pollution zones. Their elimination is necessary, or else they will bring terrifying destruction and the end of humanity. Later at night, it rains with an insane thunderstorm. The citizens are advised to stay indoors unless it's absolutely necessary to go outside. Another notice has been issued. The Yuhuang Mountain tourist area has a high risk of flooding and has been closed to the public. This storm is different from those of past decades, and everyone wonders what kind of supreme power is undergoing a lightning trial. The MC is out in the rain, impressed by the concentration of lightning energy as he walks through it. He knows, however, that the center of the storm lies somewhere in Yuhuang Mountain. He leaps and runs, quickly reaching the place. A panel pops up before him, informing him of the mountain's features, though its pollution level is unknown. Yet, confident and brave, he walks straight into the blazing storm. Due to the thunderstorms, the danger level on the mountain is high, according to the spiritual energy concentration test. It is a sane decision to close off the mountain and declare it a new contamination zone. The head of the association called for Su Qingying, despite knowing she was working on another mission. Then, he demanded Qingying to elaborate on the current situation, to which she explained that ascending Mount Yuhuang was impossible because the thunder energy had reached the threshold of an explosion. The area had been classified as an A-level contamination zone. Furthermore, she explained that the indicators showed the mountain might qualify for an S-level classification within the next hour, and they would have to execute the emergency plan right away. From the previous reports of the explorer's data, there had been no explorer capable of approaching this area, including herself. Not only that, but even Guifu-level explorers with 3-star calculations couldn't survive it. Another member suggested that they should seal off the mountain right away and send out some staff to prevent anyone from climbing it. Agreeing with the idea, the head wanted the threat to be ended. Since the contaminated zone had just formed and the spiritual energy was still climbing upwards, it was sealed off to the public. On the other hand, the thunderstorms were getting way out of hand, but that didn't stop our boy, as he felt lucky to have the Jin-Yang breathing technique. Still, he was aware that it was not enough to extract the purest thunder energy, so he made his way to the center of the storm, at the peak of the mountain. What he thought was that the return of spiritual energy had been beneficial for humanity because it reversed the food chain and humans fell to the bottom. If they didn't do anything to improve, they would be devoured. It wasn't just the changes of nature that were lethal, but even a mere harmless rabbit could evolve to become a threat to humans. The future held even more catastrophic events, which would make practitioners question their power. Feng Yi knew that mastering the Jin-Yang breathing technique and the flaming sword style didn't even come close to what he wanted to achieve. He had spent his points to flourish these properties into his Tang sword, but his goal was to become stronger and not just rely on his weapon. Looking at the thunder energy, he assured himself that this was the best way to temper his body once again. He was aware that he needed to keep finding opportunities whenever some transformation occurred in heaven and earth. That wasn't even an option but a necessity, or else he would be engulfed by the disasters. Hurriedly, he made his way up the mountain, struggling because of the tough environment. This extreme thunder property was originally a savage divine force. The energy, out of anger at his trespassing into its domain, was keeping him under extreme force and pressure, wanting him to kneel. He was still amidst the thoughts of how to make this energy submit to him. So, he took a moment to think rationally about what the system had told him, to touch the energy itself. Reaching the peak of the mountain, he cracked the code and inserted his weapon into the mountain. A large amount of energy burst out, and he could feel the shock through his entire being. He spat out blood and knew that he needed to endure this until he reached the summit ahead, which would force him to face death so he could gain a chance at life. The energy was so immense that even breathing felt like an algebra test. Our boy knew that he could be killed, but his eyes glowed as he tried to stand against the energy. Suddenly, his notification panel popped up, detecting a thunder attribute. Meanwhile, people back in the city were going insane looking at the lightning, as it was something they had never witnessed before. They chatted about a higher-level deity undergoing a lightning trial, as the shadow of a person appeared in the sky. Back to our main lead, who endured the energy, the panel popped up with, Fang Yi has obtained divine thunder power. He was instructed to summon the heavenly lightning and temper his body in divine fire to become godlike. Basically, the thunder attribute was an important power, with the properties of destructive offense. It could also refine the body and transform it into lightning. Whether for attack or defense, it was a ferocious force. Back in the day, they used to say that practitioners absorbed lightning into their bodies when spiritual energy was abundant, and techniques were profound for a long time. Their bodies became tough and indestructible. With motivation, he affirmed that his new attribute was both his spear and shield. He realized that thunder power was more about purification and rebirth, rather than destruction and annihilation. Our hero felt the surge of energy running through his body, tempering his bones and every muscle, strengthening his entire being without any pain. The notification panel indicated that this power was supposed to be judgmental, to punish all evil and corruption. It also asked him if he wanted to consume his writing points. He wondered if he should merge this attribute into Tang's sword too, which could make it sturdier, but make the sun attribute less pure. Not just that, but the sword could also be damaged. So, he decided to implant it into his right hand. His notification panel questioned if he wanted to infuse it, and he accepted it. Within a moment, all the thunder energy went right into his palm. The next day, at Yuhuang Mountain, Su Qingying was seen with Captain Han. She addressed that the situation was not as expected, and that the energy concentration had dropped from peak level to mild contamination in just a few hours. Still, there was some electric charge in the air, which was probably just residue. Captain Han realized that someone had been there before them, a seeker. Qingying acted shocked, wondering who it could be. She rubbed the stone, but she couldn't find any traces of our hero because the rain had washed away all signs the previous night. Captain Han affirmed that the event began around 6 p.m., and they sealed off the mountain at 7 p.m., so it could be that he went before the closure because there was no way he could have gone undetected. The mountain experienced the strongest thunderstorm at around 7 according to the instruments of the association. And according to the forecast, the contamination level would have reached grade S by dawn, but after 8 p.m. it just dropped. Captain Han concluded that this person might have thunder-related power, which was why it was easy for him to endure the lightning punishment, and this event turned out to be a golden opportunity for him. The only question was whether he stumbled upon this opportunity or went out of his way to be with heaven and earth, a step ahead of them. Captain Han saw him as a threat because he still didn't know what side our boy belonged to, so they needed to find him as quickly as possible before he posed a threat to them. Meanwhile, our poor MC fell ill due to being out in the thunderstorm, while they were naming him the Tyrant as his code name for the time being. At the mountain, the head hopes that they can recruit the Tyrant soon, along with their efforts to try to reach out to him. Turning to Su Qingying, the head orders her to submit her report to Captain Han instead. Maintaining her composure, she explains that he's the same person who purified the North Gate area of Qingcheng University. No matter how hard she tries, he turns out to be far more mysterious. But she assures them that she will try to find out how he managed to purify Qingcheng University's gate all by himself. Being true to her word, Su Qingying made half of the story up, as she doesn't know if this is true or not. Captain Han is impressed by her investigation, and she promises to keep working hard. Then, Captain Han turns to the head, informing them that they will be releasing fake news about the natural disasters. Meanwhile, Su Qingying sighs with relief. At Fang Yi's home, he uses his solar attribute for some of his chores. He feels his right hand is incredibly powerful compared to the rest of his body after undergoing the transformation. Our protagonist is sure that he's about to undergo another breakthrough. What came to him as a surprise was that the thunder attribute, despite being violent, is now like a small pet, easy to control. Compared to the solar attribute, which was extremely painful when he first activated it, the thunder power feels as though it has been weakened after his body absorbed it. His system shows that the thunder attribute deals 300% critical damage to evil anomalous entities. As he is about to test it out, his phone begins to ring. He turns back to see some breaking news. The Jia country issues emergency warnings, but they always hold opportunities for our boy. So, no matter what it takes, he's going to gamble his life and try it. Suddenly he sees the news of an explosion at a chemical factory. The only cause, according to the news, was environmental pollution. Our hero feels a sinister cold smell, and it feels familiar. It pops into his mind that in his previous life there was a terrifying monster, and he had hidden behind a huge rock, trying not to move. It appeared in the darkness of the night. The strange thing is, it could be either a plant or an animal, and once they gain intelligence, their power becomes highly leveled in every aspect. Making up his mind, he decides to hunt it down before it transforms further into a worse creature. Gathering his thunder energy in his right hand, he wants to put his new attribute into action. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the extermination team has lost track of the anomaly Candlelight Night from file number 7, which is known for hiding itself in shadows too well. But they do realize that the weather is suitable for it to begin its hunt, which they must prevent. Back at the headquarters, the additional file for the anomaly has been uploaded, and the extermination campaign is expected to be completed within 12 hours. The team is advised to save themselves first. Every other thing is secondary. The Team Rogers, Xia, being a large country, comes with its own losses, as the mutation spreads fast and wide. The team gets warned that the area they are about to enter has members of the Spiritual Energy Association. Su Xingying can be messaged to assist them temporarily, and the team agrees. Though she is surprised to find that she is quite famous and popular, the team runs to her, begging her for help, explaining that the anomaly they are dealing with eats humans. She's unimpressed, as this is no way to ask for help. Su Xingying begins to leave after she disapproves of his tone, but he stops her, apologizing for the words he used, and pleads with her to help him find the anomaly. He begs, saying that he doesn't care about being eaten by it, but the innocent civilians will have to face the same fate. While it pours heavily, the newly formed team stands on the edge of the building and locate the beast they have been finding. As soon as they locate it, they speedily go there. The monster is named as Ju Yi, and amongst its hobbies, there's one that's concerning: eating humans. The team forms a plan and begins the operation. The beast notices their presence and begins to act accordingly, but soon enough, it gets encircled by the team. With the signal given, they all attack it at once. The monster screeches and makes a cracking sound. Hearing that, Su Xingying yells to beware of the sound waves. Despite being more in numbers, the monster seems a bit troublesome. The commander realizes that the monster is extremely powerful, and if they hadn't retreated, they would have been crushed to death. He knows that the monster can't be left alone to roam the city, or it will cause a commotion. Then, the monster takes a deep breath, and when it releases the air, it is green, likely to be poisonous. Su Xingying realizes that the monster is trying to escape by digging underground, but a team member halts her, saying that they don't have enough high-level counteractive forces. On the other hand, the commander announces that their primary mission is to gather intel and direct battle plan adjustments. Ju Yi, kicking off one of the teammates, tries to make an escape. The commander runs behind it to catch and display it off. At the top of the building, 3 cloaked figures notice a concentration being spiked in the spiritual energy. One of them decides to go inside while the 2 stay outside. Back at our Qing team, Qingying assesses the spiritual energy concentration in the abandoned factory using an exhilarate device, which shows the maximum energy concentration of a single team. Her jaw dropped when the concentration of the monster went from 48 to 80, increasing in numbers wildly. She is sure that the place contains more than just one anomaly. Suddenly, a monster appears before them in the form of a huge snake. That's when they realize that they have been lured in by Ju Yi. They need to fall back as soon as they can. Panicking, they head for the gate, and even if it tries to stop them, they can combine their strength and reopen the gate. While running for their lives, Qingying feels the poison spread all throughout her body, and suddenly she falls on the ground. She can't notice them around her, nor feel them being near her, unable to get a response as well. She panics a little, remembering how that damned creature tricked them into getting here. Although she senses that this is another layer of another anomaly, Su Xingying feels the black mist around her to be toxic, likely to be poisoned by it. The gas is lethal, as it is making them numb and depleting their spiritual energy. So, any attacks having spiritual energy will exhaust them, leading them to be a meal for the monsters. Even Su Qingying's energy is almost ending, and as much as she's scared, she can't help but acknowledge the intelligence and strength of it, through which it sets a maze too. Exhausted, Su Xingying collapses, thinking no hope is left for her. But a ray of hope emerges for her, entering the factory by breaking the wall. It's no one other than our hero, Fang Yi. He jumps in and notices that the monster is of the darkness kind. Seeing our boy, the monstrous snake screams with his fangs looking disastrous. Not just that, Ju Yi shows up too, and they both attack Fang Yi simultaneously. The pair is clever. One traps and one handles the killing, so he uses his attributes for one each. Thunder for Ju Yi and solar for the snake, as the snake is scared of heat and fire. The MC takes out his sword, full of solar-kind energy. With incredible force, the MC chops down the body of the snake in half. Thinking he's done with it, he begins to settle with his sword. But he didn't expect it to heal that quickly and join back into one piece. However, our boy is smart, as he prepared a follow-up move. He electrocutes the snake through his thunder energy. Earlier, he sensed that the dark aura of this monster was denser than Ju Yi's aura. So, he willed his sword and unleashed the power of eternal flame by controlling the force and retracting it. Then, by using his sword as a carrier, he condensed and channeled his thunder energy from his hand into the body of the snake. Ju Yi is scary, but at most, it can harm 1 or 2 humans, and its power is weaker than the snake. Suddenly, he feels something painful on his shoulder. It's a snake scale. It was a sneaky attack, and its poison carries a paralyzing effect that kills silently within an hour. Then, using his solar energy, he heals his wound. He feels pain, but that's because of the continuous flow of the golden sun breathing technique in his body. The good thing is, the yang flame can dissolve poison. The golden sun breathing technique protects and heals, and the thunder attribute purifies. His attributes warn him of incoming attacks. He narrates that the snake grew to this size stealthily and relied on ambush predation, and with its partner Ju Yi, it's a perfect trap for pioneers. It's possible that they have engulfed the lives of many of them. But finally, our boy has burned the monster to ash. He acknowledges his own energies to be powerful, but the thunder energy really steals the show. He stands by the flames and senses someone still being there. Hearing some coughs, Fang Yi looks for the person and realizes that there's someone stuck. When the air clears a bit, he sees that it's Su Qingying, who pretends to have fainted. Of course, our boy isn't some high school level stupid guy and catches her in the act. She acts embarrassed, explaining nervously that she woke up from the smell of the smoke. Hearing that, the protagonist praises her shielding skills, because the rest of her teammates have passed out. Getting a compliment, she stutters, as she did keep a small chunk of spiritual energy to guard herself. Pretty surprised, she can't believe that he alone took out both of the monsters. She had her eyes covered, so he trusts her, but he makes her promise not to reveal his ID. His tone indicated how friendly he was this time, and with that, he leaves, so he stays unnoticed. A while earlier, we noticed the MC standing in front of the flames. What he did was absorb the dark attribute. He felt some coldness, and it was a disturbing experience for him. It could be because his body instinctively rejected the dark spiritual energy, and his system didn't respond either. Back in the factory, the people have woken up and see the monsters burned down to crisp. They panic, wondering where the yang attribute came from. Qingying explains that a pioneer came to help them. She's still unsuccessful in her mission of getting his identity. While looking around the place, the commander wonders where the corpse of Candle Knight is. Not finding it, they begin to clean up, and suddenly he steps over something, which releases some electrical charge. It was the corpse of Candle Knight. That leaves them all wondering if it was just one person or two. Su Qingying wants to explain that it was just one person, but nobody would believe her. A dual attribute-carrying pioneer sounds straight out of a movie. Fang Yi is a monster himself. Su Qingying thinks to herself that it was a wise decision to keep some members outside the factory. In case she was inside for too long, the organization would be reported. The organization sent a reconnaissance team to the site, thinking they would be collecting corpses. Meanwhile, the team members cry while holding Qingying, because they thought she had made her way back to Jesus. The reconnaissance team is now scanning residual spiritual energy and analyzing the traces to reconstruct the battle. They report that the comparison through the traces shows that both anomalies were killed by the same person, which shocks the commander, but of course Qingying already knew about it. She calls the organization to report the data she collected to the higher-ups. She informs the head, who understands the situation but tells her to hold her mission for now, because this entire thing just showed that the protagonist is not their enemy, since he managed to save her as well while eliminating the anomalies. But she has some more data that she saw over the tyrant. The head gets curious, to which she elaborates that she sensed an incredibly strong aura in the area where he was active, which made her think that he might have a spiritual weapon. She is sure that he would have taken help from outside to acquire a spiritual weapon. Qingying also informs him that she sensed the yang attribute from the weapon. The head senses that the protagonist could be a spirit creation realm cultivator. This comes as a shock to Qingying, as these cultivators are extremely rare. Because if this person possesses 3 attributes at the same time, it would shake the entire pioneer community. According to some research, it is nearly impossible to have 3 attributes in a human body because they cannot coexist. As of now, there has been no pioneer that has been confirmed to have 3 attributes, so all they can hope is that he does not become an enemy of humanity. Back to our boy, who is taking a shower while he thinks about how anomalies and catastrophic events are everywhere despite the fact that the spiritual energy revival year has not even started. He knows many pioneers have started to cultivate on their own. Even without the interference of the government, many have reached 1-star ghost realm on their own. He also noticed that official and wild pioneers are in a peaceful phase of mutual exploration. Also, the anomalies are still controllable, and there has not been a deadly conflict among pioneers yet. Still, the government has not made the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association public yet. Everyone is talking about how strange events are erupting, and the government is trying its best to protect humanity while it issues early warnings. Yet, the government is not fully confident in launching a full-scale cultivation era. The reason behind that is chaos will erupt and order will collapse, while internal and external threats will make the collapse speedy. To him, the government is doing a good job because human hearts are more corrupt than ghosts and beasts. The only thing worrying him is the quick development of anomalies. What he encountered previously was a typical mutated product of dark attribute contamination. He could feel that it belonged to a sub-branch of the dark attribute, which is known as the shadow attribute. Fang Yi does realize that these enemies are more intelligent than some beasts, and they prefer feeding on pioneer bodies, as it brings a great nutritional source to them, so they use their intelligence to trap pioneers. Still, the ones he has battled are nearly not the same as the ones he saw in his past life, as the previous ones used to be strong enough to even wipe out a whole continent. He is glad that he could find out about the anomalies today, or else the squad would not have survived. The energy that was in the anomaly he saw today was so dark that he felt disgusted by it, realizing the threat that they bring. His system labeled it as temporarily unabsorbable, leaving him with the question, if the conditions are met with the system, would he be able to absorb it? He has 3 good attributes, with some corresponding techniques that suit him, and at his current level, there might be only a few pioneers that can be his rival. Still, he has to push his limits. Suddenly his phone rings, and it is his auntie calling him. He picks it up, and she informs him that his cousin is coming to study, so she wants him to keep her for a few days at his place. Fang Yi is shocked at the sudden self-invitation, and all he remembers about her is being a nerd. He accepts it and assures her that he has a spare room where she can stay. The auntie also informs him that she will be coming to stay the next day. On the other hand, a girl with a teddy cloak is seen to be on her PC, reading news about the town Fang lives in. It turns out to be his cousin. She turns to her mother, MC's auntie, saying she does not want to bother him, but the auntie trusts Fang Yi and insists on her staying with him. She pushes her mum out of the room, thinking that her cousin cannot be harder to handle than an anomaly. The next day, carrying her suitcase, his cousin arrives at the location where Fang Yi lives. The MC approached his cousin, Lin Yi, barely able to remember what she even looked like. After they both settled down, he attempted some small talk, but quickly wrapped it up by telling her that if she ever needed him, she could simply give him a call. He handed her a spare key, certain that she wouldn't meddle in his business. Still, he couldn't shake the odd feeling that she wasn't very good at hiding things. There was a strange aura around her, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was also one of the awakened beings. Meanwhile, Lin Yi sat on her phone, speaking to a group of mysterious people. She wasn't planning to start her training right away, because if her cousin discovered it, that could cause unnecessary trouble for her. A few days later, Fang Yi realized that training with his cousin staying at his place was more of a hassle than he had expected. His meditation sessions were easily interrupted, and only now did he become aware of how flashy his golden breathing technique actually appeared from the outside. On top of that, Lin Yi was cooking delicious meals and keeping the entire place tidy. He didn't stop her from doing any of this. After all, he wanted her to feel comfortable around him. But more importantly, he wanted to see her true personality come through. One evening while they were eating together, Lin Yi's phone rang, and Fang Yi politely gave her space to take the call. On the other end, someone informed her that the Great Earth and Sky change would take place the very next day, right at the entrance of Yanghu town. From the window, Fang Yi secretly spied on her, realizing to his shock that his cousin was indeed an awakened being. With her current level, she couldn't possibly detect his presence. He was stunned to find that even though she was still in high school, she had already reached the 2-star Guifu level and was on the verge of breaking through to 3-star. The whole summer camp excuse she had given was nothing but a lie. The true reason she had come here was because of the Great Change. But that didn't bother Fang Yi too much, because this was also an opportunity for him, one he could use to boost his own energy. He couldn't help but wonder what the properties of this mysterious event in Yanghu might turn out to be. On the other hand, Lin Yi couldn't shake the eerie feeling that someone was secretly watching her. The following day, at Yanghu town, Yi reunited with her friends. One of them teasingly asked if her cousin was a smash or a pass. Yi laughed it off, saying he was simply a good person, though rather average in looks. The other friend, an 81-year-old widow who, despite her age, still looked stunningly attractive, remarked that Yi had always thought of herself as ordinary too. As the group gathered, a boy sitting on a bench urged them to proceed further. Yi noticed that one woman from their circle hadn't arrived yet, but even so, the rest of them moved on without her. At the same time, Fang Yi observed how Yi's team deliberately kept a low profile. The weakest among them was already at the 2-star Guifu level, while their strongest member often seemed to disappear mysteriously from the group. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, a massive vine appeared in the middle of the tourist town. Fang Yi had seen these strange beanstalks sprout randomly in different areas around Yanghu before, never knowing the reason behind their sudden emergence. Just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished again, without causing any real commotion. The team eventually reached the location, and everyone was visibly shaken at the sight before them. A girl in a cap immediately warned the others not to approach the strange vine, saying she could sense that something was seriously wrong with it. She explained that a friend of hers, someone whose awakened energy was far stronger than theirs, had once touched a similar vine, only to vanish from the face of the earth entirely. She didn't want to risk ending up with a death so meaningless that she couldn't even have a proper burial. With a shaky terror, she explains that the moment she saw the beanstalk, she felt a shiver in her bones, and her intuition told her that the transformation would occur on an extremely high level. At the last moment, she withdrew from the plan. The widow and Yi assure her that all of them felt the same way, because the wood attribute carries a sense of ruins. It feels as though every life has been lost upon looking at it. This is the reason for their anxiety, as it seems to want to swallow their vitality. Still, Yi motivates her by reminding her that this is the path of pioneers in martial arts. Far away, our protagonist stands, gazing at the beanstalk, and he feels the same aura radiating from it. Despite having witnessed many events, these vines give him the most eerie feeling, second only to the darkness attribute. He acknowledges the courage required to train here. Reflecting inwardly, he observes that these plants give off an aura of lifelessness, even though plants are supposed to embody the flow of life. Yi stands upon a large stone, declaring that danger lies ahead of them. Therefore, they will remain here and sense the energy. She instructs them to move only within sight and not too far away, for this way they can protect one another. Having said that, she forms an aura around herself and begins sensing. Meanwhile, Fang Yi monitors them, watching how vigilant they remain while training at a safe distance. He feels impressed by his cousin, who, being a nerd, had calculated the most optimal spot. He wonders if she will advance to the start since she has already reached the threshold of the 3rd star. Everyone, including our boy, is impressed by Yi's talent. Suddenly, one of the team members notices that the vines are moving toward them, and they all begin to run for their lives. Yet, even from a distance, the vines are able to catch hold of the teammates. It turns out that the protagonist's cousin's breakthrough created a great deal of noise. They remind each other not to let these vines coil around them, for if they do, their aura will be ruined immediately. The widow refuses to leave Yi in danger, but the girl wearing a cap argues that there is nothing she can do, since Yi herself acted irresponsibly. Another guy also tells the widow that if they do not leave right now, they will all be buried along with Yi. Hearing that, the widow slaps the man and screams that she will not abandon her companion. Feng Yi thinks that Yi is probably unaware of the danger she is truly in, for she is still a young girl, and the power of these vines would be terrifying for her. Although he does not know if his current strength will be enough to save her, he makes a choice, because he promised his aunt that he would take care of her daughter. As a man, he chooses not to break his promise. Even the widow begins to be wrapped by the coils of the vines. But at last, our boy arrives to save his cousin. With his incredible power, the vines immediately retreat. The teammates cannot believe the strength of the pioneer, whose pure yang attribute manages to suppress the vines. One guy wonders how little his own power seems in comparison to this extraordinary pioneer's might, which crushes the strength of all others. Once again, Fang Yi appears like a monster disguised as a human. His system reveals the maximum wood attribute, which possesses the property of unending life, enabling him to absorb all surrounding vitality and quickly restore physical injuries. He feels the vital energy flowing inside him as long as there is life nearby. The system also informs him about his desolation attribute, which can instantly unleash desolate aura, which would also kill all the surrounding life force. He realizes that the vine chose the perfect spot to grow, because if it grew somewhere else, it might have taken away life from miles away, and ponders upon the tyrannical nature of this attribute. The widow walks up to him to show her gratitude, or else they would have died. He bids farewell to her, knowing he's the one who benefited the most out of this situation. Our protagonist shows care for his cousin, hoping she sees the real faces of the ones who she called companions. The companions feel regretful for not helping her earlier. The guy suggests staying in the team since Yi has advanced to the 3rd level. Then, Yi wakes up, and the man is sure that Yi would make the rational decision of staying with them because she can't afford to fall out with them yet. Looking at her surroundings, Yi wonders what just happened, and her focus shifts to a piece of yang energy, which has incredibly dense intensity. The guy begins to explain what happened, while the widow gives him a deathly side-eye. Later, Yi gets back to our protagonist's apartment, thinking about the mysterious guy who just saved all of them. The force of the guy was so incredibly strong that the vine started avoiding everyone. Then, Yi enters the apartment, and her cousin is already there, who notices that she looks pale. She excuses herself, saying that she's tired from all the studying. He advises her to rest while he will order some food for them. When she enters her room, she feels exhausted and sits against the door, because a breakthrough is way more mentally exhausting than staying up at nights for an entire month. Yi lays down on her bed, knowing that she'll be okay soon, as it's written in her fate to be like that. She's just sad that she can't have a normal life like Fang Yi's. As she's on her phone, she gets a notification from Galen, asking if there is any info on the powerhouse again. She should let her know. She is astonished because this is the first time Galen has ever talked in the group chat. Meanwhile, the news is filled with stories about the mysterious man, the tyrant, who manages to save people from a tragedy at times. Our boy makes his way outside. He is confident that his cousin will feel more comfortable around him. He makes his way out to test out his desolation tribute, which leans closer to plant-type entities. Despite being closer to plants, it still is a sinister attribute, and putting it in his body directly might result in negative effects. It can also bring about a conflict with his thunder attribute in his hand. He decides to use something like a ghost vine, and the reason that the vine dropped from the sky is because it could sense the dense spiritual energy revival. Evolving on its own was what formed the desolation attribute. The protagonist knows the perfect place where he could practice his new attribute and makes his way there. After a while, he reaches City Forest Park and decides to choose a plant that resonates the most with his spiritual energy. He uses his energy to test out which one would be the perfect fit for him, and suddenly a flower grabs his attention. When he touches the floor, it wraps itself around his finger. Observing the nature of the flower, He notices that the flower acts greedy towards the spiritual energy. He chooses that flower to be his perfect candidate. Then, preparing himself, he embeds the desolation attribute into the flower, and everything around him glows. After he embeds his attribute into the flower, he notices that in just 3 seconds the floor drains the entire ring of the city forest, and it is still spreading like a virus. He quickly pulls out the flower, worried that he will attract the Spirit Qi Association, since the city center is bound to draw attention. Feng Yi notices the surroundings have become strangely deserted, with no visitors in sight. He looks at the flower in his hand, which is still absorbing without roots, though not as much as before. Surprised that the spirituality of the flower hasn't weakened, he watches as the plant begins to evolve after gaining the attribute. The surveillance camera catches sight of him, and he decides to flee. Back at headquarters, everyone is shocked as abnormal values spike out of control, and they rush to the park, ordering it to be completely sealed off to the public. When they arrive, they check their wristbands and see that the fluctuation is around 30, a terrifying figure. Normally, when an anomaly surpasses 10, the military takes over, but the park's concentration has never even passed 10 before. Now it suddenly reads 30. The team realizes the life force was drained in just a few seconds, leaving them to wonder what attribute could cause this. An old team member screams not to touch it, warning that it is the desolation attribute, already classified as an A-level mutation. A trainee thanks his teacher for stopping him, admitting that otherwise, he would have been barbecued. They then discuss another desolation plant in their country that polluted an entire forest, piercing through anything that approached it. They agree that plant mutations cannot be underestimated, and that for now, the strongest attribute is the desolation attribute. Suddenly, Major Han arrives, ordering all researchers to follow him into the contamination zone. Even after hours of searching, no desolation source is detected. They monitor the readings on their wristbands and see that within 5 minutes the concentration has dropped to 25. Major Han, accompanied by Qingying, uses his energy alongside hers to locate the source, only to find it has already been dug out. The situation raises great suspicion, but Qingying assures everyone that there is no trace of a top-level cultivator's spirit power here. Major Han then informs Qingying that they have found a man likely to be the suspect. He tells her that all his information will be sent to her, and how they proceed will be handled by her association. Meanwhile, at Feng Yi's home, he is happy to finally have a flower pot. He speaks to the flower, calling it his companion, someone he can rely on. Confidently, he tells himself that his cousin won't suspect the flower too much. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's his childhood friend Old Wang. His name is Wang Liang, his neighbor from elementary to middle school, and also his former desk partner. Wang Liang had left to join the army, but today he calls to say he's back, and the two decide to meet up for drinks. Old Wang laughs nervously, saying he has a secret to tell. When the call ends, Wang Liang is revealed to be with Qingying and his superior. Ordered to contact Feng Yi, Wang Liang remains skeptical, asking that his own safety not be compromised. Sharing the drinks with Wang Liang, Feng Yi has realized how mature his friend has become after the army. In his past life, Feng Yi never got to see Wang Liang again in those chaotic times. He assumes that his friend most likely died in some random battle, but he now wonders if he can change the future of his friend and save him. Suddenly, Wang Liang asks his friend if he knows anything about zombies and monsters. It's not the question that feels strange to our boy, because knowing about the revival of spiritual energy is normal for army people, but the tone of his question makes him wonder if he's being probed. Our hero pretends to not know anything to his friend, and so Wang Liang starts telling him that in a few months or a year, none of his wealth or diplomas will matter. He knows that the soldiers will be silenced and forbidden to leak any information about the revival of spiritual energy, which makes him certain that he's already a suspected target by the military, and Wang Liang, taking advantage of their friendship, is sent to test him. Our hero's friend assures him that he'll be fine as long as he doesn't leak the information he has just received. Suddenly, Wang Liang's phone starts ringing. He picks it up, and his higher-ups hurry him to the target location in an emergency. He starts to run in a hurry and tells his friend to head back. Knowing that this was about the revival of spiritual energy, he asks to come along. Wang Liang is shocked to see when Feng Yi reveals that he knows this meeting was set up by his higher-ups. However, our hero assures his friends that he trusts him and knows he won't harm him. But the truth is, our boy wants to know what if whatever the army is handling is connected to the changes in heaven and earth. But the Spiritual Energy Association already deals with the anomalies, which makes him wonder what the army could be responsible for now. So to find out the truth, our hero heads to the military Spiritual Energy Restricted Zone 19. As he enters the zone, he feels the dense spiritual energy with concentration beyond a polluted zone. As the two friends walk in, they see an explosion, and the soldiers trying to handle a ferocious beast. The beast starts to attack the soldiers, leaving our hero surprised. Feng Yi is surprised to see the fusion attribute. Officer Jilan explains that the abnormal fusion of darkness and flame has made the hound violent and brutal. Then, she orders him to head to his target position and form the battle line. Officer Jilan recognizes Feng Yi, but she doesn't find him special and finds his spiritual energy only slightly active, which makes her wonder if he's not the one. She then calls Zhang Mi and Li Yu. The two attack the beast with their might while Jilan uses her weapon to land a blow. Amidst its growing mutation, Li Yu stands right in the open. The hound leaps towards the vulnerable soldier, but Officer Jilan pushes him away with her rifle. She reminds them to not underestimate the monster and finish it before it reaches peak evolution. Our hero finds teamwork and unity quite impressive. He's amazed by how, by working together, they could unleash power beyond what anyone can imagine individually. Suddenly, something triggers horrors for our hero, and he screams at the soldiers to watch out. The hound starts to evolve again. Jilan orders the soldiers to raise the alert level, increase the mutation grade of the restricted zone, and forbid anyone from retreating. The hound, now fully evolved with its mutation, hovers over Wang Lian, looking down on him with its sharp fangs and fiery eyes. The hound has fully fused with the darkness attribute, and underneath the ferocious beast stands Wang Liang. Suddenly, the beast attacks our hero's friend. Jilan reports the incident and reclassifies the monster from C level to B level and updates their combat plan. Wang Liang, bleeding everywhere, falls into Fang Yi's arms. Wang Liang tells his friend he just infused spiritual energy into the collar, but then got the backlash. Seeing his friend bleed out in his arms, our hero is left speechless. Officer Jilan gathers her soldiers and motivates them to keep the variant in the restricted zone at all costs and by any means. Suddenly, she notices Fang Yi charging with his spiritual energy. Fang Yi charges towards the mutated beast, jumps in the air, and with his divine thunder, knocks it down. In just one blow, the beast comes crashing down. The rubble flies off everywhere, and the dust smoke covers the scene. Wang Liang is amazed to see his friend's sheer power. He can't believe that his friend took down a beast that even someone like Jilan can't handle alone. Jilan assures Wang Liang that he's not mistaken, and his friend is indeed the tyrant. Meanwhile, our hero stands before the knocked out but not yet dead mutated beast. He tells the officer and his friend to fall back while he finishes the beast off once and for all. The fully mutated beast is a B-level anomaly that requires unity, formation, and willingness to sacrifice, so Jilan is surprised to see Fang Yi do this alone. She knows that he has the most extreme form of the lightning attribute, and in the current Sionation, our hero's power is already unmatched, which makes her wonder what he'd be like once the spiritual energy fully revives. Our hero charges his lightning attribute, and suddenly, a huge lightning bolt comes crashing down from the sky. Seeing Fang Yi effortlessly take down the beast they were struggling with even with so much manpower makes it clear that he is worthy of the title of tyrant, and seeing his lightning strike down makes them realize that sometimes, light can be more terrifying than the darkness. After our boy defeats the beast, Wang Liang runs towards his friend. After a little banter, he apologizes to our hero for dragging him in. While the two friends check up on each other, Officer Jilan walks up to Fang Yi and thanks him for his help and asks for his contact info. She tells our hero that his strength far exceeds many of the forerunners recruited by the army, which makes her want to invite him to the Shia Nation's army. However, she's just a zone guard officer, and her invitation isn't enough. Jilan finds it shocking that our boy's realm should be Ghost Axe Stage 3, and yet he has reached or even surpassed the level of a spirit-forming venerable. Jilan doesn't find herself worthy enough to invite our hero into the army. She tells him that they were only working on the orders of the higher-ups to understand him, not drag him in. However, she thinks that the higher-ups will personally come to invite him. Fang Yi tells the officer that he has never looked down on soldiers, and if anything, he's impressed by their courage and sacrifices, and just seeing them fight together touched him. He offers to help them whenever needed as a thank you, but only on the condition that it doesn't restrict him. Our protagonist finally understands the role of the military. He now realizes that the army is stationed in spiritually dense, dangerous zones, firstly to train in abundant energy to ensure combat strength, but also to draw a line between the ordinary people and anomalies. Meanwhile, Jilan is also left with the realization that there's nothing simple about this person, and today was just a fraction of his strength. She's also aware that even that fraction of power is enough to leave everyone behind, and this level of power shows his unprecedented perception. Excited for his friend, Wang Liang offers to recruit Fang Yi if Jilan doesn't think of herself as worthy enough. But she then shows him the place and asks him to clean up the place. Meanwhile, our boy looks back on today's events. He exposed his identity, but he's glad that he only displayed his lightning attribute, which helped him learn that it's an extremely rare attribute, and with its power over darkness, the military is eager to get it. However, he also knows that the military won't suppress or threaten him. They'll instead give him influence, the fastest path to power, and advanced channels of information. Today's events also finally helped our hero understand the division of functions between the Army and the Spiritual Energy Association. He now understands that the Army defends the nation like a shield, while the Spiritual Energy Association takes care of anything that pushes through the shields to ensure civilians' safety. The authorities protect ordinary people with forbidden zones and signal the coming revival of spiritual energy, a twofold strategy. They're buying the people time so that the anomalies don't destroy or displace them right at the start. Fang Yi continues to channel his spiritual energy. The energy starts to surround him, and he finds the place worthy of being a spiritually rich forbidden zone from how even subduing desolation power didn't make him feel close to breaking through. After staying in this place for a while, he can feel spiritual energy overflowing in his body, signaling the imminent breakthrough. Meanwhile, our hero's cousin wonders if he has returned home yet to let him test her improved cooking. Suddenly, she notices a yellow light glowing in the distance, reaching out to the sky. She notices the fluctuation of advancing within the Ghost Axe stage, but the terrifying aura feels otherwise. She wonders if it could be that a forerunner is about to break through to the spirit-forming stage. The energy glow covers the whole sky, and as it moves, Lin Yi realizes that it's not the Ghost Soldier realm, and the powerful energy is actually the spirit creation realm. She's surprised that a powerful pioneer exists right beside her. Meanwhile, the military spirals into panic as their system reports anomaly level 99. Major Han orders all units to head to the place of the event in an emergency. Everyone wonders how a powerful anomaly that could destroy a city went undetected. The army wonders if this energy fluctuation is a new spirit creation realm pioneer's appearance, or something that's going to lead to the great disaster. Major Han requests the headquarters for support and calls for the deployment of all equipment aside from large-scale destructive weapons. Right in that moment, a soldier rushes in to inform the major that the anomaly was a pioneer breakthrough, and the alert is now lifted. On the other hand, our hero has reached the spirit creation realm, 1 star, but still the breakthrough only made him feel lighter without any noticeable difference. He then checks his phone and finds a text from Wang Liang, cautioning him to be careful because he's too strong. The attention could get disastrous, which is why he has kept his Sunflame attribute and Scarlet Flame sword skill hidden up until now. Yi finally reaches home, bringing food. At Fang Yi's request, she puts it down on the table and goes back to her room. She's annoyed by his laziness and how he does nothing besides using his phone. Yi lies down and thinks about how quickly the word will spread of a spirit creation realm master's appearance. However, all she can do is protect his cousin. Meanwhile, Fang Yi continues to watch the video and notices the fire spreading fast and the flames rising fiercely. Even then, he can see the situation being far worse than the North Gate anomaly, which makes him wonder how the Sun attribute case will differ. However, if he wants to check it out in person, he knows he has to contact Li Jian. So, the next day, our hero visits Qingcheng University, the place of the incident. The reporters surround them, but the two just walk in without saying a word. As they pass through the gate, Li Jian sees the fire and wonders if it's the heavenly fire it is impossible to extinguish. While Li Jian goes to the principal's office, our hero stays out. He walks into the incident and feels the burned floor run cold already without a trace of the heavenly fire's energy. Suddenly, his ex-girlfriend, Xu Qingli, calls him from behind. Her friend laughs at our hero and tells him to let go of any feelings he has for her. Qingli's friend tells our hero to not even think about the school beauty because she's way out of his league. Though the ex remains quiet, thinking about how he had told her she'd regret breaking up. Suddenly, Li Jian walks in, asking Fang Yi about his friend. But our hero makes it clear that Qingli is nothing more than just a high school classmate. The two girls are suddenly terrified of Li Jian's presence. Li Jian explains to our boy that after talking to the principal, she realizes that the fire situation may be worse than they thought, and the principal wants them to check out the ignition points, and as a military-appointed advisor, she wants our hero to come too. Right then, the principal orders everyone to stay away from the playground at M. The principal greets our hero with a warm smile and tells him how grateful he is for his help with the incident. Seeing the principal respectfully bow before her ex leaves, Qingli is surprised. As the guards start to push away the students, the ex-girlfriend can't believe her eyes. She now realizes that Fang Yi is no longer an ordinary perception. Meanwhile, the crowd of students surrounds her, no longer believing that Fang Yi is her ex. If anything, they now believe that he never even acknowledged the girl they all considered the school beauty. The principal explains everything about how the incident started. He thought things were over after the golden sun at the college's north gate dissipated. But then, a few nights ago, a playground caught an uncontrollable fire. They controlled the scene in time before anyone was harmed, but then a second playground caught fire, and then the third. As the anomalies continued, the principal saw it with his own eyes. Flames falling from the sky and crimson fire hovering in midair. All the fires at the other playground were extinguished except for one. Our hero notices the burnt smell and sees the basketball hoop where the fire originally ignited. Li Jian takes out her anomalous spirit power detector that, if the number exceeds 10, means the ordinary people should be quarantined. Shockingly, the detector reveals the anomaly level at 60. Li Jian starts to panic as she realizes that a threat this big could affect the entire city. She starts to call for dispatch to form a resistance formation, and their spirit power must be pure. To their surprise, our hero jumps into the fire without any worry. As he jumps through the fence, the flames fully surround him. The commander's power detector reveals the threshold reaching 110, making the anomaly now an S-level threat. The commander is still amazed to see Fang Yi rush into the fire alone. Meanwhile, our boy heroically walks through the flames. He knows that if the Yang attribute shielded him from thunder the last time, it should protect him from the heavenly fire too. However, while it protects his body, it can't touch the primordial flame or activate the function of a composed technique, so he needs to get close to the flame. As our hero continues to walk through the fire, the flame dragon rushes into attack. Our hero extends his forward, stopping the dragon. He then releases the golden sun protection. As he holds the flame dragon, the system detects intense heavenly attribute fluctuations. The heavenly fire is wilder and stronger than the power of death's desolation, but our protagonist refuses to back off without absorbing it. The system starts composing and succeeds. The system announces that he now has obtained the heavenly fire attribute technique, the 9-dragon heavenly fire sealing technique. This purges evil and seals all wickedness. Having finally obtained the heavenly fire attribute, our hero controls the flame. The technique requires no training and is instantly available to use. Fang Yi extracts the heavenly fire attribute, and with the help of the 9-dragon heavenly fire sealing technique, he throws chains at the flame dragon. As the chains start to restrain the flame dragon, Lijian recognizes the aura of the seal. She reveals that she once saw her senior military pioneers seal a restricted area, and although their method was different, the aura still seems similar. Our hero withdraws the chains as they restrain the fire. The seal finally completes, reducing the heavenly fire into a fireball. After restraining the fire, Fang Yi tells the principal to not unseal the playground, renovate it, or even allow anyone near it. The principal assures him that the playground will remain sealed. Our hero praises the school for having so many playgrounds, and then Lijian asks to talk to him about something. She confronts our hero about hiding himself, but he pretends to play dumb. But then, Lijian confronts him about his cultivation and hidden talents. However, she knows it's normal for pioneers to hide their talents. She reminds Fang Yi that in this critical time, top-tier talents like him are desperately needed for the Jia nation. The military restricted zones, the Spirit Q1 Association, and everyone else will try to recruit him. Lijian is well aware that the foreign powers might try to win him over with generous offers too. She urges him to consider before the time comes. She also reveals that the reason she thinks Fang Yi doesn't belong in her restricted zone is because of the legendary military district. They're powerful, and it makes sense to her that he might be more interested in them. However, Lijian has only heard rumors about it. Our hero realizes that there are terrifying anomalies beyond what the current pioneers can handle. From Lijian's tone, our boy thinks that the pioneers must be spirit-creating realm like him, or even stronger. He doesn't think he's prepared enough and wonders how to maximize the newly gained heavenly fire attribute. The heavenly fire has no pattern and rampages through everything. It's perfect for wiping out endlessly reproducing anomalies. Suddenly, an idea occurs to Fang Yi. He realizes his new power is a perfect match for his Scarlet Fire Sword technique. Our hero journeys to the back mountain, but seeing the mountain blocked off, he realizes that someone knows he will be cultivating and experimenting at the back mountain. However, only the Aura Association knew about his habits, which means they gave him the whole area to experiment in, and he gladly accepted the gift. As Fang Yi continues to walk through the woods, he feels something sneaking up on him. He recognizes a weaker aura of the same thing he encountered in the factory before. The beast clings to the tree, observing his prey. Our hero realizes that it has gained intelligence and is trying to weigh his strength before deciding if he should attack. Our boy draws out his Scarlet Fire Sword to pair it with his Heavenly Flame attribute. As the sword glows with the never-extinguishing fire, our hero grows curious to know its effect. To test out his new powers, he swings the blade against the beast. The fire rushes toward it, but it runs away squeaking. He now realizes that the fire energy is now double that of his Scarlet Fire, and as he touches it, he realizes its energy has no effect on him. So he continues to chase the beast that was following him. Meanwhile, a girl streams her journey in the forest, trying to plead to her viewers. But as she turns around, the beast attacks her, and her phone drops on the ground. As the beast strangles the girl, her viewers still think it's fake. Suddenly, the flames chase behind the beast, and it runs away. The girl's viewers finally get the drama, and her views start to soar. The fire starts to cover the whole forest. She grabs her phone and starts recording the scene. She screams as she realizes she saw someone walk through the fire and thinks it must be an immortal saving people. Suddenly, our hero becomes the hot topic of the internet, and the news reaches his ex. At first, they think it's just someone random, and Qingli denies the video's realism. But she's left speechless when she actually sees the video. She pretends to not believe the video, but deep down, she realizes it really is Fang Yi, and wonders if he will take this chance to get back at her. Meanwhile, Yi Yi and her friend see the video and find the person familiar to the one who saved them from vines. Yi Yi wonders if the great master that broke through the spirit realm near her was the same person. On the other hand, some people recognize our hero's blade stance through the video. On one hand, the Spirit Q1 Association is aware the military has already talked to Fang Yi, but Xiaosu is confident that he will help them. On the other hand, Li Jian sits in a meeting with the military, discussing our hero's true powers. Although they are well aware that recruiting him is the only way to achieve deterrence, the higher-ups refuse to lower themselves to approach him because all the previous forerunners came from the military. Major Han believes that Fang Yi still lacks newly developed weapons, equipment, and suitable cultivation. He orders Li Jian to take care of the leaked video because that has made him now the center of attention of the whole Xia Nation's spiritual community. However, some believe that the appearance of someone this strong has increased the chances of the teacher waking. Meanwhile, a day later, our hero sits relieved that his viral video has disappeared off the internet, thanks to either the military or the Aura Association. But then he notices that Lin Yi Yi didn't come home all night and hasn't texted him. He starts to worry because Lin Yi Yi isn't this irresponsible. He tries to call her, but her phone remains out of service, which makes him realize the seriousness of the situation. 81 and Lin Yi Yi have been trapped in the forest long enough to lose track of time. 81 starts apologizing for dragging her friend into this. In this moment of weakness, Lin Yi Yi feels powerless and wishes she was as strong as the pioneer she saw before. Suddenly, something jumps at Yi Yi and her friend, but Yi Yi quickly turns around and strikes the monster down. They notice the corpses of people trapped to death that have now come to haunt them in this black mist. The black mist not only makes the girls' attacks useless, but also continues to drain their spiritual energy. 81 is sure the mist is to exhaust and toy with them. Right then, a red ball appears before them and it starts to split, creating more of it. Yi Yi realizes that the mist is losing its patience. Suddenly, a red eye glows behind her, and soon enough, she's surrounded by red eyes. As the darkness creeps into her, Yi Yi starts to regret her decisions that led to this outcome. Just as she is feeling hopeless that she is about to die an unnecessary death, our hero steps into the darkness to rescue the damsel in distress. Yi Yi is surprised to see her cousin come to her rescue, realizing her cousin is no ordinary person. Suddenly, an anomaly appears behind her. Our hero draws out his sword, ready to test the heavenly fire against dark attributes. He swings his sword, covering everything in flames. Meanwhile, 81 wakes up and thinks she's in hell with the anomaly, but snaps into reality soon. She sees our hero in front of her, assuring her that everything's well. 81 cheers in excitement, recognizing him as the person who saved her from death vines in Yanghuo town. Yi Yi is surprised to learn that, but even more surprised is her friend when she realizes that the mediocre cousin isn't really mediocre. Yi Yi's friend tells her that her cousin is the one who cut down the wasteland in one strike and caught Galen's attention. At first, Yi Yi is confused, but then she realizes that the person who broke through to the spirit creation realm in her neighborhood was her cousin. Fang Yi accepts that it was all him, but he knows that the dark attribute anomaly isn't ordinary, so he wonders where their teammates are. 81 explains that Mao is ill and can't come since he kept missions secret from his family, and Uncle has tougher missions. Yi Yi also accepts that she underestimated the missions. Our hero remembers that these teammates all had their own agendas, and the squad won't last long. Since his cousin and Yi Yi already know about his identity now, he offers to form a team with them. 81 excitedly accepts and promises to keep it a secret. Yi Yi realizes that our hero must have already known about her and was protecting her silently. Right at that moment, Yi Yi receives another mission from Galen in the extreme dark zone. Yi Yi explains that it's located at the dark attribute border area strictly forbidden by Xia nations. The pioneers always avoid it because of the overwhelming dark powers, but it's also where the most anomalies come from. The authorities haven't explored the area deeply either due to some serious accidents. Curious to explore the area, our hero tells them to ask for the details, but 81 says that Galen probably wouldn't reply because of her mysterious nature. Seeing how the extreme dark zone is under strict guard by the Xia nation, and seeing Galen still being able to assign missions there, makes our boy think that she's either a rogue defying the authorities, or she's military or high-ranking in the association, and he thinks it's probably the unusual identity. Our hero asks for the details, and Galen replies that they need to collect lost marsh flowers. She adds that the reward in this mission is richer than before, but the extreme dark zone is full, so she cautions them to go in teams. Galen further adds that the mission might involve an S-class anomaly, so they should only sign up if they have strong and reliable pioneers. Our hero realizes that the strong and reliable pioneers part was to draw in people like him. He decides to try exploring the extreme dark zone. Galen walks away, knowing Shagwa wouldn't trust a wrong pioneer, and he might show up. But if he doesn't arrive, she is convinced that the fate isn't ready yet. Then, she asks the girls, if the mission to gather the losing tempering flower was designed to lead pioneers eventually to be killed, Both of them are speechless, because Galen is partially right about it. Furthermore, she elaborates that this is the inevitable path to preserve Xiaoguo's strength, and no matter what, they need to gather more and more losing tempering flowers. Her reason being, the only pioneer of Xiaoguo with Vajra realm must be healed and awakened with it. So, some lives of pioneers or groups being sacrificed for him would be alright as long as their biggest asset gets healed. The girl worries about Galen, but she snaps at her, but quick enough she apologizes. The other girl wonders if it was her headache which flared up, but deep down she knows she just wants to forget about her past. A memory hits her mind again, about her captain dying, as he hands her over the responsibility of the flower. She weeps, and the captain gave her all of his spiritual energy so she can make it back alive. On the other hand, our hero with his cousin and 81 have been walking for pretty long, and it's now getting exhausting. Soon after they reach the place, the extreme darkness zone. Our boy can feel an extreme dark aura emitting even though it's been layered with multiple checkpoints. It's not just him who feels it, it's also his cousin and 81. There were multiple pioneers except for just them. Yi is sure that this is a bigger situation than just getting some big rewards. The dark attribute is toxic towards humans, and there has been an intrusion of multiple dark aura possessing anomalies. Fang Yi jumps into the conversation as he has dealt with 2 dark anomalies, and he found them extremely sharp, deliberately avoiding the city border military defenses. But now, it has gotten to the point that they can't control anomalies, causing massive destruction. With that said, the trio makes their way inside. As soon as they step in, Fang Yi sees an old companion, Su Qingying. When she sees him, she's surprised to see him with 2 other girls. She hopes and begs to her god that she goes unnoticed by him, but he recognizes her right away. 81 teases our boy, but Qingying shyly admits that she's just misunderstanding, and Fang Yi assures that she just helps him with some errands. Suddenly, a man steps out and yells that they all are disrespectful, to which 81 takes great offense. She tells him off to mind his own business because the tables can turn anytime. The transport arrives and Lan steps out. She then goes on to unlock the door with the crystal, and the door opens. Lan stands in front of the door, reminding them that the withered bloom must be whole and untainted by human blood. If it doesn't meet the standards, it will be disqualified and no awards will be given. And the twist is, they could probably die inside too. One of the members worries whether, if they die inside, any hefty amount will be given to their families. Qingying notices the middle-aged man, Old Deng, and the others, who seem to be hiding their aura from everyone else. The hero realizes that the pioneers gathered here are all elite pioneers. Meanwhile, Lan's assistant tells her about the number and levels of pioneers and the anomalies involved in this mission. Lan assures her that she has prepared everything. As they all walk inside, Fang Yi guides them to stay together, warning that the dark matter will scatter them and make them lose direction if they don't. The stench of rotting flesh makes 81 nauseous, and Qingying assures her that she's not the only one feeling it, pointing out other pioneers who are barfing. Qingying explains that the darkness attribute is considered pollution. Furthermore, she warns that in the extreme dark zone, anomalies are very active. B-class anomalies equal Axe Realm pioneers, A-class anomalies equal Spirit Forging Realm, and S-class anomalies rival Vajra Realm. 81 wonders how Qingying is not dying from the stench, but Qingying is already used to it because of her previous missions. Su Qingying has broken into an Axe 3-star realm, yet 81 notices that her aura drops the moment she steps into the black mist. They all decide to hurry and prioritize the mission. They agree to speak less now and focus on preserving their energy. Our boy thinks to himself that he feels fine, perhaps because the enchanted sun and lightning attributes repel the darkness, or maybe because his aura is just really strong since stepping into the spirit forging realm. Meanwhile, Old Deng is fighting anomalies while his teammates make their way to seize the withered bloom. Back with our team, Yi coughs, and Fang Yi realizes she's still just a kid. He uses his attribute to make her feel better. She suddenly feels warm and relieved, leaving everyone in awe of how powerful the spirit forging realm is. She admits that the fire attribute made her feel better, but our boy corrects her, saying it's the sun attribute, and reveals that it was him back at Qingcheng University who balanced the anomaly there. He explains that fire and sun attributes are slightly different. Qingying realizes he just admitted it like it's nothing, while he decides to keep the other truths a secret for now. Hearing this, 81 assures him she will never tease Fang Yi again, only if he keeps her warm for a bit. He agrees, saying he will keep her warm for just one day. The others look at him with hope, and he warms them up too. Suddenly his senses flare, warning of an anomaly nearby. It roars in front of 81, an A-class anomaly. Qingying charges forward, declaring she will handle it, but the anomaly suddenly vanishes. They are immediately surrounded by corpses of dead people. Our hero orders his teammates to move aside, saying he will take care of them. He draws his sword, his eyes glowing with fire. With a single swish of his blade, all the corpses fall. Turning back, he assures them they are safe for now. What shocks him is that the anomalies here have evolved to the point they can mimic humans. He realizes that without reaching the spirit-forging realm, no one can move forward. Meanwhile, Lan notices how he eliminates the anomalies in a way even she couldn't. Back with the team, Yi urges everyone to stick together or risk being devoured. 81 collapses to the ground, crushed under an oppressive aura so heavy she feels like she can't breathe. Suddenly, they all turn toward a sound, like ocean waves. The ground rumbles beneath them as they brace themselves. The other pioneers begin to run, knowing that what lies ahead is far too sinister to face. The ground explodes, and what rises shakes every pioneer to the core. It is the dark tide. Many fighters realize they're hopeless. Some are swallowed instantly. Captain Su identifies the dark tide as the ultimate dark attribute force, a corrosive surge that consumes everything, even the monsters. The squad learns that earlier teams were likely wiped out when the tide came through, to which Yi recalls warnings that the dark tide can erase whole city-states. After that, the main character tells everyone not to give up and recommends using a spirit barrier reinforced by combined power to survive the surge long enough to escape. After hearing this, Captain Su warns that their strength probably can't stop a condensed dark tide because an elder was just swallowed whole. Still, Fang Yi refuses to retreat and declares he will try to destroy the tide rather than hide from it. Additionally, Yi watches in fear as the main figure stands firm, declaring he'll destroy the dark tide. Also, Captain Su can't believe what she's hearing, shocked by Fang Yi's recklessness. After that, Fang Yi analyzes the situation, realizing these creatures aren't normal A-rank anomalies, but fusions strengthened by dark energy, hybrid beings whose combined power easily surpasses S-rank, reaching an SSS-level threat. That explains why even a top-tier spirit-shaping realm fighter was swallowed instantly. The protagonist compares it to the Candle Serpent, a B-rank monster that would normally require great effort to defeat. Yet here, even an A-rank hybrid is instantly destroyed by the dark tide. Spotting a faint energy response, Fang Yi recognizes one of the earlier cultivators who had been swallowed, still barely alive inside the corruption. Realizing the man's spirit energy isn't fully consumed, Fang Yi rushes in and unleashes divine thunder, followed by 100 refinements, to purify and pull the man back from the darkness. Against all odds, his efforts succeed. The man survives, though just barely. Later, Fang Yi grows frustrated as the dark creatures regenerate endlessly, realizing this must be the unique ability of anomalies beyond S-rank, and tries to analyze and absorb the dark attribute through his spirit barrier, but the energy is too strange and unstable to extract. Even with his mastery in the spirit-shaping realm, he can't purify it. The darkness proves far more mysterious than any other element he's encountered. He regrets not bringing his artifact, the little white flower, which holds the desolation power capable of countering darkness. Searching for another solution, our bro decides to use the surrounding environment instead. In the barrier, someone asks Captain Su if she's ever seen such a phenomenon, to which she admits that she hasn't seen something like that. Also, the dark tide appears completely frozen in place. Inside the barrier, Yi worries as the protagonist is still in the eerie stillness. She and the others notice the barrier flickering and quickly lend their spirit power to stabilize it. Plus, Su reassures Yi, explaining that Fang Yi's power far surpasses theirs with multiple rare attributes. He might already rival a 3-star spirit-shaping expert. None of them could save him even if they tried. Yi laughs at her attempt to lighten the tension, to which Su smiles, relieved to ease her fear. Inside the dark stillness, our guy summons his full strength. Flames move around him as he forms a blazing seal. With his energy, he calls forth the 9-dragon heavenly flame seal. 9 fiery dragons erupt, encircling the darkness in divine fire. The onlookers watch in disbelief as the dark tide trembles and begins to freeze under his power. Lan, observing from a distance, realizes in shock that Fang Yi isn't just resisting it, he's sealing the dark tide itself. Our hero completes his final move, shouting with determination, 9-dragon edict, seal, as the divine flames roar and bind the darkness in a blinding seal of light. After sealing the dark tide, the group finally gets a brief moment of safety and discovers a single survivor still alive. After that, Yi rushes to Fang Yi in relief, while Su offers to take charge of the injured man. Despite their success, the protagonist looks serious and explains the seal won't last long since the dark energy is overflowing, and further insists they must hurry to retrieve the withered tempering flower before the seal collapses. Su agrees to handle the survivor's recovery through the Spirit Association. Also, Fang Yi then confirms that everyone else ahead was completely erased by the darkness, with nothing left behind, not even remains. 8-1 feels uneasy, admitting she's somewhat relieved not to have witnessed their deaths firsthand. After that, Fang Yi instructs Yi, 81, and Su to advance while he stays behind to guard them from the rear. As he stays alert, his system detects another surge of dark energy. After analysis, it compiles a new technique linked to the dark element called the Boundless Dark Realm. This skill forms a shadowy enclosed area, where spiritual power is gradually corroded. Plus, our bro understands that activating it during battle would drain his opponent's energy, weakening their strength over time. The protagonist realizes that by combining the newly gained dark attribute technique with his other elemental powers, he could amplify the weakening effects to an overwhelming degree, enough to crush even anomalies stronger than the dark tide itself. Sue suddenly notices the black mist gathering again and senses intense spiritual fluctuations. Shocked, she realizes Fang Yi is breaking through another level of power, even though nothing external has triggered it, and the only possible explanation is that our bro has absorbed the dark tide's energy, an S-level force with limitless potential. Sue can hardly believe it, since absorbing dark attributes is forbidden by every authority. Moreover, she recalls that the dark attribute originates from the hidden malice and negativity within living beings, making it the most dangerous of all energies. Years ago, officials tried to study and purify it, but their experiments ended disastrously. Because of that, dark anomalies were classified separately, ranging from D rank to S rank. In the past, some reckless cultivators attempted to absorb fragments of dark anomalies. One powerful 3-star ghost carving pioneer went insane after doing so. His body decayed, his mind broke, and he remained locked away in an asylum. Later, our hero senses a presence and calls out for the hidden observer to reveal themselves. A woman named Galen steps forward, recognizing Fang Yi as the one who sealed the dark tide. Suspicious, she asks if our guy truly absorbed the forbidden dark energy, to which he answers with a simple yes. Galen becomes alarmed after hearing this and immediately aims her gun at him. After seeing this, Sue quickly steps forward, shielding Fang Yi while questioning her intentions, and reminds her that the military has been trying to recruit Fang Yi for a long time, even blocking the Spirit Association's earlier attempt, so her current aggression makes no sense. After that, our guy points out that their original goal was to find the lost tempering flower, yet Galen seems upset that they survived instead of dying during the mission. 81 also confronts her, demanding an explanation, and reminds Galen that if Fang Yi hadn't acted, they would all be dead, especially Yi Yi, who's still young. Moreover, she accuses her of standing by and now turning on the person who saved them. Galen finally lowers her weapon and reveals her real motive and tells them that Fang Yi has passed her evaluation. Plus, the gun threat was a test to see his character and reaction firsthand, rather than trusting reports about his strength. Furthermore, she explains that in the world of spiritual resurgence, pioneers live by harsh rules where life and death can shift in moments. She acknowledges Fang Yi's immense power, pointing out that they've remained unharmed because nearby creatures are terrified of him after he sealed the dark tide. The dark tide, she adds, is a force that only bullies the weak and fears those stronger. With the test complete, Galen offers to guide them personally to the lost tempering flower, saying she knows the area better than anyone. Indeed, Sue quietly observes Galen and realizes she isn't mentally stable, and recalls that her entire squad once faced the dark tide, and also that she was the sole survivor. Because of her strict loyalty to missions and the heavy losses she's endured, she developed a destructive mindset after battles, though a small part of her still clings to purpose. Our hero's sealing of the dark tide must have triggered her emotionally, pushing her close to breaking down. Afterwards, Fang Yi tells Sue and 81 to let it go and not blame her. Noticing that Galen is badly injured, though she's a 2-star soul creation cultivator, her barrier has dropped by 2 full levels. 81 is shocked, realizing the extent of her wounds, but Galen brushes off their concern, saying her injuries don't matter. They soon arrive at a place known as the Extreme Dark Zone's mass graveyard. After that, Galen points toward a glowing spot and identifies the lost tempering flower. However, Fang Yi immediately senses something off about her behavior and warns her to snap out of it before anything worse happens. Fang Yi senses an overwhelming yang energy radiating from the lost tempering flower, realizing how incredibly rare and powerful it is. Also, Galen struggles to endure the energy and questions if all her preparations were still not enough. Yi grows worried and calls out to her, while Sue warns that the dark attribute has already started consuming Galen's body. Before things worsen, Fang Yi steps forward to retrieve the lost bloom himself as Galen collapses. Suddenly, a corrupted fox demon appears and roars violently. After that, Fang Yi quickly attacks with divine lightning, noticing how unnaturally mutated the creature is, and realizing it must have devoured countless anomalies to reach this state, possibly another S-rank monster. Knowing time is running out to maintain the Dark Tide's seal, he decides to finish the battle fast. When his lightning fails to fully destroy it, Fang Yi unleashes his dark technique, Limitless Dark Domain. The special domain's corrosive dark energy weakens the demon drastically, dropping its power from S rank to B rank due to its unstable foundation, and by taking advantage of the opening, our bro strikes and ends the fight, declaring it over. After that, Sue senses a strange black energy spreading through the air and wonders if it's the dark attribute, to which Galen explains that it's Fang Yi's own domain, a dark realm he personally created after mastering the dark attribute without any teacher's guidance. Further, she reveals that forming a domain using spiritual power alone is an extraordinary achievement. Before Fang Yi, Only her master had ever done it, and apart from him, only 2 others in the entire world are known to possess this rare ability, both believed to be from the M Nation. Later, our bro picks up a small glowing flower, the Lost Bloom, confirming their mission's success. He warns everyone to retreat quickly since the dark tide is still unstable and could reawaken any time. Galen, grateful and visibly relieved, thanks Fang Yi and the group for their efforts. She admits the mission would have been impossible without him. She then reveals the true purpose behind their mission. The Lost Bloom is the only medicine capable of saving Elder Wu Li, the sole King Kong realm venerable of the Xia Nation, who is now in critical condition. Because of Fang Yi, a life of immense importance has been saved. As dawn finally breaks, 8-1 cheers that they've survived the extreme dark zone, to which Yi Yi agrees, feeling grateful to be alive. Outside, a crowd has gathered, amazed to hear the group truly recovered the Lost Bloom. Some express disbelief, while others curiously ask who managed to retrieve it. Soon, armored vehicles arrive marked with the emblem of the Star God War Zone, the Xi Nation's most elite combat force. Once famed as the nation's top unit even before the spiritual resurgence, the Star God warriors are now both powerful and highly respected, known for guarding forbidden zones that double as prized cultivation grounds. Realizing Galen's rank within this force, 8-1 feels embarrassed for having talked to her casually earlier. Soldiers salute Galen as they take charge of transporting the Lost Bloom to the hospital. Moreover, she instructs them to proceed and assures Fang Yi she'll follow shortly. Our bro, noticing her authority, asks if she truly belongs to the Star God War Zone, to which Galen confirms and announces that the mission rewards will be doubled for his team and the Spirit Association squad. Fang Yi respectfully declines, saying he prefers his own cultivation path. After hearing this, Galen doesn't press him but shares a truth that the number of dark attribute anomalies is growing uncontrollably. Their corruption spreads like a tumor, threatening the balance of the world. To prevent disaster, the nation is building and defending forbidden zones, each guarded by the strongest forces and the Spirit Association. She tells him this not as a command, but so he understands the worsening situation. Fang Yi assures her that if he encounters any anomaly again, he won't hesitate to act, regardless of who's in danger. Impressed, Galen thanks him and hands him a special token, granting unrestricted entry into any forbidden zone for cultivation, and adds that the doors of the Star God War Zone will always remain open for him. As a friendly gesture, Galran offers him a gift. In return, Fang Yi uses his lightning energy to remove the corruption within her body caused by the dark element. The moment his power flows through her, she feels a sensation spreading across her body. The areas once cold and aching turn warm, and the pain fades away. Inside her, the injuries left by the black mist begin to repair. Her organs, veins, and meridians are restored, and her entire body feels cleansed. When Fang Yi asks about her condition, she explains that all traces of darkness have vanished. Nearby, emergency responders notice the condition of another severely injured cultivator from the spirit creation realm. Shocked by the extent of the wounds, they question if recovery is even possible. As Fang Yi and Galran prepare to leave, Captain Su arrives and notices something unusual, that Galran's injuries seem almost completely healed, to which Galran explains that Fang Yi's rare lightning power has fully cleansed the dark energy from her body. After this, Su realizes that this power, known as the Tyrant's lightning, holds both destructive and healing potential. Curious, Captain Su suggests that Fang Yi's lightning could possibly be combined with medical technology to treat others suffering from dark contamination and urges our bro to demonstrate again, and when the protagonist channels his energy, the results prove astonishing. Indeed, the doctors confirm that his pure lightning energy can indeed neutralize dark energy, something previously thought impossible. However, they also note that not everyone can withstand Fang Yi's spiritual strength. Healing others at higher levels, such as those in the spirit creation realm, would require immense power, nearly 10 times more than what was used on Galran. Even so, the doctors decide to try transferring Fang Yi's spiritual energy through a containment device, to which our hero agrees and places his hand inside to release his power, treating the injured. Meanwhile, Yi Yi quietly observes everything and reflects on how powerful her cousin has become, strong enough to earn respect from the elite Star God War Zone and even receive Galran's personal token. Realizing how far behind she and 81 are, she decides to grow stronger and take on missions independently so they can stand on their own. After hearing this, the protagonist encourages them to be cautious and feels proud of their determination. After the group part ways, Galran turns to our guy and suggests they go meet Elder Wu, the King Kong Realm Venerable, together. On the drive back, Captain Su rants out her frustration to her team and further complains that while she worked tirelessly, others in the Spiritual Association didn't even show up, and now Fang Yi has been taken in by the Star God War Zone, making all her recent efforts feel wasted. Her subordinates try to calm her down, explaining that the association's structure is too disorganized. Many leaders act arrogant and disconnected, even more so than those in the military. The elite units are scattered and uncoordinated, so having someone like Fang Yi cooperate was already rare. Also, they remark that it's fortunate troublemakers from within didn't interfere or cause issues during the mission. Meanwhile, Fang Yi and Galrin arrive at the Star God War Zone's medical base, entering the top-level ward where Elder Wu, the King Kong Realm Venerable, lies unconscious. Our guy is surprised to see that such a powerful figure looks like a withered old man barely holding on to life. Later, Galrin explains that his condition was even worse than before. The lost bloom only barely stabilized him, and he still hasn't regained consciousness. She recounts the tragic event that led to this state. A catastrophic dark attribute disaster had once struck the capital, twisting the heavens into darkness. To stop the anomaly from spreading and consuming the entire city, Elder Wu used his own body and spiritual domain to seal the breach. Every disciple had transferred their spiritual power to him beforehand, yet the disaster proved far beyond even S rank, its power so immense it could have destroyed the entire capital and neighboring cities. Furthermore, Galrin explains that the capital's fall would have thrown the whole nation into chaos. In that desperate moment, Elder Wu used his mastery over his domain to suppress the overwhelming force. Still, the price was unimaginable because his body became deeply corrupted by the dark attribute. If not for his status as a King Kong Realm Venerable, he would have been wiped out instantly. The sight reminds our hero of his own past, when many brave pioneers had died in front of him so he could survive. When the protagonist steps closer to help, Galrin quickly reacts, asking what he plans to do, to which Fang Yi explains that even though the Lost Bloom has already worked, he wants to remove the dark energy that's still inside Elder Wu's body so that he can wake up sooner. Galrin is shocked and warns him that this darkness isn't ordinary, and it came from a powerful disaster stronger than an S-rank anomaly. Still, she lets him try, believing that maybe he really can perform a miracle. Moreover, she reminds him to be cautious because even after purification, the remaining darkness is strong enough to slow the Elder's healing. Fang Yi agrees and starts focusing on his lightning power. At once, a heavy pressure surrounds him, filled with cold darkness trying to pull him in. The corrupted energy feels alive, pushing against his control. Seeing his struggle, Galrin shouts for him to stay focused before it harms him. Suddenly, Fang Yi's mind slips away, his surroundings fade, and he finds himself being drawn into visions from his past. As the protagonist connects with the darkness inside Elder Wu, he immediately feels his mind being dragged into hallucinations. Even the smallest touch of that corrupted energy is enough to twist his senses, but he remains firm, determined to erase it completely, and realizes that the anomaly isn't invincible after all. Suddenly, a surge of golden light comes from within him as he activates his defensive technique. The strange lightning surrounding him carries the same divine power he once absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak. In that illusionary space, countless insect-like dark creatures swarm toward him, each one as strong as the real monsters he faced during the Dark Tide, and also there are thousands of them, but Fang Yi refuses to back down. He uses his strength and begins attacking, summoning powerful waves of lightning to destroy the creatures. Additionally, he quickly notices that the swarm seems to be a fusion of several dark entities, forming an S-class being. However, either because it's an illusion or due to the Lost Tempering Flower's energy, its strength feels slightly weakened, closer to an A-class level. As he fights, Fang Yi realizes this overwhelming army might be what Elder Wu once faced in reality, perhaps even worse than what he's seeing now. Determined, he reveals his boundless dark realm, flooding the area with his own dark energy to suppress the illusion. The final leftovers of the dark force resist, forming a voice that sneers and asks if he's even human, to which our guy ignores it and releases a burst of power that completely wipes it out. Before fading, the darkness whispers that it will return, to which our hero concludes that what he encountered was just a leftover trace of the original Dark Anomalies consciousness. Indeed, our bro realizes the darkness spoke in plural, meaning it wasn't alone, and other catastrophes could return. He quickly retreats and seals the remaining dark energy with his 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Seal. Plus, Galran observes that this dark power left in Elder Wu's body is the remnant of a calamity-level anomaly. Although it still holds strong dark energy, it's been greatly weakened by the Lost Tempering Blossom and Elder Wu's own sealing efforts. After that, Galrin praises Elder Wu for using his own body to suppress such a powerful force for so long. Fang Yi humbly notes that without the blossom weakening the darkness first, he couldn't have fully purged it, to which Galrin acknowledges that the blossom kept him alive, but Fang Yi's ability enabled complete recovery. The darkness should now be fully neutralized, but Fang Yi warns that in the psychic illusion, the remaining energy seems like a warning that it will return. Additionally, he stresses the importance of being prepared and not letting an elderly Elder Wu lead the charge again. After this, Galrin confirms she's aware of the rumors. Further, our guy explains that the Military and Spirit Association keep classified records of anomalies, and projections suggest that with current reserves, Xia might not survive the first year of full aura resurgence. Though alarming, Fang Yi thinks about whether his rebirth might have changed this future, remembering that Blue Star was almost destroyed 3 years after the comeback in his previous life. Afterwards, our bro reassures Galran not to overthink and expects Elder Wu to wake soon. Also, Fang Yi pledges that if the calamity returns, he will stand and fight alongside her, determined to change the outcome this time. Later, at another place, our hero realizes that after fighting 2 powerful anomalies, he's about to break through to the next level, the Spirit Forge Realm, 2-star. With the global aura revival approaching, he realizes that his newly awakened dark attribute still isn't strong enough, and recalls the terrifying anomaly from the illusion earlier, whose suppressed power still leaked through, and regrets not bringing a flower in a pot entity with him before. He looks at it, acknowledging it's too dangerous to carry around casually, but decides to give it a chance to grow stronger. After that, he heads outside for some training. At the Spirit Association's Botanical Research Center in the back mountains, he notices how quickly nature is recovering. Burnt trees have regrown, and new ones were planted thanks to Sue and the others, whom he plans to thank later. Later, the protagonist warns the flowers in a pot to absorb energy moderately, joking that its hunger could strip every forest bare. After that, he moves to a new area to continue absorbing energy. While observing, he wonders where his plant-type companion ranks among other evolved beings, guessing that a desolation attribute creature like it should at least reach A-class level. As he explores, Fang Yi notices the mountain feels quiet with no animals in sight. Further, he realizes they're probably frightened by the desolation energy surrounding his flower pot. Suddenly, a cry echoes in the air. He turns around and sees a pack of wolves coming. Fang Yi notices the wolf pack getting stronger, and the main wolf, the Wolf King, is almost fully transformed. During this change, it gained a new poisonous power, probably from absorbing dark energy, so now it has 2 abilities. This makes it very dangerous, likely at A-level strength. Plus, the big worry is the many wolves in the city below. If they get there, they could cause huge damage. After that, our guy decides he must fight the wolves right away. Our bro wonders how powerful the desolation attribute truly is when used on its own. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, some people sense danger. They realize the Wolf King has completed its transformation, and its aura feels overwhelming. Its contamination level reaches 90 and keeps climbing. The Wolf King's strength now matches a high ghost carving, or possibly even a 1-star spirit forging level. The rest of the pack are also strong, between ghost carving 2 and 3 stars. They panic, realizing they don't have enough strength to defeat them. The rising dark attribute explains the high contamination. The Wolf King has developed dual powers, a rare and dangerous mutation. If the wolves complete their evolution, the entire nearby city will be destroyed. As they prepare to report to the Spirit Association, the ground begins shaking unexpectedly. At first they think it's caused by the wolves, but then they sense something far stronger, the destructive power of desolation itself. Shocked, they try to flee, thinking it might be from a missing airborne ghost vine. However, they notice something strange. The desolation energy doesn't spread outward, but instead sinks deep into the mountain, causing the danger to disappear. Confused, they see flowers suddenly blooming where the energy had been. Fang Yi watches glowing blossoms spread across the battlefield. After seeing this, he explains that these spirit flowers will keep multiplying endlessly until they drain the wolves' energy completely. When the pack attacks him, our guy remains confident because he knows it's useless. The desolation energy from the spirit flowers has already spread deep beneath the entire forest. The mountain itself now gives birth to an unending field of blossoms, feeding on the life around it. He notes how the wolves, despite their new intelligence, still don't understand nature's balance. Just like wildfire that always returns with spring, destruction will always bring new growth. The wolves howl and attack again, trying to destroy the main red flower, the source flower, that seems to control everything. However, the moment they get close, Fang Yi senses a frightening change. The red flower begins drawing in dark energy, merging it with the desolation attribute and forming a new kind of power beyond anything he expected. Without his guidance, the spirit flowers develop their own cultivation art, a living force that traps anything caught within its field. Even when burnt or destroyed, the blossoms instantly regenerate, spreading farther until nothing but bones remain beneath the soil. Watching this new creation take form, the protagonist names it Endless Spirit Sea, an art born from the fusion of life and decay. With the desolation fully inscribed into its essence, he encourages the flower to evolve, ready for its next transformation. Detectors alert the team that an A-class anomaly has appeared, releasing 2 types of energy in the same area. One is dark energy from the Wolf King's evolution, and the other is pure desolation energy from somewhere else. The site is the low mountain forest, the area Captain Sue was monitoring earlier. The Demolisher Squad reports that the Wolf King's A-class energy was completely destroyed by a sudden burst of desolation energy. Instead of spreading outward, the energy sank into the mountain, and strange new blossoms started growing everywhere. The squad warns that the area is too dangerous to enter because the leftover energy could cause serious damage, even worse than the airborne ghost vines from before. Captain Su senses something familiar and realizes the source of the desolation energy is Fang Yi, whose home is in that area. Su trusts that the protagonist will protect everyone and handle the situation. In the back mountain, Fang Yi watches the spirit flower absorb the Wolf King and its pack, causing it to evolve once more. It now gains fire along with its desolation attribute, becoming an A-class creature called the Desolate Flame Spirit Flower. Also, its hunger for spiritual energy grows even stronger, to which our guy realizes it can continue to evolve if placed inside the boundless dark realm. Plus, the dark energy there might help it gain a third attribute related to darkness. As he senses his own strength rising, Fang Yi suddenly breaks through to the spirit forging realm, reaching 2-star level. The spiritual energy around him flows naturally into his body, making him feel deeply connected to the world itself. Before he can settle, someone appears. Zhang Lu, a fire attribute pioneer. He recognizes Fang Yi's new power and becomes eager to challenge him. Zhang Lu declares that he will prove himself as the strongest fire attribute fighter and launches a sudden attack. After that, our bro quickly senses the heavy spiritual pressure coming from him and realizes that Zhang Lu is a lone fighter with no group, driven purely by the thrill of combat. Zhang Lu, confident and arrogant, rushes forward to attack. After seeing this, Fang Yi summons Divine Thunder, and a surge of powerful lightning fills the area. Zhang Lu freezes in shock, unable to understand what's happening. He can't believe that Fang Yi, another supposed fire-type pioneer, could release such devastating lightning energy. Zhang Lu's confidence crumbles, and he screams in pain, his flames extinguished instantly by Fang Yi's lightning. Trembling, he struggles to understand how his rare and powerful fire attribute, combined with his 1-star spirit forging level, means nothing before our hero's overwhelming might. He recalls believing he was the fastest and strongest among pioneers, destined to be admired and followed. Yet now, faced with Fang Yi's terrifying strength, his pride shatters. The spiritual pressure coming from our bro is far beyond his own, stronger by several realms. Fear takes over as Zhang Lu realizes the truth that he's completely outmatched. In utter despair, he can only think that this is where he dies. Zhang Lu panics, begging Fang Yi not to kill him, to which our guy calmly tells him that a pioneer's power isn't meant for fighting people. Instead, it should be used to stop dangerous anomalies. Zhang Lu is stunned, unable to believe someone could have such strong spiritual energy, and wonders if our bro is just incredibly powerful or if he himself is that weak. When Zhang Lu returns to his team, his comrades notice his unusual behavior and ask what happened. Normally hot-headed and always seeking fights, he explains that he was defeated instantly by Fang Yi's lightning. His pride is crushed. His strongest technique, the flowing blaze flare, was destroyed with a single strike. He realizes he misjudged the situation, thinking his fire attribute and spirit forging skill made him untouchable. His teammates are shocked because someone of his level being one-shotted is almost unheard of. Moreover, Zhang Lu admits he probably challenged the wrong opponent, as even his pure and high-level firepower was no match for Fang Yi's extraordinary strength. Afterwards, Zhang Lu's companions remind him that he has already reached the spirit forging realm, and once defeated 2 powerful pioneers of the same element soon after awakening. They wonder how someone like him could lose so easily, suggesting that maybe the heavenly fire strike he fought wasn't actually a normal pioneer. Based on earlier assessments, that man's strength shouldn't have exceeded Zhang Lu's. Zhang Lu insists they're wrong because he's sure it was the same man, and further describes the terrifying thunder energy he felt, so intense it nearly burst his eardrums. The force made him certain that this opponent was no ordinary fighter. Indeed, he explains that the man must have dual attributes, fire and thunder, both at extremely high levels. His lightning completely overwhelmed Zhang Lu's flames, and Zhang believes the opponent was hiding his real power. His teammates are stunned that a wild pioneer that strong seems impossible, but if Zhang's right, that person could become a nightmare for every other pioneer. Zhang, humbled by his defeat, wonders aloud if he should seek to learn from that man instead of fighting him again. Meanwhile, the protagonist elsewhere notices something strange during his training. Just as he's about to advance to the next stage, his progress suddenly halts. He realizes the problem isn't within him, but in the surrounding energy because it's no longer responding properly. Concerned, he suspects something unusual is happening and wonders if the spiritual resurgence has started earlier than expected in his city. He tries to contact Jilan from the military but finds the line unreachable. This worries him because if there were major anomalies, he should have been notified. Plus, he fears a communication blackout might be underway. Then, he receives a weak call from Su Qingying, who tells him that the situation has changed drastically and urges him to request support. Her voice cuts out, leaving Fang Yi uneasy as he realizes the city might be facing something far worse than anomalies. Fang Yi suddenly spots a bat-type anomaly in his house and instantly destroys it with just a flick of his finger. His cousin Yi Yi rushes in, shouting that another anomaly has appeared inside their home. Plus, she's shocked because anomalies normally show up randomly, never this close or in such numbers. the protagonist quickly realizes the situation is serious. He warns that if the spread continues, their city could experience a disaster similar to the large-scale cataclysms reported in the news. The type of anomaly they're dealing with in a ghost-carving realm, a 2-star creature, usually hides in shadows, not charging into populated areas or attacking a pioneer's house. This means something major. After that, he instructs Yi to call every nearby pioneer for help, saying they'll need all the support they can get, and then entrusts her with protecting the house, telling her to guard the windows and prevent any creatures from getting inside, to which Yi promises to hold her ground. Meanwhile, at the military base, communication lines remain unstable. Captain Su realizes Fang Yi can't hear their exact location and begins to suspect that the instruments might be malfunctioning, but the rising readings say otherwise. Plus, Su mentions an unclassified level anomaly, something so rare and undefined that it doesn't even fit into known danger categories. Afterwards, Captain Su calls out orders for everyone to monitor their contamination readings closely, but before she can finish, the alarms blare loudly because multiple anomalies have been detected across the area, signaling that a large-scale outbreak has begun. Heavy rain begins to pour across the city as weather stations announce it's the worst rainfall in 50 years. Red alerts are issued everywhere, and authorities order everyone to stay indoors for safety, as if something unnatural is about to happen. People start to panic, whispering about possible disasters and fearing it might be the end of the world. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu and his teammate ride through the storm on their bikes. Suddenly, a group of bat-like anomalies appear out of nowhere. Normally, Jiang Lu's fire attribute would scare off smaller creatures, but this time, they didn't flee. Flames surrounded them, only for the bats to reappear seconds later, completely revived. His teammate panics as the sky crackles and the creatures swarm again, to which Jiang Lu realizes something is deeply wrong. Hours before the chaos, Captain Su urges her team to contact the Spirit Association's leaders and coordinate with Fang Yi. Moments later, an emergency alert warns that an A-class anomaly will reach the city within a day, with countless bat-like creatures already gathering outside the city. Su immediately sends her teams into action and personally joins the mission. But soon, the threat is upgraded to S-class, an anomaly with no power limit. Inside the military zone, Commander Galen uses his advanced metal-based ability to reshape and amplify spiritual energy. Despite her increased power, endless dark attribute bats keep appearing, blocking their advance. With communications jammed and no contact with other bases, Galen realizes the city is facing a large-scale invasion. She orders his troops to hold the line and break through to the nearby areas, understanding that the anomaly's true goal is to destroy the entire city. Meanwhile, outside, heavy rain begins to pour as ordinary citizens film the storm. A girl tries to record it for social media, thinking it's just strange weather. Gunfire echoes, and the girl screams in terror. Swarms of bat-type anomalies fill the streets, attacking humans and draining their blood. Captain Su rushes in, rescuing the frightened girl and ordering her team to escort the girl home. Plus, she commands her soldiers to focus on evacuating civilians first, warning them that the bats evolve by feeding on human flesh and must be stopped quickly. Meanwhile, Fang Yi observes that the bat swarms are mutating faster than expected, almost reaching Ghost Forge 3-star level. These creatures keep multiplying and reviving endlessly, spreading contamination throughout the city. Each infested area is charged with intense dark energy, capable of triggering massive disasters. With no time to wait for the Spirit Association, our guy activates the boundless dark realm, turning the infected bats into nourishment for his spirit blossoms. What's more, he worries about his cousin and the other pioneers back home, hoping the strong buildings and their powers keep them safe. 10 minutes later, Su grows exhausted from continuous fighting because the bats seem endless, and her spiritual energy is running low. She fears her teammates might already be dead. As the attacks spread into buildings, she realizes this chaos resembles the capital's past catastrophe. Indeed, if things continue this way, a king of anomalies, an ultimate creature born from overwhelming energy, will soon emerge. The city is on the brink of destruction as a powerful anomaly spreads faster than anyone can stop it. Pioneers sacrifice themselves to slow it down, but the dark bats keep multiplying, and the main threat, Cocoon, reaches near anomaly king level. Reinforcements can't arrive, and the city is cut off by a black mist. The remaining pioneers, low on spirit energy, prepare for a final stand, determined to protect the city at all costs and fight to the very end. As the city edges closer to destruction, Captain Su prepares for a last resort plan to launch scorched earth strikes to keep the dark energy from spreading. Just when all hope seems lost, Fang Yi arrives, showing immense power that shakes the battlefield. He unleashes divine thunder and clears a path through the anomaly swarms. Su, injured and exhausted, feels relief as Fang Yi's lightning helps heal her wounds faster than any medicine. Outside the city, rescue teams realize the situation is far worse than expected. Communication is lost, and none of the pioneers trapped inside respond. The bat swarms start gathering toward one point, signaling the rise of an anomaly king. With the city still sealed off and casualties mounting, Even the soldiers outside feel a deep sense of despair, knowing many may never return home again. As chaos deepens, our hero learns from Sue that the monstrous cocoon is a super S-class anomaly, capable of devouring an entire city as nourishment. It's a sign of an incoming cataclysm, something beyond human control. Inside it, a terrifying being is forming, one powerful enough to erase everything. Further, Sue explains that these dark anomalies evolve by devouring one another, and when one reaches perfect evolution, it dominates its kind as an anomaly king. Sue, deeply worried, urges Fang Yi to retreat while there's still time, reminding him that even the strongest pioneers have fallen after facing such disasters. However, our bro refuses to abandon the city she calls home. With resolve, our guy decides to confront the threat head-on and takes Sue's wrist device, intending to locate the source of the anomaly and stop the catastrophe before it's too late. Fang Yi is racing into the worst hit zone at breakneck speed while using Sue's radio channel so the team hears familiar commands. Also, command staff try to stop him because reinforcements were meant to arrive first, but our hero has already figured out how the threat behaves and demands every available feed and radar image be linked to him. Satellite pictures show a huge cocoon at the center surrounded by tightening swarms of anomalies that form a spiral. Main roads are blocked, so the northern flank offers the clearest path, and side streets to the southeast are the best breakout route. Afterwards, the protagonist orders everyone to hand over coordinates and live data so he can be guided straight to the cocoon's core, while warning that two powerful enemy units about as strong as Spirit Forging, 2-star fighters are closing in and must be avoided if possible. Time is critical, and there's no room to wait for full support, so Fang Yi is coordinating a real-time strike to reach and destroy the heart of the threat. Our hero is taking out the dark monsters so quickly that everyone is shocked, thinking he might be an incredibly powerful fighter secretly hiding in the city. Indeed, he enhances his weapon with special energy so the monsters can't immediately come back, but since he isn't fully powered up yet, he has to keep attacking non-stop to control them. Suddenly, the bat swarms stop, which is a warning sign, and they've been called back, meaning the main anomaly king is moving faster toward the city. As the military forces push toward the city center, Galran asks how long it'll take to reach. The answer is half an hour, but that's too long because by then, the anomaly king will have fully formed and the entire city will be gone. The bat swarms have multiplied far beyond their earlier estimates, and even the most powerful weapons can't wipe them out completely. If this continues, the infection will spread to nearby cities as well. Plus, their manpower is too low, and many pioneers are hesitating instead of helping. Then, Galran notices something, that the bats are all flying toward the area where the anomaly king is forming, and suddenly, a huge column of fire lights up the sky. She realizes it's Fang Yi fighting at full strength, to which Galran immediately orders all units to intensify their attacks and fight their way into the city, declaring that no city under their watch will be abandoned. Meanwhile, Yi recognizes the fiery technique in the distance as Fang Yi's sword skill. Surrounded by enemies, the protagonist focuses his energy, determined to use this chaos to his advantage. He summons his dark realm and spirit blossoms to absorb the enemy's energy, using it to push himself past his current limits and advance to a higher power level. Fang Yi unleashes his ultimate move, the Eruption of Desolation, forcing the hidden enemy to reveal itself. As he chases the massive cocoon into the sky, he realizes it isn't solid because it only looks real from a distance, but up close, it's like a ghostly illusion. Despite that, he can sense a heartbeat coming from within, deep, heavy, and savage, like ancient war drums echoing through the air. The sound feels primal, capable of awakening the wild instincts buried inside any living being. Afterwards, our bro quickly understands that the creature inside is not yet fully formed, which explains why it's still hiding. He asks his team for the target's location, and once they confirm the coordinates, he activates a new technique, Golden Radiance Breathing Art, Protective Form, unleashing his full power. The observers watching him are stunned because it's not ordinary fire but pure solar energy, a force of pure light that naturally destroys darkness. As Fang Yi's radiant power spreads, the number of dark anomalies rapidly decreases, and the once overwhelming swarm begins to retreat. The dark mist clears, contamination levels drop sharply, and soldiers report that all the bat-like creatures are withdrawing toward the city's center, likely to protect the anomaly king that's about to awaken. Fang Yi rushes straight toward the cocoon where the anomaly king is about to awaken. Galen recognizes the intense fire around him. It's the power of heavenly fire slash, filled with blazing sunlight energy strong enough to fight darkness. Even though our hero is powerful, he's still facing the king alone. Seeing this as their chance, Galen tells his team to move into the city while the king is distracted. Before they can act, cracks appear across the cocoon, and it begins to split open early. The people are furious, remembering how these creatures destroyed their homes and killed countless people. Their anger turns into determination to wipe out every last monster. After that, Yi warns that if they only defend, everyone will die once the king fully awakens. The huge number of dark creatures surrounding Fang Yi shows how many innocent lives have already been taken. Yi recalls the strange flower Fang Yi used earlier, the one that absorbed the bat's powers. She realizes it's like a vine that feeds on dark energy, meaning our guy controls the same type of power. She quickly tells everyone to pour their spirit energy into that plant so it can grow stronger. The pioneers follow her lead, sending all their power into the vines spreading through the battlefield. The energy begins to glow brighter, linking everyone's strength together. Su watches in amazement, realizing that this isn't just Fang Yi's fight anymore. Instead, it's the combined power of all the pioneers working as one to protect their city. Our hero charges at the heart of the threat as the giant monster tries to break out. Swarms of smaller creatures pour in, about 200,000 low-tier ones, 100,000 mid-tier, and tens of thousands at the high tier, yet he doesn't back down. The beast is forcing its birth early because it fears being cut down once fully formed. The ground shakes from its rising power, and it's clear even an incomplete emergence could wipe out everything. Our guy stands firm, saying the creature has to be stopped because he loves this city and everything in it. Indeed, he's ready to end the threat himself. The creature roars as it is baffled by the audacity of a spirit-forging realm one-star soul challenging it. Fang Yi realizes he's in deep trouble as he has already attacked the creature with his max strength, and the creature is still not dead. As the creature swallows our boy, he jumps into the digestive fluids, noticing how strong the digestive acid is. If there was anyone else in his place, they would have died without a trace of their existence left. Then, he wonders why the anomaly of such an advanced stage is not intelligent enough, as the inside of the body is the most sensitive part. So, our hero decides to give it a try, to inflict some damage from the inside. But as he attacks, he realizes he has gotten a bit weak. Still, he can do some damage despite the coat of the mucus. His next attack would be with Spirit Blossom, which has absorbed enough dark attribute aberrations, along with spirit energy sent by the pioneers. He notices the Spirit Blossom, whose dark attribute is repelling the Desolation attribute unexpectedly. As he was indulged in his thoughts, a sudden explosion took place. On the other hand, the team is worried about what's happening as they are evacuating people. Meanwhile, our boy is fighting the anomaly from the inside. The team hopes that our boy can do something before more damage is done. Our boy is thrown into an illusion of his previous life by the anomaly. In that illusionary realm, he has no spirit power, making our boy think that he has yet to cultivate all his energy from scratch. Soon enough, he realizes that the anomaly king isn't strong enough to rip all his powers off of him. Since he can't use his powers right now, he has to break through. Then, the monster in his illusion holds him to eat him up, saying that the humans are nothing more than nutrients for the evolution to go further. Our boy smiles, while he glows that the only tricks that the Anomaly King has are gaslighting, which clearly won't work on Fang Yi. Suddenly, his energy and power glow in a way that the monster around him vanishes. He orders his system to get to work, and the system notifies him that our hero has met all requirements for a breakthrough, and if he wishes to proceed to breakthrough to 2-star realm. Our guy has changed faces, looking furious as he jumps towards the Anomaly King, sarcastically thanking him for helping him realize something important. His rebirth helped him create a turning point for this world, or else the world would be doomed. He has broken through the 2-star realm and still gets mocked by the monster. The monster tries to attack him and tell him to give up and just become his nutrients, but suddenly realizes there is something wrong with his body. The monster curses our boy as our boy has attacked him through his newly found powers. The monster screams out of pain because this is definitely not what it was expecting. He then wipes out all the anomalies and the skies begin to clear. Our boy levitates in the air, absorbing all dark energy, and the people around the entire area are shaken as their city isn't doomed anymore. Galen stands on top of the van, observing that the sun is finally out, and instead of celebrating, she wants to help the people get back to their regular lives. Everyone celebrates, praising the efforts of our hero for showing up and saving the city. Captain Su stands with her head, thinking about Fang Yi's powers. As he has now broken through the 2-star realm, Su is sure that someone else will approach him faster than they do. When she met him for the first time, she was sure that she could take him down, but now she realizes that he is probably one of the top geniuses and the most strong across the entire nation. Meanwhile, the head thinks that everyone saw what our boy did right now. It is going to create a lot of gossip between the pioneers and the citizens, and they have to start acting in advance to control it. On the other hand, Yi runs for her cousin while 81 tries to stop her. She finds her cousin soon and helps him carry his body, as he's exhausted after breaking through, making his cousin worry about him along with 81. The widow and the cousin are baffled to hear about him breaking through once again, and the news spreads like wildfire, and soon ends up reaching Jiang, and he leaves instantly to become our boy's disciple, like most of the people across the nation. Somewhere in a dark office, some higher officials talk about our hero and how he has created a difference. They want to take him down with a gun, but the lady there says that a gun wouldn't suit him since he is at such a high power. but anyone who stands in their way will be destroyed anyway. After the long intense battle, both Fang Yi and Lin Yi are resting in their apartment. Just then they hear a knock at their door. It turns out that Su Qingying and the Association Superior are here to meet them with several gift boxes. The Association Superior explains that they are here to thank him on behalf of the whole association, as they made a significant error regarding the S-class anomaly invasion, and because of our boy, it didn't lead to irreversible consequences. Fang Yi ends up inviting them inside the house. They both are a little stunned to see the house, thinking that the Spirit Association should apply for better housing for them. However, the Association Superior announces that they came here for another matter too, and they want to seek Fang Yi's consent for that. They are planning to promote the title of the Ember. To elaborate more, the Superior explains how currently the situation across Xia nations is making the powerful pioneers emerge in every city. He contrasts this with the recent S-class anomaly, which he calls the most terrifying disaster yet. They want to use the name the Entumor to establish their city as a key strategic city. After this S-class disaster, they have determined that their city needs a well-known, powerful pioneer leader to act as a captain. In addition to that, Qingying states, in the future, celestial phenomena will become more frequent, and anomaly invasions will also increase. Thus, they cannot fall into a situation where they are almost abandoned. At first, Fang Yi doesn't understand what Qingying meant by abandoned. She clarifies that if it weren't for him, everyone in this city would have been dead. It is just a matter of dying differently. Upon hearing it, Yi realizes her knowledge of world cruelty changes after the spiritual resurgence but is still insufficient. In that instant, Fang Yi grasps that by focusing only on his own training, he has ignored the city's broader development. He understands that while Tai City was one of the Xia nation's key provincial capitals before the spiritual resurgence, it never reached the top in terms of strategic depth or development. He recalls that among over 100 cities, the top 3 are Shen, Tian, and Kang, with other major centers also being important. Besides them, there are Hai, Yuan, Chuan, and so on. Hence, this crisis for Tai City is actually an opportunity. The Superior confirms this, stating that cities are now judged based on the number and strength of their pioneers. The stronger the pioneers, the higher the city's rating, and the more resources it will have. More and more unaffiliated pioneers are also becoming willing to join the spirit associations in various cities. All of them, whether pioneers or ordinary people, need a symbol of hope. However, he promises to protect Fang Yi's identity and privacy while creating a mysterious public image, letting others guess and speculate. Fang Yi agrees, liking the idea of a moderate amount of mystery being far wiser than full exposure. Yi agrees as well, since human imagination can sometimes be more threatening than reality. Finally, both the parties have come to mutual terms of cooperating with each other. Shaking each other's hand, both the Superior and Fang Yi hoped for a good partnership. Following this, Tai City, with the full cooperation of the Spirit Association and the military, returned to normal operations at an unbelievable speed. City repairs and aid for the injured were processed in an orderly manner. The Great Disaster has helped speed up the creation of a new order across the world. At the headquarters of the Spirit Association, Shen City, the officials wonder if the Entumor is the pioneer who resolved the Tai City S-class anomaly. One of the officers notes that Fang Yi is the most popular among the newest pioneers, with another adding that possessing a high-grade solar attribute, which is the opposite of the dark attribute, makes our boy truly heaven's chosen. An official pointing at a monitor showing footage of Fang Yi reveals that the data indicates he has more than just one high-grade attribute. The heavenly fire slash that went viral earlier was a high-grade fire attribute, and the high-grade thunder attribute is named the Tyrant in the military war zone. Everything is related to him. He reminds them of the viral Skyfire video, which showed a high-grade fire attribute, and the military's codename for him, the Tyrant, which came from his high-grade thunder attribute. There is something even more shocking about him, but before they could discuss it, they are interrupted by a woman, Gu Yuro. She asks to see the data they have on him. Alerted, these men quickly pull up Fang Yi's file on the monitor. While going through his data, she comes to a conclusion that there must be many pioneers who haven't witnessed Fang Yi's abilities firsthand and are unconvinced. Even Gu Yuru would like to witness our boy's prowess personally. In Kang City's library, Chu Qingli is working on her laptop when a guy tries to approach her. Annoyed, she tells him to leave. She finds them boring, completely oblivious to the world's changes. She reflects on her own recent transformation, recalling that after an exam, she unexpectedly gained spiritual energy and became a one-star ghost-craving realm pioneer. She knows that becoming a pioneer is an incredibly rare thing and that she is one of the chosen few. Believing this new power is why she was able to escape the recent disaster that struck Tai City. Proud, she smirks at the idea of ordinary people trying to fight against anomalies. Her thoughts then drift to despicable people, wondering what they could do in this situation. A flashback reminds her of Fang Yi telling Officer Jia Lan that he and Chu Qingli were just classmates. Based on his usual self, she believes that Fang Yi was probably drained of blood by those bats long ago because how could she misjudge, thinking that such a genius bore some resemblance to that useless man. On her laptop, she looks at an article about the entomber, thinking that he is 10,000 times more outstanding than her ex-boyfriend. Confident, she plans to date a pioneer, this powerful and handsome one. Meanwhile, Fang Yi's and Yi Yi's goal today is house hunting. Yi Yi is a little concerned, as she is not sure if it is okay to take a break from training today, but Fang Yi explains that they need to balance their training with rest. He mentions that the association's suggestion to improve their living standard was a good one. He realizes that it is coming from Su Qingying. She even stated that she would go house hunting with them. Yi Yi is thrilled due to the fact that she never expected Captain Su to have these kinds of resources and was casually offering to give them 2 high-end houses. As Fang Yi and Yi Yi are enjoying their day off house hunting, a strange, bad-smelling green vapor begins to float around them. Confused, Yi Yi questions her cousin whether he can smell the stench. Fang Yi agrees with her. It is like the stench of a severe backup. However, he just grasps that something is wrong. It dawns on him that something is wrong. Someone is following them. Both he and Yi Yi quickly turn around. A group of 3 menacing-looking men are behind them. Their leader, a large, muscular, bald man with a heavy metal pipe, mockingly identifies Fang Yi as the entomber and taunts them for only realizing it after walking right into the range of his potion. The leader calls our guy a product of hype and a pretty boy with no real strength, while one of his companions releases more of the strange gas. His teammates are also excited, wanting to teach Fang Yi a good lesson. The men charge forward, demanding that Fang Yi hand over all the benefits Tai City gave him as a tribute to them. Yi Yi leaps into action, firing a powerful blast of blue energy from her hands. Dodging the attack, the guy with his axe counterattacks. Yet Yi Yi blocks it by creating a barrier of her own. At the same time, the bald leader attacks the guy with his metal pipe. His cousin tells him to be careful, as these men are all in the spirit-forging realm. Before the metal pipe could hit Fang Yi, he effortlessly caught the weapon, stopping the attack. The leader is dumbfounded, not understanding what just happened. The bald leader stares in shock, unable to believe his powerful strike was caught so easily. Alternatively, Fang Yi's hand ignites in a brilliant burst of fire, and he demands to know what kind of a fool would try to rob him in broad daylight. His fist covered in flames, Fang Yi punches the baldy. The leader flies back, stunned by this move. The other men with the gas tank are also taken aback, since Fang Yi clearly fell for his by the all-powerful spirit energy-infused penetrating potion, and he should totally be numb by now. Still, Fang Yi is strong as ever, knocking out his enemy. Basically, the all-purpose penetrating potion is brewed by a pioneer with a wood attribute variant paralysis ability. It uses sweat, rich with spirit energy, collected during the pioneer's cultivation. It can pierce an opponent's spirit energy shield. While the paralyzing effect is brief and weak in a duel, details determine victory, but it has a terrible lasting smell. Angry about his defeat, the bald leader gets up, claiming that they let their guard down and that they are all at the spirit creation realm. They have nothing to be afraid about. Smirking, Fang Yi recognizes his attacker's powers as a variant earth and wood attribute. These kinds of dirty, unhanded tricks really suit their crooked style. He was aware a normal spiritual barrier might be weak to such tricks. They are useless against him. At the same time, the man with an axe leaps into the air to attack Yi Yi. Before he could attack her, our girl literally kicks his stomach and, with lightning speed, creates a distance to avoid any more attacks. Being done with these troublesome situations, Fang Yi removes his glasses, tells his cousin to step aside, and activates his powers. A bright golden energy erupts from him, shocking the attackers. The attackers realize that Fang Yi is an actual entomber, but it was too late as they are now engulfed in the flames coming out of our guy. The attackers scream in pain and agony, begging for forgiveness. Just as Fang Yi is about to use his fill power to kill them, Su Qingying approaches them, asking Fang Yi to leave one of them alive. Upon hearing it, Fang Yi stops the torture. Qingying explains that these guys were priority targets under surveillance by the Spirit Association. The association has started registering all pioneers, especially troublemakers like these. Towering over the 3 things, Fang Yi clarifies he dislikes being disturbed, and if they bother him again, things won't be so simple. As the guys are being put onto the stretchers by the paramedics, Su Qingying shows disappointment, considering that if this had happened 2 days ago, the spirit associations would have interfered in a fight between pioneers. She reminds these thugs that the entombed spared their lives for the association and warns them about the punishment waiting for them. As the ambulance drives away, Su Qingying mutters about the bunch of idiots who would dare to challenge the #1 pioneer. Curious, Yi Yi asks Su Qingying what punishment the men will face. She explains that because all three have criminal records, they will face life in prison even though they are in the spirit creation realm. They will lose their freedom and rights and will have to serve as pioneers in prison. Overhearing this, Fang Yi thoughtfully comments that this method is not a bad idea. Frustrated, Su Qingying looks at Fang Yi, knowing that this man is the Spirit Association's golden boy, the future of the Xia Nation. Even though they promote the Undertaker so much, they still get so many of these brainless weak idiots charging in, making her wonder if their publicity has been too quiet. She is aware it is the association's duty to recruit powerful pioneers like him and help them grow. She is firm that they cannot let these fools ruin the good relationship they have just built with Fang Yi. Changing the subject with a bright smile, Su Qingying announces to take both of them to pick out a new villa and a car. Later on, she gives them two property options selected by the associations, a top-floor penthouse in the city center and a very private 3-story villa in the mountains, perfect for training. Both of them are fully furnished with high-end decor. Yi Yi is impressed by both the houses, so our boy decides to take both of them. His decision leaves both Yi Yi and Su Qingying speechless. Afterwards, the three of them visit a luxury car dealership. They can pick any car, as the Spirit Association has a partnership with this dealership. From outside, a bunch of people are admiring our boy and Yi Yi. They assume that he is here to buy his girlfriend a car. Chu Qingli's roommate is also here. She remembers he is Qingli's ex-boyfriend, the one who has connections in the military, and was personally greeted by the principal. Her mind flashes back to her previous argument with him, where she bragged about the fact that Qingli was the campus's new belle. She is shocked that he is buying a car for a new girl. Taking her phone out, she starts recording both of them and sends it to her roommate, giving her all the gossip. In the lecture hall, looking at the text, Qingli pretends to not care. Still, she wonders where his ex-boyfriend is getting all the money from, thinking he must have been lucky to survive the disaster and is now being kept by someone wealthy. A disdainful look appears on her face as she believes that the gap between them is a lot to overcome. Walking through the lecture hall, she thinks that once she reaches the pinnacle of the pioneer world, such things will be beneath her. Simultaneously, Yi Yi is on cloud 9 after visiting the new villa. Inside the fancy living room, she looks around in awe. Carrying the bags, Fang Yi suggests she stop drooling, as they have got the penthouse downtown too. Excited, Yi Yi decides to go and check upstairs. Our boy is happy that his cousin is finally acting like a child, not a miniature adult. As he watches her go, his thoughts turn more serious. In his previous life, he never even met Yi Yi before he was born. He is sure that she must have also been a trusted pioneer. Yet this time, he has promised himself to not let this child be crushed by responsibilities and die again. His thoughts are interrupted by his phone ringing. Jia Lan is calling him. She congratulates him on the promotion since she heard the association gave him 2 properties. Lounging on a sofa, Fang states that he likes the habits of the association, hoping they continue these kinds of acts. Jialan advises him not to bother with the flattery, knowing that a powerful pioneer like him doesn't care for such things. However, she believes as far as improving one's living conditions, there really is no better reward. She adds to send the first batch of spirit fruits from the spiritual resurgence her way as soon as they are harvested. Jialan knows that the gulf between normal people and pioneers is power. This also represents a difference in their thinking. Still, the difference between a top-tier pioneer like Fang and an ordinary pioneer is even greater. Getting to the real reason for her call, she places a hand on a top-secret folder and tells Fang Yi she has an internal mission she hopes he will join. A smirk appears on our boy's face now that he understands why she called and asks her to explain it. Jialan asks if he knows the Tianbao Tower in Kang City. Fang Yi recalls that it is the largest shopping mall in the city. Jialan confirms but explains that it was sealed recently. The people of Kang City are complaining endlessly about it. Because of an anomalous invasion, a lot of people died there, and it has now become a true ghost building. The Tianbao Building, a landmark of Kang City, is the busiest multi-purpose building. It represents the face of the city. However, recently, because of frequent strange vibrations and events, the building has become a place of terror. The situation becomes so dangerous that the Kang City Spiritual Association has to completely seal it off. Finally, our boy Fang Yi arrives in Kang City to help with the mission. At the meeting point, he waves to a group waiting for him, announcing that he is here from the Star God War Zone. Jialan advised him not to reveal his identity or level for now. Quietly observing his temporary teammates, he notices the team is a mix of different people. He guesses that 2 of them are from the military, judging by their outfits, while the other 2 feel similar to Su Qingying, likely from the Spirit Association. His guess was right. Both of them introduced themselves as the members of the Kang City Spirit Association. Getting inside the armored car, the Spirit Association members break the silence, suggesting that since they don't know each other's strengths, they should agree to help each other once they enter the danger zone. In the back seat, it is even more awkward. Fang Yi sits casually next to the serious man and the short-haired woman who are crossing their arms and staying quiet. Fang Yi rests his chin on his hand, thinking the team is messy, and the quality of the association members in Kang City seems low. The serious gray-haired man glares at Fang Yi, leaning over, and whispers to his teammate, questioning if this young guy is really the powerful expert that Jia Lan mentioned. They are doubtful about our boy's skills, but they notice he is not wearing an official wristband, and his aura is restrained. His strengths can't be detected. The short-haired woman, Song Yue, looks at Fang Yi in shock. Her mind flashes to the rumors of a legendary figure surrounded by flames. She wonders if this student could actually be the entomber, but looking at his young age, she finds it hard to believe. Meanwhile, at the Star God Warzone office, Jia Lan gets a call. On the other side of the phone, someone is panicking. The Tianbao building has completely fallen. They have lost contact with everyone who went inside. The abnormal concentration above the building has reached 12,000, and the confirmed casualties are 53. Jialan tries to remain calm as she promises that the people she sent won't disappoint anyone. She ends the call firmly, saying that since the mission was handed over to them, no more questions should be asked. Back in Kang City, the Tianbao building is surrounded by a terrifying swirling mix of red and purple energy. When the team arrives at the location, they realize that the situation has gotten out of hand. They even notice the bloodstains on the window of the building. Song Yue informs everyone that this building has 40 floors and is the tallest in Kang City. Over 2,000 staff and visitors were previously evacuated, but before it was fully sealed, some people refused to cooperate, resulting in many still inside. Kang City sent a rescue team before, although none returned. Hence, the 50-plus casualty number is only an estimate. No one really knows what is happening inside. Concerned, Fang Yi asks if there is a way to contact the people inside. The team explains it is not possible. No news has come out since the anomaly started. The guy from the Spirit Association reveals he assisted outside on the second day of lockdown. That day, the whole building looked dead. Originally brand new, yet it looked abandoned for decades. He saw corpse fragments, gnawed by anomalies, falling out of the window. After that, the abnormal aura inside grew stronger each day. Hearing this, Fang Yi turns to the group with an angry look as he grasps that the association has zero contact with the inside. Thus, their casualty numbers are inferred from bodies or fragments that fell out. He is disappointed in the Kang City Spiritual Association for being too casual. The guy sweats nervously, stammering that they have no other choice. Fang Yi is lost in thoughts. Though the Spirit Association has been sloppy with information gathering, there really wasn't a better option. The real casualties are definitely higher. For ordinary people, anomalies are overwhelming. In an enclosed space, helpless sheep cannot escape the claws of a beast. Therefore, Fang Yi decides to not delay any further and enter the building right away. He explains that some anomalies evolve by eating humans, meaning a higher death count will lead to stronger monsters inside. However, he is stopped by the military guy. He wants to know the plan from Fang Yi. Our boy clarifies he has no plan, and they get inside and evaluate first. The military duo are not ready to trust him, as they all have experience with anomalies, and as the commander, Fang Yi should at least know his capabilities. Both of them even mention that Fang Yi is not even officially registered. Annoyed, Song Yue steps in, reminding everyone that they don't have time. She reminds them that Fang Yi took this mission because Officer Jia Lan recommended him, meaning questioning Fang Yi is like questioning a high-ranking officer. After a brief pause, Fang Yi announces that he is going inside alone. If they don't want to join, it is their wish, since internal conflict is the last thing they need before a mission. The team, including the hesitant members, quickly follows him. As soon as they enter the building, they observe how spooky and disastrous this place is. Despite the destruction the military girl notices, there is no sound. Suddenly, a dark shadow swoops down from the high ceiling. Before the military guy could react, a terrifying creature ambushed him. Reacting in time, our boy summons his blade and infuses it with his flame attribute. Without missing one beat, he strikes his weapon at the anomaly and knocks it out within seconds. Everyone finds it unreal that the monster is gone in split seconds. In that instant, Fang Yi picks up the anomaly's feather and realizes that this was a hybrid between a bird and a gecko. It dawns on everyone that this is an A+ level anomaly. The military guy is shocked, as he is aware that A+ level is equivalent to Creation Stage 2, but he just broke through to Stage 1. The whole team realizes that Fang Yi is actually the Burial Sealer, and that is the Heaven Fourblade, which he used to kill the anomaly. Even the association members are stunned. After all, in their impression, the Sealer or the Entomber is a reclusive master who never leaves his sword behind. Fang Yi explains that after advancing, he fused his Tang Blade with spiritual power, turning it into a spirit weapon he can summon and shape at will. He believes that there must be other people who can do this as well. Unfazed, he instructs his team to move ahead as they have no time to waste. Sometime later, they move to the staircase, but this area has been cleared too. There is blood everywhere, yet no bodies. Anomalies like human flesh still, they would not leave absolutely nothing behind. Once again, another anomaly appears out of nowhere. Fortunately, our boy wields his blade at times and wipes it out. Right away, he asks his team if they feel something off. Although these two anomalies are elite level, with only this number, rescue teams should not have been wiped out completely. Realization hits our boy. This place is probably not the real Tianbao building. While the team is taken aback, Fang Yi elaborates that along the way, there is blood everywhere. The stench and heaviness come entirely from dark attributes and anomalies. None of it is from actual corpses. At this point, they are like headless flies. Thus, our boy decides to test something to confirm his guess. Though Fang Yi is concerned about one thing only, whether he should reveal the boundless dark realm in front of them. Alternatively, Song Yue agrees with Fang Yi. This lifelessness is not from mass death. It is emptiness, nothingness, as if no loving beings were ever here. If Fang Yi is right, this place has been turned into a hollow shell by the anomaly. Extending his hand, our boy summons the boundless dark realm. He activates the information and finds out that the dark inner realm is a space created by dark attributes, essentially the nest of darkness, capable of absorbing the original space, similar to the deep dark zone and the boundless realm. To enter the true inner darkness, one must find its gate. Finally, Fang Yi understands that for them to enter the real Tianbao building, they need the gate, and the same goes for those trying to escape. They are influenced by the darkness, their minds and emotions distorted by hallucinations. This is why they mistook windows for the way out and ended up dead. Song Yue realizes that the poor victims were tricked by the dark attribute. The situation is worsened as Fang Yi is warned by the systems about the inner darkness being drawn to him. Before anyone could figure out Naohin's, everyone was being attacked by dark attributes, and their spiritual shield was also not working. While the others are struggling to think straight as if something is trying to crawl out of their minds, our boy is unaffected, and he creates a barrier to protect everyone. The team is still scared due to the fact that even before the darkness directly touched them, its influence almost overwhelmed them. At the same time, Fang Yi focuses on one point in empty air. With his blade infused with flames, he directly aims at the invisible target. The moment the blade strikes at a particular point, the force of that attack causes the space to break like glass. Everybody's jaws drop as they see the hallway break apart. The broken illusion reveals a giant scary gate. Terrified, everyone enters the actual Tianbao building. Fang Yi takes the lead, his sword covered with flames. He orders everyone to stay close. As they walk deeper into the building, our boy continues keeping up the golden barrier to protect his team from the attack of the dark attributes. The scary part is that they can already smell the scent of the corpses and blood. Moving forward, the whole hole is ambushed by a horde of A+ dark anomalies. The military guy and the association members are shocked to witness it once again. However, Fang Yi is unfazed. Reacting instantly, our boy releases inner flames and uses his sword, piercing straight through the descending creatures' bodies. He mercilessly attacks them as the monsters roar in pain and agony. To torment them even more, he unleashes his full-release inner flame, setting off a massive explosion of holy fire that burns the enemies around him. Those dark anomalies melted immediately. Song Yue is startled as their commander needed no help. She even senses another kind of flame mixed in his fire, like erupting magma. Walking through the destruction, Fang Yi reaches the floor where the bodies of the previous victims lay. Using his fire, he cremated the bodies of the innocent victims, giving them a proper burial. He knows that this is an injustice to the innocent dead people, as they have to depart alongside these beasts, but they have no choice. The association members watch the flames in awe. They finally come to the conclusion that Fang Yi's reputation is truly deserved. In that instant, our boy instructs his team to search for survivors and rescue them, leaving the remaining anomalies to him. The real Tianbao building, the inner darkness, has been completely taken over by anomalies. On the 10th floor, he battles a swarm of creatures and analyzes that after extensive killings and devouring, the levels of the anomalies have risen. Most are now at least creation stage 1. Other than the changed environment, their strength and abilities have not changed. Then, Fang Yi leads the team up the escalator to the 15th floor. The floor is freezing. The dark attribute is penetrating the team's spiritual shield. Just then, the military guy notices something alive crawling on the corpse. He tells everyone to be careful and not inhale the limit, as this stuff is corrosive. A drop of liquid falls into a puddle, and a massive shadow rises behind Fang Yi and the association member. The monster reveals itself, making Fang Yi smirk as he was bored. Thrilled, our guy raises his sword, creating a shield that dodges the incoming dark energy shards. The monster comes down to attack directly, but Fang Yi is prepared. Realizing the creature is trying to stall for time to evolve, he throws his flaming sword with great force, causing a huge explosion. Defeating the monster, our boy is disappointed, as he overestimated it and thought it was at least creation stage 3. Amid the chaos, they hear a noise from a wall behind them. It turns out that there are 5 survivors hiding behind it. The team finds them, though it is kind of weird that there is a hidden room here. It looks like a storage vault for a major brand. The poor survivors looked like they were paralyzed with fear. With a warm smile, the team approaches the scared survivors, assuring them everything is all right now. They are from the Kang Spirit Association, and they are here to rescue the survivors. The association members tell the survivors that the monsters outside have been killed and that they should come out quickly. The young male survivor stares at the team in disbelief, stammering as he tries to understand. He shouts in shock, asking if it's true that they killed all those terrifying monsters with just a single slash. Meanwhile, outside the Tianbao building, the Kang City support and monitoring team is stunned, as they might actually have hope. On every floor, they see the firelight of the burial sealer. They can't reach the team, but they are finally detecting faint spiritual waves. Suddenly, an analyst shouts that the latest reading is from the 14th floor. This is unbelievable because in 9 minutes and 56 seconds, the burial sealer reached the top floor. This news will shock the entire pioneer community of Kang City. However, the celebration is cut short as it's not over since they have detected an S-class anomaly pollution spike at the top. Back on the top floor, Fang Yi stands among the rubble, facing the king of the anomalies. Looming over Fang Yi is a giant king of anomalies. Although this king of anomalies was a skeletal bird, those insects that appeared to be parasites on its body are actually also part of its body. Not being scared, our boy leaps into the air with his flame sword and strikes it with all his power. However, the bone bird blocks the attacks with its thick cage-like bones. Fang Yi is surprised for a moment as his attack is stopped. Below, his team members are taken aback since the sealer can also not handle this creature. They think to help their commander, but it is obvious that even after their help, nothing would really happen. Fang Yi makes a sound of annoyance. Realizing he has spent enough time testing the creature, he decides it is time to end the fight and stops holding back. Without beating around the bush, he unleashes the ultimate divine thunder move, which covers his sword with scary lightning. Now, with his advanced weapons, he swings again. Finally, our boy strikes at the monster, and it screams in pain. Fang Yi relentlessly continues the torture, not stopping at all. He mocks his opponent to at least fight back, or else he doesn't deserve to be the king of anomalies. Staring coldly at the creature, Fang Yi announces that even though this monster turned the Tianbao building into his own granary, it is much weaker than that bat calamity he fought before. Moving with immense speed, Fang Yi delivers quick slashes before landing on the ground. He is thrilled as this creature is tasting the agony of waiting helplessly for death. The team members are surprised, and they take back what they said. Because our boy is not only fighting the king of anomalies, but this is a complete one-sided slaughter. He is literally toying with the creature, torturing it, not killing it instantly. Every strike he makes seems perfectly calculated. From left to right, outside to inside, perfectly symmetrical with zero deviation. From start to finish, he never struck the bird's skull. The team grasps that the bookbird can't even struggle, let alone threaten their commander. The monster can't fight back because the power gap between them is too large. He has become even stronger than this anomaly king. The creature roars desperately, trying to recover. Yet, our boy is not here to joke. Gathering a large amount of spiritual energy, Fang Yi leaps into the air once again and unleashes the power directly into the building, sending a massive lightning bolt up into the sky. The energy swirls into a vortex, and slowly the King of Anomalies' energy is fading as the sky is turning the dark red sky into a bright and clear one once again. Outside the building, the association's monitors watch in disbelief as the Anomaly King's energy disappears. They are finding it unbelievable, not understanding what kind of forerunner Fang Yi is. They understand he is on a completely different level from their Kang City, and wonder if this is the true gap between them and the top prodigies. They heard the S-class anomaly invasion in Tai City was classified as Hell of the Sacrificial King. The Calamity hatchling was sealed, and all remaining details are locked in Tai City's top-secret files. Yet this class solution case is probably impossible for anyone to replicate. Inside the building, as the smoke settles, Fang Yi assures his team that the pandemic is over for the people in here, and they all can contact the outside world to report the current situation. Immediately, Song Yue activates her communicator, reporting that the incident has been successfully resolved. She gives all the credits to the sealer for completing the mission successfully. She is hoping that Kang City's Spirit Association can cooperate and express gratitude to Tai City and the sealer. As she speaks, Fang Yi walks away toward the exit. Suddenly, panic washes over her face when she gets to know that Kang City's captain, the one chosen just today, is here since he heard the sealer from Tai City came. The association tried to warn him not to cause trouble, but powerful forerunners like him never listened. Song Yue is livid. She doesn't understand what is wrong with these people considering that this mission was assigned to a military region, and the Stark God Warzone personally invited Tai City's captain. They must take responsibility for him. Yue decides to escort Fang Yi quickly because Kang City's Spirit Association and their captain have unclear intentions, which is a challenge to the military's authority. She is not ready to let that man meet our guy, as whoever dares to provoke him will bear consequences. Fang Yi walks out of the Tianbao building, though he pauses as he senses someone. With lightning speed, the captain of Kang City, Yue Fangjiang, approaches him and aggressively asks if Fang Yi is the sealer from Tai City. Without any warning, Fangjiang transforms his energy weapon into a claw and attacks. Our boy also doesn't hold back, and both of their energies clash. Instantly, the captain of Kang City creates a distance between them, thinking Fang Yi is just a brat. He decides to use him to establish the prestige of the Yue family. Changing his expressions, he laughs and thanks our guy for resolving the Tianbao building crisis. Still, he accuses him of overstepping his boundaries. Fang Wei explains that when he arrived, Kang City didn't have a captain, and he came at the military's request to handle the anomaly. He asks what this new captain wants. Smirking, Fang Jiang suggests Fang Yi shouldn't get nervous, acknowledging that young people are always impatient. He explains that his Yue family is honorable, and he bears no malice towards our guy, and respects talents like him, though he simply wants to borrow Fang Yi's blade. Surrounded by a scary aura, he threatens that if Fang Yi refuses, he will never leave Kang City. Scoffing, Fang Yi unleashes the flames out of his sword, summoning his full power, and clarifies that he would literally borrow his whole damn family, leaving Fang Jiang speechless. Both the captains start fighting. Fang Yi sends flame shockwaves towards his opponent, causing the ground to crack. However, the opponent dodges the attack, finding the fight very interesting. At the same time, the Kang City's association members tried to notify the military district, but as soon as they started fighting, the nearby signals got disrupted again. Simultaneously, Song Yue instructs her subordination to get the survivors back to safety. Upon approaching Fang Yi, the association members are taken aback as he tells them that they have only 10 minutes if they don't want to lose a captain. They realize that it is a threat, yet don't say anything because they know it will frustrate Fang Yi more. The female military team member is annoyed as well, as this Fang Jiang was just elected and is already causing trouble. They need to call in reinforcements. Conversely, the military guy is pissed at Fang Yi. He wants to teach the sealer a lesson. Their Kang City is the third strongest in the nation, so he should not threaten them like that. The battle gets more serious. Shockwaves ripple across the city, and Fang Yi isn't caring if it is destroying the whole area. Fang Jiang slowly realizes something terrifying. Fang Yi is not relying on the sword alone. The pure yang and explosive energy actually made his body feel the fear. Proudly, our boy announces that his opponent wouldn't last 10 minutes if he uses 100% of his power. Still blinded by greed, Fang Jiang convinces himself the power lies only in the weapon. He believes that the blade is a new weapon secretly developed by the Spirit Association. He further elaborates it contains terrifying elemental power. Once forged, a single strike can split mountains and seas. He thinks the association actually finished it and gave the only one to our guy. This means his trip wasn't wasted, and the spirit weapon must become his. Enraged, Fang Jiang roars, finding it hard to believe that this mere 2-star spirit-forging kid had better hand over the blade. He challenges our guy to his full power. He is so angry that his muscles swell, tearing his shirt into pieces. On the other hand, inside the Tai City Spirit Association, they are shocked to know about the clash between the captains of the cities. Su Jingying is also confused, as their captain was invited by the Star God Warzone to help resolve an anomaly. So what is Kang City trying to do? This matter is serious. Not only does it involve 2 perfect-level associations, but even the Star God Warzone might step in. Just then they get to know that Kang City is completely dismissing Tai City, claiming that as the 3rd largest city, their captain is the pride of their city. He may not lose. The association superior is livid. He finds these people stupid for thinking that an S-class anomaly is that easy to seal. Curious, Qingying asks what realm Fang Jiang is in. Maybe Kang City's people are not stupid but overly confident. The reporter informs them that the opponent just broke through the threshold of the 3-star spirit forging realm. He comes from a major Kang City family and receives all cultivation resources. The association superior doesn't care. He knows that the sealer possesses multiple high-level extreme attributes. His true strength surpasses his superficial realm. Kang City's spirit association never experiences the king sacrifice hell. They don't understand the meaning of the sealer. He is sure this Kang City captain won't lose. He might even die. Back at the battle, Fang Yi punches his enemy directly in the face. The battle continues in the sky above the city. Fang Jiang is baffled, as the flame blade technique is not cutting through no matter how much he tries. As they fought, the enemy's spiritual power disappeared instantly. He is stunned that there is actually a technique in this world that can negate an opponent's blade art. Leaning closer to Fang Jiang, Fang Yi whispers that they have arrived at the location. Confused, the opponent looks around and realizes that they have reached the Spirit Association building. He didn't realize the fight had carried them all the way here. Looming over him with his scary presence, Fang Yi tells the captain that out of respect for Tai City and the military, he wanted to give him one last chance. Still, since someone insists on hiding like a turtle, he will have to make himself clear. Kicking Fang Jiang devastatingly, Fang Yi sends strong flame attacks on the building. The resulting explosion is massive. The citizens are shocked, realizing someone is using spells. They saw it in the news of the neighboring city. Everyone is stunned by the revelation that spiritual resurgence is real. Fang Yi informs his opponent that he has 5 minutes left, reminding him that he asked our guy to use his full power. Yet he looks in this sorry state from just 30%. Having said that, Fang Jiang is taken aback after knowing that Fang Yi hasn't used his full power until now, and this was not even half of it. Moving downwards towards Fang Jiang, Fang Yi unleashes massive flame attacks in his direction. while he watches the incoming attacks with terror. At the Shen City Spirit Association headquarters observation and communication room, an operator reports a massive energy surge within the country. In Kang City, the energy level is continuously rising. The superiors are terrified, knowing this is not a dark attribute. Dark energy doesn't have this frequency. They are eager to know what is going on. Right away, a subordinate rushes in and announces that the captain of Tai City is fighting Kang City. They all are flabbergasted by hearing this news. This is alarming, and they believe Kang City is foolish to encourage something like this, as they are inviting death to themselves. Panicked, they think of sending someone immediately. This is a major incident for the entire association. In that instant, Guyuru enters the headquarters, volunteering to go and handle the situation. A young girl looking out of the window shouts to her mother, excitedly assuming there is a shooting star. However, it was just two captains fighting. Her mother grabs her quickly while the father is packing all the things, ready to leave. They have realized that Kang City can't be stayed in anymore, and they should head to Shen City immediately. Back in the sky, a minute earlier, Fang Zhang screams in pain as he is covered in flames. After a moment, he threatens Fang Yi to stop, or else the Kang City and his family won't spare him at all. Ignoring the threats, our boy hovers in the sky. Inside the HQ of the Kang City's Spirit Association, a group of officials watch the battle. They are frustrated by the fact that the Entomber actually attacked the Kang City Spirit Association. They announce, warning the Tai City captain to stop his extreme actions near the association. They clarify that if Fang Yi further attacks their captain, then he is setting his own target. The officials declared to never tolerate such actions. Therefore, Fang Yi should be prepared for the consequences. Fang Yi asks if this is really the behavior of Kang City's association. They didn't take the team leader who came to help from Tai City seriously, because they were all team leaders. Creating a huge swirl of fire around him, our guy mockingly assumes that perhaps Captain Kang City is simply too powerful, so they don't even bother to intervene. Without hesitating, he strikes the flames slash across the building, scaring off the officials. Then, looking back at Fang Jiang with disgust, he calls him a weakling, finding it funny that his opponent really wanted to take the blade from his hand. In the sky, our guy challenges his enemy to see if he can handle the blade and throws it in Fang Jiang's direction with devastating power. Instead of dodging, Fang Jiang smiles with greed and rushes forward to catch the weapon, mocking the Kang City Spirit Association, calling them useless since such a powerful spirit weapon was developed by Tai City first. He believes he deserves a treasure like this. Watching him all greedy, Fang Yi is so confused. They will never understand the mentality of this kind. They want to obtain what does not belong to them through plunder and killing. As a result, these are no different from aberrations. If such people increase in number, they will become a major factor in humanity's downfall. Moreover, the Kang City Spirit Association tolerates such people running rampant and doesn't do a thing about it. Hence, this must be dealt with. The moment Fang Jiang touches the weapon, a massive explosion erupts, engulfing the area in fire. Amid the flames, Fang Yi reveals that his Tang sword is not a spirit weapon made by the association. It is a weapon he exclusively created for himself, one that recognizes only a single master. The people of the association run for their lives, asking for help so that they can evacuate the building. The head of the Kang City Spirit Association, Wang Zhong, is trembling with terror. He knew that Fang Jiang is the only 3-star spirit creation cultivator in Kang City. With his exceptional talent, he was able to reach the Vajra realm in another month, yet he was completely no match for the Entomber. The Entomber has long surpassed the captain-level category, and he possesses city-destroying abilities. When our guy lands on the ground, Wang Zhong collapses while the association members beg for his forgiveness, admitting that everything is their fault. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter approaching breaks the tension. Inside, the pilot reports to his boss that there is an extremely pure Yang attribute presence ahead. The flames near the Spirit Association are weakening and dying out. Guyuru at the door of the helicopter is gathering strong energy waves, wondering if the fire is really dying down. Fearing they have arrived too late, Guyuru unleashes her power, sending streams of blue energy raining down from the sky to put out the remaining fires. She can feel it. Fang Yi's strength is absurdly overwhelming. She wonders if his powers can actually destroy the whole city. While the water is raining down out of the helicopter, Guyuru realizes that it is at the level of a national pioneer. Even so, he had already shown mercy. On the ground, Wang Zhong looks up with joy, being happy that people from the headquarters have arrived to save them. Silently staring at the helicopter, our guy observes that it is a water attribute pioneer. This pure power is far stronger than Fang Jiang. Among the pioneers he has encountered, this one ranks near the top. Analyzing him, Guyuru is impressed. Such domineering and even tyrannical high-level fire attribute spiritual energy, including Yang and heavenly fire attributes, is worthy of a pioneer capable of city-level destruction. If he had not withdrawn the flame himself, her rainfall might not have been able to put out the remaining embers. Her eyes widen when her gaze darts at the Tang Blade-style spirit weapon. Based on her understanding of the Tai City Spirit Association, The purity and integration of this energy are remarkable. Their spirit weapon development is far from reaching this level. She guessed that there was only one possibility. The spirit weapon was personally forged by him. Feeling brave, Wang Zheng points an accusing finger at Fang Wei, demanding to know if the sealer really needs to be so arrogant and asking how he plans to explain his actions. Fang Yi reminds the official that he gave them 10 minutes to solve the situation, but they failed to give him any explanation. Releasing a massive surge of energy flames, Fang Yi concludes that their silence means they agreed that their own captain deserved to die. He also clarifies never to talk to him like that again. Deep down, Gu Yuru knows that HQ must consider public opinion. Alternatively, Wang Zheng is happy, assuming Tai City's captain is in trouble now. He is aware that even if our boy is a strong sealer, he won't be getting away with all these actions. He believes that if this were not punished, captains everywhere would be in danger. Landing on the ground, Gu Yuru introduces herself as the Sea Mystic of the Spirit Association headquarters. She admits that this incident was a failure of duty on the part of her association, and apologizes for everything. She promises that the headquarters will give him a proper explanation for what happened. While Fang Yi's expressions soften, Wang Zheng is frozen with shock as he realizes headquarters has sided with Fang Yi over him. Wang Zheng watches as Gu Yuru bows to Fang Yi, realizing this is headquarters' respectful way of dealing with the sealer. He and his subordinates were shocked. They expected that Fang Yi would face a little backlash. After all, the Kang City captain was burned alive. But the headquarters representatives didn't assign any blame and even said they would give him an explanation. Walking towards him, Gu Yuru thinks that the captain of Kang City intended to harm the entomber and threaten life. Arrogant and ungrateful toward the help from the Tai City captain, uncertain why the association did not think to stop internal conflict and minimize losses. Reaching in front of Wang Zheng, Gu Yuru asks who is in charge of the Kang City Spirit Association, and Wang Zheng nervously raises his hand. Immediately, the Sea Mystic tells him that he has 3 days to appease the public and come up with proper PR reasons to suppress public opinion. After 3 days, all of his will be removed from his positions, and headquarters will take over. She reminds him to not fail to act in 3 days, or else he will face the backlash. Surprised, our boy admits he didn't expect the Spirit Association headquarters to fire the entire staff of Kang City just to please him. Approaching Fang Yi, Gu Yuru explains that this time the headquarters must make its stance clear and publicize it widely. She declares that anyone who challenges the sealer again will end up like the Kang City Spirit Association and Fang Jiang, promising that it will never happen again. She asks if Fang Yi is okay with how they handle everything. Fang Yi tells her that anyone challenging him is challenging the headquarters. He doesn't care about the officials, but is more interested in how she plans to control public opinion about the supernatural events they all just witnessed. Gu Yuru understands his question. She addresses the doubt about whether the news of the spiritual energy revival can still be kept secret in major cities. Right now, supernatural incidents are occurring frequently, and disasters caused by anomalies keep emerging. In fact, many people have already guessed the truth, yet it is not being revealed considering that the timing is not right. If it were revealed now, the world situation would change immediately. Chaos would begin internally, quickly shattering the fragile facade. She is aware that if Fang Yi hadn't been there to save Tai City, the results would have been terrible for the whole world. Fang Yi thinks about the results of his recent battles. He realizes the era of spiritual resurgence in Xia might have officially started when the Anomaly King was destroyed. He considers that without the sacrifice of powerful people like Elder Wu, this new era would have come even faster, and humanity would have been unprepared. He finally understands the government's plan. Chaos among a small group of pioneers is better than total chaos for everyone. If they want to maintain the illusion of equality and peaceful living, they need pioneers who can stand above billions after the resurgence to face the crisis head-on. He understands now why so many pioneers are eager to stir up greater chaos. Xi's hardline suppression of public opinion restrains both pioneer conflicts and anomaly spread. It also allows ordinary people a smoother transition. However, without strong pioneers cooperating, this is impossible. With a smirk, he realizes the situation can no longer be delayed. As Fang Yi gets ready to leave, he admits to himself that his current spirit creation level helped him solve the catastrophe. Gu Yuru interrupts his thoughts, informing him a private plane is ready to take him back to Tai City, but she asks for a moment for a personal request. While looking at him, the woman is impressed. Our boy is so young, still possessing not only the power to raise a city, but also the character to bear great responsibility. Fang Yi assures her that she can ask him anything. Extending her hand, Gu Yuru clarifies that she is not asking this as a sea mystic, but as herself. She wants to be his friend. At the Star God War Zone, Jia Lan gets informed by her subordinate about whatever happened in the Kang City. Enraged, she jumps out of her city, cursing the Kang City Spirit Association. If this continues, Kang City's strategic importance will keep declining. The Sport Association headquarters should take over as soon as possible. Otherwise, that city will face downfall in the cruel future of spiritual resurgence and fall out of the leading ranks. The subordinate tells Jia that the spirit headquarters should be reliable, especially sea mystic Guyuru, who might even approach her. Hence, they should show some goodwill too. Naturally, the compensation for the entomber cannot be lacking, at least not inferior to headquarters. Furthermore, he will receive double the original reward for assisting Kang City this time. The subordinate believes that Fang Yi is way too talented and pulls out a top-secret restricted zone file, handing it to Jia, believing this would be a perfect gift for the entomber. A grin appears on her face. If she didn't know her subordinate, she would think he was making things difficult for the entomber. Though that is not the case. Jia subordinate wants Fang Yi to train here. Besides, their war zone also has a genius seclusion there. In the future, things more terrifying than sacrificial king's hell will keep emerging. All of that would ruin humanity's beliefs, so only by helping the entomber advance quickly can they make things better. Jialan agrees with her subordinate. Yet their training zones might even be too easy for Fang Yi. In that instant, an assistant rushes into the office, announcing that Elder Wu has finally woken up and he wants to talk to Jia. A few hours later, in Tai City, our boy is finally in his apartment, and he has received 10 lakh yuan in his bank account. Yi welcomes him, explaining that she saw everything on the forum about the neighboring city. She was happy even though the Pioneer Forum said our boy obliterated the Kang City captain. Flicking her forehead, Fang Yi reminds her cousin to focus on cultivating rather than browsing forums. With that, he leaves for his room to cultivate and break through. Yi is stunned, as this man just broke through not long ago, and now he is already going for Spirit Creation Realm 3 stars. Even though he is not saying much, Yi thinks his cousin has something on his mind. Later on, in his room, Fang Yi is surrounded by dark energy. This is the most dark attribute of the Bone Bird. He is fusing it into the infinite dark realm to maximize its energy usage. After a while, he embedded the dark attribute into the infinite dark realm. Moments later, dark attributes fused, and the infinite dark realm upgraded. Enemies dragged inside will be fought by the Bone Bird and other anomalies, doubling enemy debilitation. Inside his mind, through cultivation, he sees the monsters he has absorbed. They are so powerful, but he can command these anomalies to be used by him. With this new information, Fang Yi unleashes his full power and reaches the breakthrough requirement to the Spirit Creation Realm Level 3. The immense energy, the product of Fang Yi's cultivation, manifests in the physical world as giants and as the golden figure of a fire god in the sky. A photographer excitedly points it out to the other people, recognizing it as the immortal who saved them from bat monsters, believing that their savior has come down again. Inside the villa, the energy gets too much to handle, and a blinding explosion of golden light shoots out from the bed of Fang Yi. In the spiritual world of Fang Yi, from the void emerge the spirits of the powerful monsters that he has defeated and absorbed, such as the Bone Bird and the huge serpent. Fang Yi looks at the monsters he created with a confident look. He believes that the monsters he has created are like the servants of a king, and the presence of the monsters makes his limitless dark world stronger. He sits on a throne made of dark energy, looking down at the terrifying army of monster spirits as they bow to accept him as their ruler. A window in the system shows his progress, announcing that the limitless dark world has been updated and that he has acquired a new ability. It defines this new ability, which is referred to as anomaly warfare. It describes how this ability works, stating that after Fang Yi has dragged enemies into his dark world, he is able to summon these monsters to fight them. However, the stronger the enemy is, the more spiritual energy it will consume to maintain the summon. Fang Yi is seen carrying a ball of dark energy, which carries the essence of the Bone Bird. He smirks and welcomes the newcomer to his limitless dark world. He praises the spirit of the bird, saying that it is extremely pure and will be a great boost to his power. He tells the spirits to work hard for him and promises to treat them well. As he looks at his new army, he understands he needs to increase his spiritual energy in order to use this new ability to its fullest potential. In the real world, the energy buildup is at its peak. A giant beam of gold shoots up from the city, piercing the clouds and lighting up the sky as a signal of his success for all people to see. Fang Yi is floating in his room, surrounded by a golden aura. The system announces he has successfully broken through into the 3-star Spirit Creation Realm. The uncomfortable feeling he used to get when using the dark attribute is completely gone. Fang Yi steps off his bed, his feet still glowing with leftover golden energy. Standing in his room, he summons flames into his hand with a confident look. He decides he will need to explore the rest of his new powers through real fights. Later at the headquarters of the Star God War Zone, Elder Wu, fully recovered, is now with Jialan. They discuss Fang Yi's incredible progress, saying he has advanced in rank again very quickly. Elder Wu asks her how many days it has been since Fang Yi obtained the flower to save his life. Jilan thinks about how in just over 10 days, our boy has accomplished what would be a lifetime achievement for any other pioneer. The elder admits that Fang Yi did not only save him but also the whole future of the pioneers of the Xia Nation's history. Fang Yi's ability to control the dark attribute is something no one can achieve. He is proud, recalling the achievements of Fang Yi, such as clearing the anomaly kings of 2 cities, resolving the disasters, and leveling up twice in a few days. He cannot wait to meet this prodigy. Meanwhile, at the Tai City Spirit Association, Su Qingying and the staff receive the alert of the huge wave of energy emanating from Fang Yi's new home. Su realizes with shock that he has upgraded again. The wave of energy emanating from the sealer Fang Yi is even bigger than the wave emanating from the Anomaly King. The association staff quickly goes to work to ensure Fang Yi's upgrade is not disrupted. Looking at her phone, Qingying thinks that ever since Tai City experienced the calamity, Fang Yi has been recognized by people. She browses the discussions on the internet, in which she gives advice to people on the strength of the seller as an anonymous person. She teases the pioneers in Kang City, who look down on the man, and adds that the captain was completely embarrassed. She feels good about helping to build the man's reputation to avoid trouble in the future. On the other hand, in an office in Kang City, Chu Qingli sits in front of a computer, looking frustrated. She complains that cultivating is extremely difficult, and that she has been stuck in trying to cultivate to level 2 in the Ghost Axe realm. She tries to get information about the sealer on the Pioneer network, but her messages are ignored, which makes her call the pioneers mediocre. She bitterly states that she does not really know the sealer well enough. She wishes that she could see the man in person. Still, she worried, not being sure if after the spiritual energy revival, her qualifications and leverage are really that insignificant. According to information, Kang City has completely offended the Entomber. It is no longer safe to stay here. She decides to return to Tai City immediately. Whether it is all her current leverage or the future after the spiritual revival, she vows to seize all of it firmly. The next day, at their villa, Yi asks her cousin if he has finished his advancement, and if he can feel any changes. Fang Yi finds it okay. Other than his energy flowing better and his efficiency doubling, there are no major changes. He suspects deeper changes will only manifest after he advances to the Vajra realm. Fang Yi looks at his cousin's phone as she shows him a message she received. She explains that Sister Jia wants to know if she wants to go to the Tianhai Forest, because New World anomalies seem to have appeared there. Fang Yi states that he received an invitation too. He thinks that the Star God Warzone wants to compensate them for the trouble in Kang City. Hence, they decide to go together. Later on, they finally reach their destination, which is the Tianhai Forest. It is a bordering forest under the jurisdiction of the Star God Warzone. Originally ordinary, it began growing wildly within 5 years and evolved into an entirely new species. Its spiritual energy density exceeds 60% with extremely high mutation rates among flora and fauna. It is both an excellent cultivation sanctuary for pioneers and a cradle for unknown terrifying mutations. Nevertheless, it remains under the control of the Star God Warzone. Inside the forest, Fang Yi and Yi run into Song Yue. She is guarding the restricted area. Jia entrusted her to guide them and to brief them on some situations. She explains that just before they arrived, Tianhai Forest experienced another troublesome change. Spontaneous combustion occurred in the forest, producing mutated flames different from dark ones. However, its aura is extremely gloomy, and it cannot be exhausted or extinguished. Fang Yi speculates that it might be a new mutated unknown fire attribute. Song Yue reveals that it is true, and asks if she can accompany them now. Fang Yi questions Yi, wanting to know her opinion, implying that they do not need a guide. Thus, Song Yue decides to wait for them, cautioning them to be very careful. As she observes them, she realizes that she had been so focused on the sealer that she had not noticed the girl. At that moment, it dawned on Song Yue that the spiritual energy emitted by Yi was extremely powerful, possibly even stronger than hers. As both of them leave, she stands there wondering what both of these siblings ate while growing up, which made them this strong. The duo steps onto the burning ground as they enter the affected area. Everything is set on fire, and this is a very alarming situation. Fang Yi wonders if this is the place. He holds out his hand to sense the energy. Our boy is taken aback, as the aura is deadly, and this cold energy is no weaker than the dark tide. They recall the warning that this fire cannot be extinguished and only spreads. Fang Yi starts using his golden sun breathing technique. As soon as golden energy becomes our guy's shadow, dark tendrils from the environment lunge toward software to attack them. As Fang Yi protects himself, he understands that the flames are stronger compared to ordinary fire attributes and possess a desire to chase and devour spiritual energy. However, no matter how special it is useless in front of Supreme Yang. Protecting his cousin with the golden barrier, Fang Yi explains that his intuition tells him there is a source of the black fire ahead, and since her spiritual power is wood, she is naturally weak to fire. Summoning his sword, he splits the dark, burning trees in half. At this point, the death aura is even heavier now. Walking forward, they witness something dripping from the rocks above them. It is magma. Finally, they arrived at the location, standing over a pit of flowing lava. A window appears before Fang Yi, informing him that the system has detected a major environmental anomaly, and preliminary analysis indicates dusk fire attribute fluctuations. The moment Fang Yi touches the flowing magma, the system informs him about obtaining the Twilight Fire attribute technique, Twilight God Domain. It can devour surrounding attribute energies and strengthen the yang attribute based on what is absorbed. Leaping into the air because of the sudden surge of energy, Fang Yi wonders if it is a fire attribute similar to the desolation type. It is extremely targeted, specifically feeding back to enhance the yang attribute. In that instant, a scary creature's face appears in front of our boy, and the system reveals that he has acquired a new ability, Death Brand. This ability has special attributes he needs to implement with caution. Fang Yi is very confused. He doesn't understand what is going on. Though, with the power of the infinite deaths, upon being killed, a death brand will be engraved into the killer's body. Conversely, the target loses the pain and fear of death, entering endless cycles of death. Death Brand additional effects include netherworld flames, which surge from all directions, endlessly burning the branded target, and Death Collapse, where the body suffers death's invasion and curse, collapsing endlessly. Lastly, Hellish Vision. The gates of hell open for the branded, with evil spirits lining up to escort them to burial. Although it is a powerful skill, Fang Yi believes it may not suit him right now. The cost is enormous. The side effect called death is not what he wants. Thus, he retains the ability, but doesn't learn or implant it for the time being. From a safe distance, Yi watches in shock that her cousin actually subdued that hellish flame, realizing he gained another attribute ability. Walking towards Yi with a smirk, Fang Yi suggests she doesn't lose focus, as there is a lot more ahead. In that instant, a massive mutated lizard charges in their direction. At best, this creator could only become a large four-legged creature. Our boy decides to use the Twilight Fire domain against this lizard to test out his new achievement's abilities. The large mutated lizard opens its mouth and sends out a crazy beam of lava towards Fang Yi. Reacting in time, Fang Yi leaps into the air, dodging the attack. With a strong swing of his sword, his golden slash meets the dark energy of the lizard. The clash of two strong powers is so powerful that the ground begins to crack and a large explosion occurs in the forest. On the safe side of the forest, Song Yue and the subordinate are stunned. They immediately understand that something has happened inside, requesting support quickly. Meanwhile, at a monitoring station, a warning about a new mutated life form detected within Tianhai Forest alerts everyone. The spiritual energy concentration increased by 1,000%. Danger level S and anomaly level are currently accessible. Jia Lan knows that this situation is bad, and how could it be such a coincidence? The spiritual energy in Tianhai Forest had been stable for a long time, yet just as the entomber entered to cultivate, this happened. Elder Wu trusts Fang Yi's abilities. Still, he decides to go and take a look. With lightning speed, both of them reach the forest. Song Yue and the subordinate also notice this. Excited by Elder Wu's arrival, they rush to go inside. Elder Wu lands like a meteor, crashing into the ground with so much force that it shatters the earth. The dust settles to reveal Elder Wu standing tall, surrounded by a yellow aura, ready to face the S-level threat. Observing the Elder's speed, Song Yue wonders if this is the might of a Vajra realm expert. If Fang Yi is someone whose power alone triggers phenomena, then Elder Wu is someone who, without using spiritual power, can shake all predecessors with a single motion, profound and restrained. In just a few seconds, he found the location and arrived. This teleportation ability is perfect. Extending his armored hand to the solid wall of rock that is blocking their way, Elder unleashes a power, and the wall of rocks disintegrates. The way is open, and Elder orders his team to go in, including Song Yue, Jia Lan, and the others. Deep inside the pit, Yi protects herself from the violent energy and calls out to her cousin to check if he is okay. The dust settles, and they find the huge corpse of the mutated lizard hiding behind their boy. The boy reassures his cousin he is fine. He feels someone is coming to save them. Just at that moment, Elder Wu appears before him with the others, admitting that Fang Yi is his savior. The Elder looks at the defeated creature and asks our guy if he actually reached this level on his own. This mutated lizard was about to complete its evolution. Once it transformed into a dragon, it would surpass the spirit creation realm, reaching a level equivalent to the Vajra realm. Judging by its wound and sharp and clean spiritual power, Fang Yi killed it with a single strike. He then detects the Twilight Fire aura on Fang Yi's body, noting that it is similar to the half-dragon's power, but is purer. He is unsure if the warning signal they received is actually detecting Fang Yi's power, not the monsters. Jialan steps forward in disbelief. She finds it unreal that Fang Yi handled the creature alone. Deep down, she knows that once this half-dragon broke through, it would piss off Vajra's realm power. Previously, the war zone had never detected its existence. If not for the entomber, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fang Yi greets Elder Wu, expressing his happiness that the senior hero has recovered. Elder Wu laughs, stating that with such a powerful junior he can finally retire. Elder Wu then suggests Fang Yi keep the true nature of this creature a secret from everyone outside of Tianhai Forest, even from the Spirit Association. Fang Yi understands immediately. The Tianhai Forest appears to be a mutation and cultivation zone under the Star God War Zone. But in reality, as the area with the most frequent spiritual fluctuation, anything could emerge. What appears here could even be more abnormal than the dark anomalies or the extreme dark zone. Therefore, the Star God War Zone is bearing greater responsibility, not wanting to burden the Spirit Association further. Furthermore, the Twilight firepower he absorbed focused on devouring, closely resembling the legendary Taudi. That lizard as well, after absorbing Twilight fire, mutated into a half-dragon. He wonders if Taudi once existed here. The abnormal changes brought by spiritual energy revival, even ordinary mutated creatures, have already caused immense damage. If it were a ferocious beast like Taudi, that would truly be a catastrophe. He understands why Star God Warzone values this place so much. Elder Wu extends his hand, knowing that Fang Yi has understood everything. Shaking his hand, Fang Yi admits that it is only right that none of them want high-level anomalies to truly emerge. Out of nowhere, they sense an unfamiliar but powerful aura. Everyone's eyes widened with shock. A person is flying through the trees at an incredible speed. Jialan understands that the monster has already entered the Vajra realm and emerged from seclusion. The figure is floating in the air, revealing itself, a handsome man. This man is Baisu, the Wood Attribute Vanguard. Song Yue rejoices as Star God Battle Zone finally has another expert who has touched the Vajra realm. However, Fang Yi observes, grasping the man's spiritual power isn't what the others believe it to be. Baisu informs Elder Wu and Jia Lan that he has exited seclusion. Looking around, he spotted Fang Yi, curious who he was. Proudly, Elder Wu introduced Baisu to our boy. Baisu was their zone's ace, who had been in seclusion all this time in order to break through to the Vajra realm. Delightfully, Baisu personally greets Fang Yi, clarifying that he is only at half-step Vajra for now and has not truly broken through yet. Our boy also introduces himself, admitting that Baisu's spiritual body is transparent and thoroughly infused. Unlike the domineering aura of other vanguards or anomalies, he gives off a refreshing and soothing vibe. He indeed shows signs of Vajra, seemingly not much weaker than my current strength. It is clear that the Vajra realm is not easy to break through. Elder Wu tells Baisu that Fang Yi was invited by Jialan, and he not only saved his life, but also resolved Tai City's disaster crisis. Elder Wu reveals that from now on, he will also be an important strategic partner of their battle zone. Baisu realizes that so much has happened while he was in seclusion. Though this guy awakened as a vanguard very early on, with talent and resources among the best in the Jia Kingdom, his speed in breaking through the spirit-forming realm was almost the same as Fang Yi's. After that, he stayed in seclusion in Tianhai Forest and knew little about the outside world. Moreover, with spiritual energy revival and human cultivation, it is walking a path against heaven and doing things against nature. Therefore, among all blue planet creatures, humans advanced and absorbed spiritual attributes the slowest. Originally, humans temporarily divided evolution into 5 levels based on the mutation of plants and animals. So far, there are only 5 top-tier vanguards at the Vajra realm 3-star level among all humanity. Of course, there may also be wild vanguards with talent like our guy, who have not been discovered by them. Still, such cases are very rare. As time passes and spiritual energy grows denser, the difficulty for vanguards to cultivate and break through decreases, but the Vajra realm remains massive. Even with wave after wave of vanguards, breaking through is hard. However, Elder Wu elaborates that upon reaching the realm, a person undergoes a tremendous transformation, reborn completely. It comes infinitely close to the ancient legends of transcending mortality and ascending with spiritual energy flowing even more smoothly. Baisu safely reached half-step Vajra. The Elder believes that Bai's abilities didn't go berserk, instead becoming gentler. Right away, Baisu admits that before his breakthrough, he sensed the surge of spiritual energy Fang Yi related. Influenced by it, he broke through to the half-step Vajra. Thus he really wants to spar with our boy. Baisu is humble. His fighting spirit is anything but lacking. In a way they are similar. One could even say he sensed the aura of a kindred spirit from him. When our boy agrees to fight, Elder becomes the referee, warning both the guys to keep the spar friendly and avoid going too far. Everyone is hyped as 2 monsters are clashing. One is the suddenly rising gifted star of Tai City, and the other represents the face of the Star God Battle Zone. All of them are eager to see who will gain the upper hand. This duel officially having begun, Baisu rubs his hands together, preparing the energy for his move. As a wood attribute pioneer, he dominates nature. The elements dictate what will be as massive green vines erupt from the ground, rippling around Fang Yi like a wave. Fang Yi adjusts immediately and gathers a blue aura in his hands. He whips through the chaotic vines with blinding speed, cutting them away with energy blasts as he observes that Baisu can turn the entirety of the forest into a weapon. More vines come from the darkness to try and capture Fang Yi, but he merely grins, calling these excellent kindling. Using his sword, he makes a slash of massive fire that cuts the giant roots. Still, the vine glows as the plants Baisu controls are non-flammable. Wood is indeed at a disadvantage against fire. Baisu reveals that his plant army cannot be suppressed by fire attributes. Suddenly, the vines erupt from the ground under Fang Yi once again, wrapping his body and sealing him inside a cage of wood. Baisu asks our guy if he liked this move, stating that if he were Fang Yi's real enemy, what he would be facing now would be far more than this indestructible cage. Fang Yi finds that the wood energy here is very pure. However, as he touches it, he can feel a corrosive poison on his skin. Outside, Baisu cautions Fang Yi to not touch the wood for too long. This giant tree has its own toxins, and with the spiritual power inside, the poison has become much more deadly. Fang Yi argues against Bisu's claim, deciding he wants to test the strength of the poison. Immediately, blinding light comes out of the gaps in the wooden sphere. Baisu is shocked. A gigantic pillar of golden fire breaks the wooden cage. This is so confusing. Baisu's plants are supposed to be immune to flame. How is this even happening? Noticing his opponent being distracted, Fang Yi launches a surprise attack at Baisu. Luckily, Baisu dodges the attack with lightning speed, realizing that our guy calculated that he would reinfuse Tianhai Forest with spiritual power and predicted his retreat path. He deliberately burned this forest. With a smirk, Fang Yi admits that he did it on purpose, as Baisu is way too strong, so he had to think more and cut off his escape routes. Otherwise, if he were prepared and infused with more spiritual power, he'd be much harder to deal with. Trembling with anger, Baisu thinks about his genius status and how he is being treated by Fang Yi. Being too egoistic, Baisu is not ready to give up. Slamming his hands into the ground, Baisu causes massive jagged roots to erupt violently, cracking the ground. Upon seeing it, Elder Wu and Jialan rush forward immediately, demanding to know if he wants to die, considering that recreating the wood attribute Tianhai Forest will drain every bit of spiritual power in his body. Despite the senior's warning, Baisu goes all out with his power, which results in the eruption of massive roots from the side of the cliff. This is seen by Elder Wu and Jialan in a state of panic. Baisu carries out his technique, recreating heaven and earth, creating a giant avatar made of vines, which sends Fang Yi flying back with a gust of wind. However, Fang Yi is not distracted. He creates a fireball, observing the density of the wood energy. Instead of stepping back, Fang Yi charges into the attack of the vines, telling the worried onlookers that the battle is not yet over and he can handle it. Elder Wu stares in silence, unable to step in. Alternatively, Fang Yi slashes through the dense plants with waves of fire. High above, Fang Yi summons his weapon. Reaching his limit, Baisu is still clasping his hand, declaring that he can replicate and recreate the entire Tianhai Forest. This man has gone so crazy to replicate the first that he barely dodges Fang Yi's attack. Watching the fight, everyone realizes that the gap between both of the guys is a lot. This is why Baisu is under pressure. The military successor of the Star God Warzone is clearly inferior to the Entumor. Seeing Baisu's condition, Fang Yi announces that it is to put an end to this fight. Yet Baisu insists on fighting, claiming his spiritual power is not exhausted. Just then, he uses spiritual power to create clones. Analyzing the situation, Fang Yi admits that this man's spiritual energy and consciousness are indeed top-tier Anon pathfinders. This is the strongest opponent he has faced so far without a doubt. However, as the green clones come flying down to attack him, Fang Yi stands his ground. With incredible speed, he begins a storm of fire slashes that split the clones in two, destroying them instantly. The flames erupt into a massive fire that engulfs the illusions. Baisu is puzzled, unable to see his enemy, until too late he realizes that Fang Yi is standing right next to him. Fang Yi catches him off guard with a surprise attack on the Wood Pioneer. Trapped in the flames, our boy points his sword at his opponent, announcing that the match can finally end. Everyone expected that Baisu would lose. They didn't expect such a complete defeat. This monster has suffered such a crushing setback for the very first time. It was obvious that the end result would be like this. As soon as the fight ends, Baisu approaches Fang Yi, thanking him for his guidance. With that, he immediately leaves for seclusion once again. Jilan tries stopping him as he just came out of the seclusion, yet Elder Wu suggests letting him go since he has suffered such a blow for the first time. Elder Wu then asks our guy if he would consider staying in their Star God Warzone, as he wants Fang Yi to be his successor. He wants to groom our hero. Not to boast, the Star War Zone ranks second in the Jia Kingdom in resources, and no one dares claim first. This is not something ordinary missions can provide. This is why Elder is offering him this opportunity. After this, the Elder will introduce Fang Yi to the people of the Divine City. As the Jia Kingdom's largest city, Divine City controls enormous potential resources. The Star God Warzone was originally fostered by Divine City, only later relocating. Anyone with a foothold in the Divine City is among the top pathfinders. Fang Yi would shine there. That being said, Fang Yi politely refuses, explaining that he has no such plans. He reveals he isn't even technically part of the Spirit Association, and only took the captain title to protect his hometown. He states firmly that he does not want to join any specific group. No one expected that someone would turn down such an offer, though Elder Wu understands. In this turbulent era of spiritual revival, the stronger the Pathfinder, the less they want to be constrained, and no faction is qualified to set terms. Additionally, he tells Fang Yi that even if he doesn't want to join the Star God Warzone, he may make any request. Therefore, Fang Yi requests to continue cultivating here in Tianhai Forest with Yi Yi. Hearing this, Elder Wu realizes that the weather in the forest is ever-changing, rich with various elemental attributes. It looks like a thunderstorm is coming. After the battle between the two guys, the lightning element absorbed even more energy. He recalls that Fang Yi didn't even use his thunder power during the match. Laughing warmly, Elder praises our boy's potential and tells his team to clear the forest for him. Elder Wu is aware that as long as Fang Yi remains a pathfinder of Xia Nation, that is the best outcome. Flying into the sky, a grin appears on Fang Yi's face. He knew that Star God Warzone would neither refuse his request nor apply any pressure. Just like that, he activates his Divine Thunder 100-fold tempering technique, combining it with the incoming thunderstorm to begin his training. As the thunder roars in the skies and Fang Yi stands in the midst of it, everyone tries to make sense of it, wondering if he's trying to come into contact with the lightning. Baisu continues observing from a distance. He knows our hero's fire attribute is already at an extreme level and thinks that touching pure lightning power is going to make two extreme high-level attributes clash within his body. Even dual or mutated attributes are divided into primary and secondary attributes. If one attribute's spiritual power is strong, the other can only serve as support and accompaniment. Otherwise, an extreme attribute collision would only destroy the human body. Watching our hero still confront the lightning makes Baisu wonder if he doesn't understand the consequences. As the lightning roars and a wave of lightning strikes the ground, one of the spectators asks Elder Wu and Lan why they aren't trying to stop Fang Yi because the lightning in Tianhai Forest isn't something any living being can approach. But Lan knows that our hero also possesses an extreme lightning attribute, and the previously reported tyrant is actually him. Everyone is shocked after hearing this, and the soldier now wonders if he stayed in the war zone a little too long because although dual attributes aren't rare, the level our hero is at is just way too monstrous. After calling our hero the Entomber for so long, people have forgotten that he also has the title Tyrant. Across the entire Xia Nation, he's a prodigy who suppresses an era. The stronger the lightning, the more he can make it his own and temper himself. Our hero continues taking in the lightning, believing that the more that comes, the better it is. But he's worried that his spiritual power isn't enough yet. He continues refining his body. His bones, meridians, and flesh, every inch of his body, surge with countless thunderbolts, and every acquired attribute becomes more harmonious. After a while of tempering, Fang Yi's inner flame attribute tempering, heavenly fire attribute tempering, yang attribute tempering, and darkness attribute tempering are all complete. His divine lightning 100 refinements, full body completion, integrated his physical body and spiritual power with greater reserves. Our hero feels like he's reborn after the lightning refinement and tries to take a shot at the mountain in the distance. As the lightning hits, it shatters the mountain completely, and our hero realizes how unique Tianhai Forest's heavenly lightning is. Meanwhile, Baisu watches the strike from a distance and is left shocked. The spiritual mountains and stones in Tianhai Forest are nourished by spiritual energy all year, and still, a casual strike shattered an entire mountain. Baisu knows that our hero didn't even use 30% of his power. He's impressed because even lightning attribute pioneers of the same level and with similar innate advantages in body tempering could strike from afar and achieve this level of feat with just one punch. The sky starts to clear, and Baisu realizes that the refinement is over, and he looks forward to having another chance against the Entomber. On the other hand, Elder Wu is left in awe after being surprised once again, and wants Fang Yi to stay in his war zone. Elder Wu is impressed with our hero for defeating Baisu, who could defeat a half-step Vajra head-on. How he even slew an undeveloped Calamity, and his strength and mindset are both impressive. Seeing how Fang Yi reached Xia Nation's top ranks through his own cultivation, Elder Wu wishes that he could be his successor, but Jilan reminds him that right now, the Star God Warzone needs the Entomber's help and not the other way around. Elder Wu appreciates how much Jialan has changed and suggests inviting our hero. Meanwhile, Fang Yi returns to his cousin, who still continues her cultivation. Elder Wu and Jialan walk up to him, suggesting another idea. Elder Wu invites our hero's cousin, Lin Yi Yi, to cultivate in his war zone. Our hero knows that this invite might not be much for him, but it's a huge opportunity for Yi Yi, and its benefits are far more than any drawbacks, but he still needs to know what Yi Yi thinks. He thanks Elder Wu, praising the Star God Warzone for how they treat new pioneers, but he adds that he can't decide for Yi Yi what she wants. Right then, Yi Yi finishes cultivation and answers that she doesn't want to go. She thanks Elder Wu for giving her the opportunity, but refuses to go with them. Elder Wu asks for her reason, and she explains that maybe she's immature and thinking like a student. But if she said she doesn't want her cousin to be put in a passive position, it'll sound like she's questioning their integrity and using her cousin as an excuse. But because Yi Yi is also a pioneer, she has her own pride and wants to obtain the things she deserves through her own abilities. Our hero is left speechless watching his cousin act so grown up. Elder Wu understands Yi Yi's answer and wishes her good luck on her growth. Fang Yi returns home, and having solved the issue of spiritual power reserves, he considers organizing the new Duskfire attribute next and thinks about how to use it. The more troublesome is the Deathsteel seal because it's his bottleneck. As our hero is thinking about all that, his cousin notices something sitting at his door. Su Ying sees them coming and gets up to talk to them. She explains that something major happened at the border, and the Moon City captain came to the Tai City Spirit Association for urgent help. Our hero asks where Moon City's captain is, and Su answers that the captain was seriously injured and is receiving treatment at their association. Su further explains that the captain risked her life escaping Moon City to deliver the message, and having no other choice, she specifically asked for the entomber. At the Tai City Spirit Association's medical center, Su calls Chen Ruo and introduces her to Fang Yi as Tai City's captain, the entomber. Chen Ruo introduces herself and Moon City's captain and reports that the anomaly level in Moon City has surpassed A+, and begs for his help. Seeing our hero quietly stare at her, Chen Ruo starts panicking and apologizes for being rude. She reveals that the anomaly concentration is clearly only B rank, but still so many people have gone missing. Her people and even the neighboring team that came to help her are gone, and her sister, who is very capable, is also gone. Hearing that the Moon City anomaly caused many pioneers to vanish and still is registered as B rank makes our hero realize that something is off. Moon City may be a border city, but it shouldn't lack reliable pioneers, which makes it a little suspicious. So he asks Chen Ruo if the missing pioneers are dead or missing. Chen Ruo starts trembling and stutters, but Su calms her down. Chen Ruo then explains that she doesn't know how to contact the missing pioneers, but she had a special connection with her sister since childhood, and she can still feel her being alive. Suddenly, Chen Ruo remembers something and reaches out into her bag to show Fang Yi his reward if he agrees to come. Our hero takes the box and finds it sealed with layers upon layers, but he can feel a familiar Yang attribute. Curious, he asks what it is and why it's sealed. Chen Ruo realizes she's grabbed his attention and explains that it's a spirit crystal condensed and extracted from a mountain where Yang energy erupted during Moon City's great upheaval. It contains massive Yang attribute spiritual power and is also Moon City's treasure. Originally, they hoped to cultivate a Yang attribute pioneer, but no one could absorb even a trace of its power, and some were even buried by it. Su is awestruck by the spirit crystal. The conditions and techniques to condense one are extremely demanding, making it extremely rare even within spirit associations and major military zones. Furthermore, the pioneers who don't have any attribute can potentially awaken one by absorbing a spirit crystal, greatly boosting talent and strength, which makes it a highly sought-after, priceless, and unavailable item on the market. Our hero accepts the reward and suggests leaving for Moon City. While they drive to the Moon City, Fang Yi asks what the anomalies look like. Chen Ruo explains that the tombstones started appearing in the mountains at first. Villagers who witnessed it claimed they could hear movements inside, but the tombstones showed no abnormal activity, and when checked, the spiritual fluctuations seemed to be within normal range. They sealed off the area and dispersed the villagers, forbidding them from getting close to the tombstones. But then, skeletons crawled out of the tombstones and dragged everyone, gathering villagers inside. However, as they reach the scene, our hero finds it strange that he can't sense any anomalous aura at all. They continue walking, and Chen Ruo further explains that tombstones have been randomly appearing all over the area since that day. Skeletons crawl out at random times and take people away to be buried with them. Chen Ruo is shocked to see so many more tombstones appear in less than a day and takes our hero to meet her spirit association and military personnel. Fang Yi finds such a low anomaly concentration a bit strange because a situation like that hasn't been heard of in the association or military. Seeing that skeletons emerge from tombstones without any special spiritual fluctuations from the tombstones makes him wonder if they are isolating the anomalous aura to lower people's guard or if they serve some other purpose. The skeletons grabbing people for burial feels like a ritual because anomalies, like humans, also perform rituals, but theirs are meant to awaken a greater anomaly. This is a little different from Tai City's previous calamity species, but the form is similar. The anomalous bat swarm massacred Tai City's residents to herald the anomaly king's arrival. Chen Ruo is surprised to hear that calamities are also a form of ritual. Su is confused, and Chen Ruo tries to explain how the mountain village residents don't like the rapidly changing world and refuse to be relocated, but then it starts again. Suddenly, a skeleton hand breaks through the tombstone and tries to grab our hero, but he steps aside. Our hero now realizes that each individual anomaly is really only B rank. He swings his sword and cuts the skeleton in half. But then, another hand grabs his weapon from behind and emerges out of the tombstone. Su is shocked to see that they aren't afraid of our hero's Yang attribute. More and more skeletons start to swarm in on them, and our hero agrees with Su that the skeletons don't seem to be scared of him, but he needs to verify it. Chenro cuts through a bunch of skeletons in an instant. She adds that the skeletons aren't high level, but they don't feel pain or have any concept of death. This time, the number of skeletons is even more than when she escaped earlier, and now she wonders if our hero can even deal with them. However, Su tells the Moon City's captain to have faith. Right then, they notice flames suddenly surrounding them. Fang Yi deploys the Duskfire domain and starts levitating in the air. The fire starts surrounding him, and his system detects a special death attribute. He continues absorbing the attribute, enhancing his Yang attribute. As the giant flame swallows the skeletons and the tombstones along with it, Chenro sees the true power of the entomber and realizes that she was underestimating him for no reason. She now realizes that her city will be finally saved and leads them to meet up with the others at the Spirit Association. So, Chenro leads them to the Yue City's temporary Spirit Association Hall and introduces the Spirit Association to Fang Yi and Su Qingying. She tells them that the Tai City's captain is here to help them with their calamity. Chenxing is left in awe, realizing that the one who single-handedly took care of a calamity-level anomaly in Tai City is so young. But Dongfeng believes that it's no use because Yue City's situation is different from any other anomaly. He tells Chenro to leave already and asks her why she brought outsiders to die when the city is about to be swallowed by tombstones. Chenxi agrees that it's no B-rank anomaly, and tells our hero that he came all the way to be buried with them. But our hero refuses to go back after he's already accepted a commission and remains committed to solving their problem. The Spirit Association explains that their city is remote, and the villagers live primitively, so when they face a problem that can't be solved, they pray to gods. They tell the entomber to see for himself how they pray while being surrounded by the graves. As our hero takes a look at the village, he sees a large-scale god-summoning ritual. Seeing the primitive villages, simple beliefs, and ancient rituals, he feels there's a similarity between the anomalies that have appeared. The drums suddenly play, and the villagers start to gather. Chenro adds that the ritual is about to begin, and with the people gathering like that, it's going to be disruptive if the anomaly in the tombstones erupts. But the entomber completely ignores her concern and proceeds to check out the event. Meanwhile, at the city square, the villagers light up the fire and kneel before it. They start crying and desperately beg the gods for mercy. They beg for their kids to be saved and offer their own lives in exchange, and as they continue begging, the fire suddenly goes out. The flame dies out, the tombstones suddenly appear, and the monsters start coming out of it. Some of the villagers run for their lives, while some continue praying, thinking that it might be a test for them. The children cry, hoping that the gods will save them, and as the skeletons come out of the graves, they start hunting people down. They jump at the child's mother and start dragging her. The little kid starts crying, and suddenly, an explosion goes off. The skeletons all start burning, and the villagers start celebrating, thinking it's the gods' heavenly fire. But then, Fang Yi stands at the top of the stake and tells people to stop praying to gods because there aren't any in this world, and they won't come to save them. Even then, the villagers continue calling out their gods, thinking that it's the gods who have manifested this hero and destroyed the calamity. They continue praying for help because there are still many skeletons. Our hero lets out a sigh and summons his Duskfire domain. A giant red ball of energy hovers over the skies, and he tells the people that he's not a god. He's the vanguard captain from Tai City, the entomber. After seeing the entomber's power, Dongfeng wonders who he is and what his strange ability is. Chenro reminds him again how she told him that he's no ordinary vanguard, but they didn't believe him. She explains how the entomber consecutively eliminated 2 calamity-level anomalies in Tai City and Kang City, and even soloed the 3rd-ranked Kang City Spirit Association. She's even heard that the Spirit Association headquarters and the Star God Battle Zone have already treated him as an honored guest. Meanwhile, our hero flies high to the sky. The Duskfire domain absorbs massive unknown attributes and enhances Yang attributes. Our hero decides to use his enhanced Crimson Fireblade technique, and with just a swing, the whole city catches fire. The tombstones and the skeletons all burn away, and the villagers all start cheering in excitement. Su's device detects the anomaly levels of the stability zone and Baimu zone being restored to normal. Chenro adds that ahead is the Jinming zone with the highest concentration. Right then, something strikes Su, and she realizes that there are more light pillars in the zone ahead. Chenro detects disturbance in the Jinming zone and reports the anomaly concentration continuously converging. Suddenly, the anomaly king appears, and our hero unlocks the detected unknown attribute, the death attribute. As the giant anomaly king hovers before Fang Yi, he feels an extremely troublesome presence. Chenro wonders what it is, and Su realizes that the level of abnormal concentration is even higher than last time in Tai City. The anomaly king starts causing the light pillars to keep increasing. Meanwhile, as our hero stands before the giant skeleton, He feels strong mental pressure and a nauseating feeling as if his brain is being polluted, and wonders what it is. Seeing the Anomaly King's strength, he wonders if it's already born and fully evolved. Our hero finds the deathly aura stronger than anything he's ever faced before. The Anomaly King starts attacking, and our hero swings his sword to cut through it. The Yang attribute restrains the Dark attribute, and the monster's Death attribute belongs to the same system as Dark. But even then, his enhanced Yang attribute can't fully suppress it. The villagers start praying to the gods again, begging for one more miracle. But then suddenly our hero gets taken by the Anomaly King. His sword falls and shatters on the ground. On the other hand, in Tai City, Yi Yi suddenly feels something and starts fearing for her cousin. She tries to convince herself that it's a routine mission like usual, and her cousin is strong enough and has even killed 2 Anomaly Kings with ease. She wonders if something could go wrong this time and wishes that she had gone to Moon City with him. Right then, Yi Yi gets a call from Jialan, who tells her that Moon City has been surrounded by massive burial grounds, and a lockdown order has been issued, and her brother is in trouble. Tai City's spiritual association gathers, wondering if the Entomber has really fallen and if humanity's resistance even means anything if he has fallen too. The God City's spiritual association regrets neglecting Moon City. The Anomaly King appearing from a B-rank abnormal fluctuation makes them realize that Anomaly Kings should be eliminated before they complete their evolution. However, Guyuru refuses to sit back and just discuss the situation. She proceeds to leave, and the others try to stop her, and refusing to let God City's core vanguard go, they tell her that the military has already sent forces to break through Moon City. But with the way they nearly lost a Vajra realm venerable, and how another pillar of the Xia nation has been sacrificed, Guyuru confronts them for abandoning another city just because they can't beat the anomalies. She refuses to sit back and do nothing. The man starts screaming at her that the Entomber chose to go to Moon City himself, and in an era of spiritual resurgence, one wrong step means death. Guyuru yells back at him and asks him why they'd resist and cultivate if that's the case. She asks them why. When God City faced a catastrophe, Elder Wu sacrificed himself to seal it. She tells them that they should just seal God City, abandon it, and wait for extinction if they refuse to fight back. Guyuru walks away, feeling confident that the Entomber can't die so easily. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Moon City, Elder Wu explains that this Anomaly King possesses a kind of dark attribute, the unprecedented Death attribute, and thinks that the Entomber's demise was likely due to encountering an escapable rule. As he exits the vehicle, he's greeted by the military personnel saying that the military vehicles can't break through. He explains that all available military forces have arrived to support, but after a few rotations, it was completely ineffective. The soldier explains that the Moon City is covered by massive tombstones, and no matter how many forces they send, the same number of gravestones emerge to swallow them all, making attacks ineffective. All the frontline soldiers have been dragged into the gravestones, and the Anomaly King's power continues radiating outward. After a quick analysis, the soldier explains that the possibility of resolving Moon City is 0. He asks Elder Wu if they should retreat because the Anomaly King is unafraid of any attributes and can even suppress the abilities of frontline vanguards, including the Entomber. But Yi Yi refuses to accept that. She knows that everyone has worked hard, so she decides to go to Moon City herself. Meanwhile, at the Moon City Plaza, all the villagers and associations have all turned into gravestones. The Anomaly King starts absorbing the energy. Our hero's gravestone starts levitating, and the system notifies that the Death Steel brand implanted in him has been activated, giving him the power of infinite death. The trial of the Mark of Death Steel ends. Our hero finds the Death brand formidable, and even the King of Death seemed to be almost kind. Even so, the experience of the rebirth trial is something he never wants to go through again. When Fang Yi realized that he was locked onto by the King of Death's certain death ability, he made his decision right then. Death was certain either way, leaving gambling the only way. So, he implanted the Death brand into himself, learning all the abilities of the Death brand. As it was activated, it started waiting for the effect, and just as the King of Death triggered the certain death rule, our hero died, completing the first step of the Death brand's activation. Then, the Death brand was imprinted onto the King of Death's body, completing the second step. The next and final step began as our hero was dragged into the coffin, the Death Trial. The Death Trial is the triple trial imposed by the Death brand upon its bearer. It is only by passing the trials that our hero can obtain the 3 abilities of the Death brand. First is the Fire Element ability, Mysterious Yellow Springs. Across Hell's realms, the fire of these springs burns endlessly without ever being extinguished. Next was the Poison Element ability, Death Collapse. In that, our hero's body had to suffer Death's invasion and curse, collapsing endlessly. The final trial was the Earth Element ability, Infernal Vile Landscape. In that, the gates of hell open and spirits line up to escort him to his burial. Within the trial, all experiences and pain blur the line between reality and illusion, making it as if one is truly entering death's endless cycle. It took immense effort for our hero to finally pass the trial of the Death brand skill, and now comes the real battle, to oppose the certain death law of the King of Death. Suddenly, lightning starts coursing through our hero's coffin, leaving the King of Death confused. The coffin explodes, and our hero falls into the ground. He rises back up, leaving his opponent shocked. The King of Death senses his revival and starts attacking. A huge explosion goes off, but our hero dodges the attack, and the system notifies that he has evaded the certain death rule. Meanwhile, outside the Moon Market blockade, the whole plain is covered with tombstones. The pioneers detect a dense, deathly aura. Jalan steps forward and hurries Yi to save the others quickly and tells her to try breaking the tombstone. Right then, someone else hits the tombstones, and Yuguru flies in, offering to help. She starts attacking and the explosions go off. The buried villagers feel something, but then, more tombstones fly in. The pioneers stand together, and Jialan cautions everyone to be careful because the anomaly can drag the living beings into the tombstones. Suddenly, skeletons emerge underneath the tombstones, and all jump towards the pioneers. But then, they're suddenly struck with something and hurry back into their holes. Everyone's confused watching the skeletons run back and wondering what the Anomaly King is planning now. Jalan doesn't know what it is, but she knows it's going to be something big, and they can only respond when it comes. But then, Elder Wu walks in, carrying some soldiers on his shoulders, thinking that it could be a good thing. He adds that the Anomaly King has withdrawn its power, and those recently buried might still have a chance to be revived. He adds that this proves that the Entomber didn't sacrifice himself, but instead, he caused the Anomaly King some trouble. Because of Fang Yi's ability, the King of Death has dragged himself into a cyclical law of death, and his weakening level hits 10%. Once locked onto by the King of Death, one's death is inevitable, and before him is only death and destruction. This inevitable death rule is exactly what makes the King of Death special among the Anomaly Kings. But now, his inevitable death rule is also going to be fulfilled upon himself. Suddenly, the King of Death starts attacking Fang Yi again. As the hit lands, an explosion goes off and the death count rises to 2. The system notifies that the King of Death is weakened again and has started to fall into a senseless collapse. His body starts to slowly crumble as his weakening level reaches 30%. The smoke slowly starts to clear, and the King of Death is shocked to see his target stand unscathed. Our hero starts once again trying to weaken him to death and hits him with a yellow strike. As the hit lands, the system notifies that the mysterious yellow springs have been activated. The King of Death's body starts to glow red, and he's left confused. Seeing this, our hero realizes that it's working just as the Deathsteel Seal described it. The King of Death isn't noticing his weakening or feeling any pain from the power of the Deathsteel Seal and thinks that his opponent's attacks are useless. Fang Yi leaps towards the giant monster again and hits him with the Heavenly Fire Slash. The King of Death strikes a punch and their attacks collide, causing a huge explosion. The death count reaches 4, increasing the Anomaly King's weakening level to 45%. Right then, the death collapse triggers, and our hero realizes it's starting again. The King of Death grabs him, and our hero forces him to look at what he's become. Our hero slowly starts to shatter. His body catches fire and completely disappears. The death count reaches 5, increasing the King of Death's weakening level to 60%. The mark, Hellish Visions, triggers, further increasing the weakening speed, and the King of Death slowly starts to crumble. Meanwhile, outside the Moon City, Jialan notices that the tombstones have started to collapse. Guyuro looks into the distance and finds the strange lights from the front lines are also slowly fading. Yi sees a glimmer of hope, realizing that it could mean that her cousin is still alive. Elder Wu suggests going into Moon City to help them and tells the others to notify their teammates behind for support because the survivors and casualties need to be evacuated in order to prevent further anomalies from occurring. On the other side, a hand digs out of the grave and Su Qingying comes out, gasping. She sits confused, feeling as if all her vitality is about to be drained. The moment she was dragged into the tombstone, her body and soul felt as if they were in hell, unable to escape. But then, that scene collapsed soon. As Su sits catching her breath, she realizes she needs to save people quickly and starts digging Chenro's grave. She feels relieved to find her inside the grave, unlike Chenro's sister, whose body disappeared after entering the tombstone. As Su looks up to the sky, she finds the clouds slowly clearing and wonders if it's collapsing. The King of Death finally completely shatters, offended for being confronted. The hellish visions start to take over him, increasing his weakening level to 80%, then 90%, and finally 100%. The last remains of the King of Death shatter. The system notifies that the abilities of the King of Death have been completely weakened and seized by our hero, and congratulates him for the ascension of the new king. As Fang Yi hovers in the sky, everyone looks at him in awe. Guyaru is amazed by how he didn't die, and not only escaped the Death King's inevitable death law, but even summoned Hell's 100 ghosts to devour it. But then, Elder Wu adds that even more amazing is how the inevitable law cannot be escaped and can only be broken. It means that the Entomer had already found a way to break it the moment he entered the Death King's domain. Elder Wu knows that our hero really died, but he got the power to eliminate the King of Death. However, Guyuru wonders if it's even possible for humans to possess the power to reverse life and death. The Death King is an awakened anomalous king, and Gu Yuru wonders if he turned Entomber into a puppet. But Jilin doesn't think that's the case. If the Entomber was completely defeated, turned into a puppet, or became the Death King's host, they wouldn't have been able to save so many survivors, and his summonings would have attacked them too. Right then, the villagers pull out Chen Xing, who lies badly injured and wondering what's happening because she thought she was already dead. The villagers see our hero hovering over them with the aura of the anomalous king. Some think it's the Grim Reaper and wonder if such a being even exists, while some hail him as their lord, the Entomber, who saved them. The little kid looks at him in awe, remembering the moment our hero saved him, and hails him as his god for defeating the evil monster. Meanwhile, our hero conjures up a giant scythe to end it and slices up the space, leaving people shocked. A huge tear opens up in the sky, and the ghosts start escaping through it. Elder Wu realizes that it's the netherworld realm on the other side and finds the 10,000 ghosts a manifestation of hell in the world. After sending the ghosts to where they belong, the Entomber seals the tear with a bright light and sighs in relief. All the survivors start celebrating that they live. Dealing with the Death King consumed a lot of our hero's spiritual power, and he still doesn't know if there are any side effects of the Death Steel mark. Just as Fang Yi gets back on the ground, his cousin rushes to hug him and tells him how worried she was, thinking that he had died. Su walks in on them, thanking our hero for his help. He sees Chen Ro's sister alive and feels relieved to have seen one blessing in the time of crisis. Elder Wu gets the estimated data of casualties, and this time, half of the total Moon City population is estimated to have faced casualties, most of which were due to not awakening abilities or being taken by the gravestones for too long. A total of 1,500 outsider pathfinders came for rescue, of whom 50 are confirmed dead, 30 missing, and over 1,000 injured. Elder Wu adds that post-disaster reconstruction and compensation for casualties and their families must be carried out. Gu Yuru offers to establish assistance channels by God City. Jialan asks if it's time to officially announce the awakening of spiritual energy, because she doesn't want to keep it hidden from the civilians and can't save that many people. But Elder Wu tells her that it's not something they can decide so easily. He assures her that people aren't as weak as she thinks, and some have already seen the patterns. Even without awakening as pathfinders, they're doing what they can to prepare for the apocalypse. He tells Jialan that she doesn't need to carry everyone's fate on her shoulders, and doing what she can is enough. Gu Yaru adds that she came to support the Entomber and meet him, but now realizes it's not needed anymore and he's busy anyway. As our hero stands surrounded by the villagers who continue chanting for him, calling him their lord, Elder Wu realizes that this battle has placed him as a pillar of Xia nations. He believes that just announcing the Entomber's success against the anomalous king is enough to act as a deterrent to other nations, but still wants his personal files and abilities to remain classified. Elder Wu knows that countries A, B, and C have already started gathering intel on our hero the moment he rose to fame, but his core data and abilities are still unknown to them. When the Moon City incident is released to the public, they'll believe that the Xia nation has understood the laws of the king through the Entomber, which is something that the entire Blue Planet has yet to achieve. Whether they plan to unite against the Xia nation or not, the countries will not dare to act rashly, and this way, they can secure a greater advantage for the Xia nation. Elder Wu plans to study all the on-site data and recordings from the incident, and quickly understand the information on a fully manifested anomalous king. He motivates everyone, saying that the Xia nation has a harsh road ahead, and they can't leave every anomalous king to the Entomber to handle alone. Jialan agrees, and Gu Yaru offers God City to take care of whatever anomalies appear next. Meanwhile, in Fang Yi's villa, our hero takes a bath after a long day. After clearing the plaza, officials found a dark attributed spirit crystal left behind by the Death King and gave it to him to show gratitude. That, and the Moon City treasure, the Yang attribute spirit crystal that Chen Ruo gave him, means our hero has 2 top-tier attribute crystals. Although the 2 attributes are completely opposite to each other, since our hero has been recognized as the new Death King, absorbing them isn't going to be a problem for him. So he begins absorbing the dark attribute spirit crystal. The compilation of the dark spirit attribute completes, and our hero obtains the cultivation technique, Death Walk. It's a blink-type technique that uses darkness to move through shadows and the void to reach a destination. All of this sounds fancy, but simply, it's just a teleportation skill. Even so, its impact is impossible to estimate in combat, and spatial teleportation is the ultimate survival and escape skill. On top of that, after getting the Death Brand's acknowledgement, Fang Yi went from indirectly observing dark attributes to being able to directly absorb them. His control over dark attribute spiritual power has improved significantly now, and after defeating the Death King and absorbing the remaining dark attribute from its crystal, he can feel getting closer to the Vajra realm, just a step away. There was also the Yang attribute crystal that was originally promised to our hero as a reward for helping Moon City, but after defeating the Death King, he and Si Qingying forgot about it. As a result, Moon City thought it was improper to hand it to him in private and held a grand transfer ceremony and even built a statue of him. Fang Yi starts absorbing the Yang attribute crystal. A yellow glow starts to surround him, and a huge wave of yellow light spreads everywhere as he obtains the Yang attribute cultivation technique, Sun God. The technique summons a towering Yang deity manifestation that appears in the void and burns all realms. A golden figure of a bird hovers through the Tai city and glows so bright that it blinds the people watching from Sea City. Some worry that it could be another disaster and fear for their lives, but the news reporter calms them down, assuring them that it's probably the Tai city's powerful cultivator going through another tribulation. The Pioneer Forum is filled with gossip, wondering if the Entomber evolved a new ability again. A group of pioneers wonders when they can finally fight Country B, and call their Grand Prophet a half-baked alarmist for claiming that Xia Country won't survive the first year of spiritual resurgence. The girl wonders if Country B's prophet could actually be right, but the pioneers believe that they're nothing more than superstitious freaks and will fall first. The girl argues that a lot has been going on in Z Country lately and gets called a traitor. The pioneers call her weak for still being in the Ghost Axe realm one start after awakening for so long. The girl agrees that her rank isn't rare, but if it wasn't for spiritual resurgence, they wouldn't even be qualified to look down on her. The guys call her out for hating the spiritual resurgence and call her trash. The girl reminds them that they are all nothing in front of the Entomber, and if they want to mock her, they should first become as strong as her. The guys all start laughing at her for thinking that she's worthy enough to team up with the Entomber because he's never worked alone. They kick her out of the team and walk away, leaving her alone. The girl asks for her rewards. The pioneer turns around and hits her with a wind punch, telling her that she should be grateful they didn't force her to pay. Meanwhile, at Tai City's Spiritual Association, our hero stares at a social media post talking about Country B's Grand Prophet's claim that Xia Country won't survive a year and wonders if it really affects their pioneers that much. The old man needs our hero to speak using an officially verified account, and to prevent malicious parties from identifying him, they could only have him come in person. Sue adds that Country B is good at psychological warfare and manipulating public opinion, which they have used even before spiritual resurgence. She adds that all of this is meant to shake public trust, destabilize them, and hinder cultivation. The old man agrees that once the enemy realized that the Entomber's power can challenge the Anomaly King, they couldn't sit idle. Country B is not going to let them steadily cultivate and grow stronger, and it's even said that Country B was involved in the near disaster in God City earlier. However, our hero is confused. If the enemy country's strength isn't greater than theirs and they can control disasters, he wonders why they would do this. The old man adds that he isn't sure either because all countries predicted the disaster to occur in Country B, but then it happened in God City and nearly cost them Elder Wu and some other elites. Fang Yi gets on the computer and posts, and not even the Apocalypse can keep up with his breakthrough speed. The post immediately leaves the pioneers amazed with his growth, wondering if he's going to break through the Vajra realm. They gossip about the Moon City's anomaly. Our hero knows that no long speeches or attacks on Country B are needed because his strength is enough to speak for itself. The forum suddenly fills with gossip. A survivor of the Moon City talks about how the Entomber summoned the 100 ghosts of the underworld to devour the King of Death, and the pioneers now feel confident that Country B's prophecy is nothing more than a false alarm. Meanwhile, at Country B's Information Control Office, the officer gets angry at Fang Yi's terrifying influence and screams at his employees for failing to obtain data on him. He threatens to fire everyone if they can't find the person posting it. But back in Tai City, our hero feels relaxed, knowing his post is going to calm things down for a while. But then, another man walks in, bringing news from headquarters that two powerful attributes have merged in Western Xia Country, forming a new restricted zone. Our hero learns that those attributes are Yang and Dark attributes. The employee adds that headquarters Sea Mystic personally informed them, and he can depart in the morning. So, our hero prepares to test out his new abilities. As Fang Yi stands outside the Mingying restricted zone in Western Xia City, he sees a black Yang pool and realizes why they sent so many people with him and set up real-time monitoring. The black storm curtain is a natural barrier of the Mingying zone, and our hero can only enter by breaking through it, and inside it, the Yang and Dark attributes clash violently. Fang Yi stands outside the glimmering forbidden zone and sees two more vehicles coming in. Jelen explains that they're pioneers selected by the headquarters of Shen City and Hai City. They are all like our hero, Spirit Creation Realm, 3-star elites, top prospects with the potential to break into the Vajra realm, and the most outstanding performers in restricted zones or anomalous events. Wang Lan, the new captain of Hai City, greets our hero and introduces himself and Song Yiman, a very powerful dual wind and fire attribute pioneer. Knowing that all the pioneers are aware of the situation of the restricted zone, Jielan tells them to rely on their own abilities to open the dark storm curtain and head in. Our hero notices the two pioneers staring at him and wonders why, but then Song Yiman steps forward with his sword out and decides to go first. He agreed to take the mission from the headquarters partly because of the entomber. He heard that our hero not only possesses an extremely rare yang attribute, but after the recent disaster in Yue City, he even mastered dark attribute powers. But Song Yiman has the purest fire attribute, enhanced by wind, pushing fire's power to the extreme, and he wonders if there would still be a gap compared to our hero's yang attribute. He leaps forward, cuts through the storm curtain, and ends up on the other side. Jialin explains that as a dual attribute genius of headquarters, he has already developed both his attributes to their limits. The dark storm curtain barrier is hard to cut through mainly because the dark attribute has somehow condensed and simulated extremely harsh weather conditions, but for Song Yiman, it's easy. Wang Lan then steps forward. His water-type cutting technique doesn't look very offensive, but with his cultivation level increasing, his defensive ability has reached a masterful level. He jumps forward and cuts through the curtain to get to the other side. Seeing such powerful dark weather, Wang Lan knows that if he had just entered the 3-star spirit creation realm, he might not even be able to control his umbrella and would have died on the spot. As Wang Lan takes a look ahead, he's mesmerized seeing the yang and dark attributes fuse and coexist. Song Yiman adds that he doesn't feel much from the yang attributes, but the dark attribute seems to be cold and strongly repels the human body. He now realizes that not being affected by it is good enough now, let alone conquering it. Wang Lan adds that it could be because of Yiman's fire attribute that he accepts yang energy well, because he also felt more uncomfortable when passing through the curtain. But both pioneers, after hearing so much about the entomber, look forward to seeing how capable he is. Right then, a yellow wave of energy penetrates through, and the two pioneers get startled. But then, our hero walks through the curtain, apologizing for keeping them waiting. The pioneers are left shocked to see him, wondering how he split the dark storm curtain and kept it split without it restoring. Our hero answers that it's simple. They just need to use yang energy that's stronger and of higher quality than dark attributes to restrain it. Although it's a lot of energy consuming, yang naturally counters dark, so it can be maintained for a while with enough reserves. But Fang Yi feels it's a pity because he could have brought in more pioneers. But for safety, he only brought Jialin. The pioneers are left shocked that he thinks it's easy and refuse to believe that he's in the same realm as them, because to do what he did, our hero would have to be as powerful as Elder Wu. Jialin assures them that they'll get used to it because every genius pioneer's worldview shatters the first time. Suddenly, the system detects a pollution source and notifies that an A-rank anomaly has appeared. Song Yiman is a bit disappointed that it's just an A-rank anomaly, but since it's a dark attribute, he still finds it worth a try. As they all head towards the anomaly, our hero sees that there are people from Country B. Jialin wonders if the anomaly fluctuation was caused by them. There weren't any other pioneers registered, which means that it's illegal infiltration. Our hero and his team confront the infiltrators for entering their land. The infiltrators reveal that they're from Country B and they've come for a trial. Song Yiman starts screaming at them for entering another country's restricted zone for trials without permission. Jialin tells them that the area belongs to Xia and tells them to leave immediately. The infiltrators argue that if the Xia nation isn't going to seize resources and opportunities for themselves, then they aren't going to waste them. They start boasting about their strength, claiming that they're stronger than Xia's pioneers and can take the opportunity. Hearing that the strong can obtain opportunities, our hero steps forward to face them. He can sense that the opponents are all hiding their aura and are at a higher realm than Jialan and Song Yiman, which is why they're so arrogant. Seeing Country B sending their most elite pioneers to secretly infiltrate Xia's critical restricted zone makes Fang Yi wonder if they're trying to start a war. He steps forward and tells his opponents to leave. Meanwhile, Jialin reports back that they've found illegal infiltrators from Country B in the northwest of the restricted zone and asks them to increase monitoring. The infiltrator gets ready to fight, and seeing a green glow of energy around him, Song Yiman and Wang Lan realize that he's a dark attribute pioneer. The attacker goes all out, taking advantage of the dark attribute territory. Jialin recognizes the nether poison, mutated from decaying corpses under dark attributes. She quickly realizes that the infiltrators have all destroyed their communication and monitoring equipment. Fang Yi realizes that the opponents are planning to kill them and silence them. Song Yiman, refusing to wait for the enemy to strike first, charges forward to attack. But as he releases the fire attack, the opponent absorbs all his power and goes all out with the poison. The nether poison starts breaking through Wang Lan's defense barrier. Fang Yi steps forward with his fire sword and tells everyone to spread out. He cuts through the opponent's attack, leaving him shocked. The infiltrator is surprised to see our hero's fire attribute and threatens him, saying he won't be lucky the next time. He tells our hero to take a look at his teammates, calling them useless. Our hero looks behind and sees his teammates all restrained. Jialin now realizes their opponent was hiding his strength all that time and must be at least at the second level of the Vajra realm, or even above. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Zone, the monitoring team sees the storm curtain closed again with almost no chance of breaking through. They send an early warning to headquarters about the B Nation's vanguard illegally entering their forbidden zone. The visuals from the destruction are all saved and backed up, but the footage shows that the rumor about Country B having a dark attribute pioneer is true. From the footage, it can be seen that it's not a full mastery, and the pioneer's ability seems to be a sub-attribute of darkness. Even then, the lethality of his attack seems to be enormous, and once hit, the wounds can't heal. There were also the rumors of B Nation conducting extremely cruel vanguard experiments, and the person in the video seems to be a result of those experiments. Back inside the Forbidden Zone, the attacker boasts about his nether poison and how it corrodes our hero's teammates, feeling confident that they'll die soon, and their spiritual power will feed him. He asks our hero to come to Country B with him and be a part of him. Jalan, crushed by the immense spiritual pressure, realizes that the B Nation sent their top-tier national pillar. Song Yimin can't understand why the entomber is standing idle and not fighting back. However, our hero stands charging his Yang attribute. He's disappointed to see a second star in the Vajra realm, because he expected the B Nation's vanguards to be stronger, and is disappointed that even as a wielder of a dark sub-attribute, his opponent failed to see that his nether poison ability has no effect on him. The opponent is left shocked. Our hero deploys the Duskfire domain, enhancing his Yang attribute, and releases an all-out fire, burning his opponent's teammates. Our hero then leaps towards the Infiltrator, surprised that he's not going to save them. The opponent starts laughing at his confidence, thinking highly of his nether poison. But then, Fang Yi steps forward with his sword, and as the opponent sees his Yang attribute, he's left shocked that the Xia Nation has someone who controls the Yang attribute. Right then, our hero strikes the enemy with the Heaven Fire Slash, cutting him in two. The Infiltrator is left amazed and surprised to see our hero wield power close to an Anomaly King. As he stands cut into two, he starts healing, boasting that the dark attribute in the zone is so abundant that killing him is impossible. Song Yimin is shocked to see him alive and now realizes that he counted on the dark attribute abundance all along. However, Fang Yi is disappointed that his opponent wants to absorb darkness to heal his wounds because neither poison is too weak, and the conversion rate of using dark power for healing is just far too low. He's disappointed in B Nation's top expert, realizing that he doesn't even need to use the newly mastered killing move. The Infiltrator starts feeling something wrong as his nether poison starts to be suppressed by something. While he wonders why he can't heal, our hero snaps his fingers and burns his opponent away. As our hero extends his hand forward, Song Yimin and Wang Lan get scared, but he assures them that he's just removing the dark attribute from their bodies. He then does the same for Jialan, who's still surprised to see him kill a Vajra Realm pioneer from B Nation so easily, and realizes she underestimates his growth. However, our hero is starting to doubt his opponent's combat capability. He doesn't think his Vajra Realm advanced through normal means because the spiritual power seemed really impure. Even more surprising is the fact that even though they infiltrated the Xia Nation, they had no idea that Xia already had a Yang attribute pioneer. Jialan is equally confused why they didn't know about Fang Yi's existence. But there have always been rumors that the anomalous calamity that nearly descended on Divine City, that the Elder Wu blocked with his life, was originally meant to descend on B Nation. But it sounded unbelievable, and they lacked any concrete evidence, so it wasn't taken seriously. But now, our hero doesn't think those rumors were completely exaggerated. Elder Wu was a pillar of the Xia Nation's pioneers and very likely to be targeted, and the B Nation was always at odds with Xia. If it's true, Fang Yi realizes that he ended up doing something good, avenging Elder Wu. Song Yimin gets hyped up, realizing he was acting foolish before, doubting the entomber, and decides to hand a portrait by his bedside to train and be worthy of catching our hero's eye. Our hero adds that he has removed the dark attribute from them, but they aren't suited to enter the core of the Forbidden Zone in their current state. So he tells Jialan to take them back or have them train on the outskirts while he goes in to see the true face of the core of the Mingying Forbidden Land. As our hero walks into the core of the Forbidden Zone, his teammates are amazed to see him just walk in there. They ask Jialan what their chances of success would be if it was just the few of them. Jialan explains that she used to be the top successor of Elder Wu once, but after the entomber's arrival, she moved on to being the second in line. But she assures them they can still enter the core of the Forbidden Zone, but absorbing what's inside it is just asking for too much. Hearing this, the two pioneers are left shocked to see so much change in her personality. Suddenly, the pioneers hear some noise coming in from inside the core and get startled. Jialan tells them to get away and shields them. A huge explosion goes off, throwing everyone away, and as the smoke clears, they see the true face of the Mingying Forbidden Zone's core. The view looks just like the satellite image, and the core like the eye of some deity. However, even more shocking is seeing Fang Yi standing at the core. Our hero can strangely feel the two opposing attributes slowly transforming and merging into some type of new attribute, spiritual power, and it seems as if the change began after he touched it. The system detects a massive anomaly between heaven and earth. It notifies the attribute fluctuations merging and generating a new unknown attribute. The new attribute Turbid Yang is born, and the system begins collecting data on it. Our hero begins absorbing this new attribute, obtaining a new technique, Spiritual Turbid Eye Art, showing that the forms are all illusion and reality, and that illusion and reality give birth to one another. Standing outside, the soldiers are surprised to see the dark attribute in the pool completely dried out. Song Yimin is left shocked watching the dark attribute merge with the Yang attribute. Jilan feels something, and the others realize too that the brand new spiritual power is really powerful. It doesn't carry the instinctive repulsion and physiological dread of the original dark attribute, and Wang Lan suggests giving it a try. Jialan agrees, and they all begin cultivation right away. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Zone, the monitoring team sees the powerful readings and realizes that not even the King of Anomalies can surpass it. The footage shows the pioneers from Country B disappeared, and the soldiers guess that the Entumor already dealt with them because they've all heard of how he taught the Kang City Spiritual Association a lesson too. One of the soldiers feels glad that they kept the evidence of Country B's actions and hurries to contact headquarters for diplomatic measures, knowing well that Country B is going to make trouble. The other soldier agrees that the evidence should be handed to the higher authorities because the footage is going to be leverage in negotiations against Country B. On the other hand, Country B's leader is angry that their strongest pioneer that they sent has disappeared already. The commander of the military adds that their pioneer might not have disappeared but died. The team suffered heavy losses and was outplayed by the Jia country. The leader yells in anger that their strongest soldier lost to the Xia country and had the entire force wiped out. He orders them to bring the benefits and everything from Xia country and threatens to cut the funding if they fail. The commander assures him that he will find a way to make the Xia country repay. He then shows the leader a glimpse of his power to remind him that he's a citizen of Country B and also a pioneer who hates being threatened. The leader starts yelling and tells the commander to better teach the Xia country a lesson. The commander's subordinates tell him that they can't enter Xia country's forbidden zone or detect the exact location of the second young master's disappearance. They assume that the precision tracking device implanted in his body was likely destroyed, but they also can't rule out interference from the massive fluctuation in the forbidden zone. Meanwhile, in the Mingying Forbidden Zone's core, our hero gains a new ability. The Spiritual Turbid Eye Art is an illusion technique capable of dragging any living being into a realm of despair. Its most direct manifestation is that it can drag enemies into an illusion, confusing them until they die without lifting a hand. As Fang Yi comes back down, he's suddenly hit with an overwhelming dark power. He's surprised that even after forming a brand new attribute, it can still backlash and test him after he obtains the attribute technique. But our hero is excited because it's been a long time since he's faced a challenge like that. Country B's Pioneer Alliance sits in a meeting, now wondering if their experiments even succeeded if their ultimate weapon and powerhouse were defeated by the Xia nation. The others refuse to believe their defeat, thinking that wielding a dark attribute that humanity cannot control gives them an edge over the world's pioneers. They wonder if it could be the side effects, but then, the leader of the alliance walks in, furious at them for discussing the Great Gamma plan. Seeing everyone have some opinions about the experiments, the leader takes away one of them to use in the experiment. The man begs for mercy, refusing to be experimented on, but gets dragged away, and the alliance leader decides to personally show the Xia nation some force and have all the other nations bear witness. Meanwhile, at the Blue Star United Nations Supreme Hall, the delegates call out the Xia nation for going too far. They condemn the Xia nation for killing Country B's vanguard, emphasizing that no nation should turn on another. Right then, Elder Wu speaks up, reminding them to drink chrysanthemum tea instead of mineral water because it's too unhygienic. Country B's alliance leader is surprised to see him after so long and demands an explanation, reminding Wu that they agreed that no one would confront or interfere with each other while facing the spiritual resurgence while also wondering how Wu is alive. However, Wu refuses to explain anything and reveals that Country B's pioneer struck first, and playing victim after acting first is their usual style. Everyone's surprised to see Wu's outburst because he's usually courteous. Country B's leader demands proof, while also wondering what happened in the Xia nation, because if their only third-layer Vajra returns to his peak, their plan is ruined. Wu agrees to give him proof and pulls out the footage of Country B's pioneer crossing into the Xia nation's forbidden zone to seize opportunities. He adds that they even destroyed the recordings and struck first, but were killed by Xia's pioneer, emphasizing that they deserved it. Wu tells their leader that those who commit many injustices destroy themselves, and tells everyone to keep in mind that if any other nation's pioneer tries to steal Xia's resources, this will be the outcome. As he walks away, Country B's leader throws traceless phantoms to follow him. As the phantoms follow after Wu, he dodges and hits the opponent back and tells him to train some more people instead of using cheap tricks. Country B's people hurry to check up on their leader while Wu walks away, feeling glad for our hero's help. Back in the Mingying Forbidden Zone, Jilan notices the terrifying fluctuations and thinks that the Entumor must have encountered danger. Inside the core, Fang Yi goes all out with his energy, fully absorbing the new technique, spiritual turbid eye art, making his body no longer reject the dark attribute. Our hero proceeds to test his new technique and activates it. The space shatters into glass fragments, all showing illusions of all the things he's experienced. Every opportunity that made him stronger would be a certain death hell for others, making it a powerful technique. If he combines this new technique with Deathbrand and 3 hellish experiences, our hero thinks it will be even more terrifying. Right then, the system detects spiritual energy overflow and notifies that Fang Yi is about to break through to the Vajra realm. Our hero grins with satisfaction after finally getting what he wished for. A giant fire deity appears before him and strikes him. A huge explosion goes off, and Jilan watches in shock, realizing that he's breaking through to the Vajra realm. Our hero stands amid the explosion, unscathed, and proceeds to return the attack. He unfolds the boundless dark domain. A giant wave of red energy appears, and he hits it with the divine tempering thunder. A huge lightning attack hits the fire deity flying through the skies, and our hero completely breaks through to the Vajra realm, first layer. Fang Yi is excited by this unexpected breakthrough to the Vajra realm. He swings his hand to test his power, and a gust of wind flies through, pushing everyone and everything away. Everyone is shocked to see the terrifying storm. Their vehicles fly off and they wonder what happened. The devices show that it exceeded the maximum monitorable value and was instantly blown out. The monitoring agents see that the wind curtain and rain blocked the celestial signs inside the restricted zone, but the faint golden light from earlier and the data before the system crashed show that someone broke through their realm, and they wonder if Entomber broke through to the Vajra realm. Meanwhile, Jilan and the 2 pioneers stand before a giant crater left by our hero. Seeing him being hit with so many bolts of lightning makes them wonder if he's still alive. Jilan realizes that the spiritual energy in the Forbidden Land is completely exhausted. Combined, the 3 of them drew less than 1/10 of that spiritual energy, and the rest was all absorbed by the entomber. Wang Lan's jaw drops in shock, seeing the passive bottomless pit. Jialan adds that if it wasn't for the entomber, all that spiritual energy would have been stolen by those infiltrators from B Country, and feels glad that our hero got it instead. They all jump down and walk towards the pit. Song Yiman feels an overwhelming aura emitting from our hero as he walks towards them, as if being crushed down by Mount Tai. Wang Lan excitedly takes a photo of him to keep it as his motivation to break into the Vajra realm. Our hero walks out of the crater while everyone watches him in awe. If at the beginning, his breakthrough through the darkness was like a divine sword freshly unsheathed, then now, Jialan sees it as him becoming a world-illuminating divine blade, with its edge fully revealed. Everyone knows how difficult that half-step distance from the 3rd stage of spirit forging to the Vajra realm is. Seeing Fang Yi grow to this extent in such a short time has left Jialan surprised, and she sees him as a blessing for the Xia nation. She believes that soon, he will stand shoulder to shoulder with her teacher, or maybe even stronger. Meanwhile, the news about the countless thunderbolts in the Forbidden Zone circulates through the forums, questioning if the entomber has broken through again. The forums fill with people being amazed by how he completely drained the S-level classified zone alone. Country B's Pioneer Alliance grows frustrated, worrying that if they keep the entomber growing, the Xia nation will reunite and hinder the progress of their plans. The leader suggests moving with their plan. Last time, our hero ruined their plan and saved Tai City from disaster, but this time, they feel confident that no one will escape. Their other pioneer adds that her followers successfully breached the pioneer's database to uncover the entomber's identity and found 2 photos. The leader doesn't care about her methods and emphasizes finding the true face of the entomber. On the other hand, atop a tall building at 3 a.m., a red light soars through the skies as the fire attribute pioneer, Zhang Lu, finally breaks through and reaches the 2nd star of the spirit forging realm. He feels excited that all his time spent on cultivation didn't go to waste, and thinking that his breakthrough would have drawn a lot of attention, he proceeds to check the news to see how everyone is admiring him. But when he checks the news, Zhang Lu finds the forums filled with gossip about the entomber's breakthrough. He's left shocked and amazed at our hero's growth and refuses to be satisfied with his minor breakthrough. So, thinking that he can follow in his idol's footsteps, Zhang Lu wonders if our hero would accept him if he returns to Tai City. So, Zhang Lu reaches Tai City in the early morning. He celebrates his return to the city when suddenly a woman bumps into him. He gets upset at the woman for not apologizing after bumping into him. She turns around, takes her glasses off, and apologizes. Zhang Lu is suddenly taken under her influence after meeting her gaze and starts following her to the chosen sect on her command. The woman leads Zhang Li to some place she claims is a holy land like paradise and tells him to infiltrate Tai City and remember to not disappoint. Her goal is to turn our hero's lair into their newly claimed territory so that the great chosen sect can shine glorious throughout the Xia nation. In the confession chamber of the heaven-chosen cult headquarters in Chuanchi City, Zhang Lu is tied down as they try to extract information from him. He desperately tries to explain that he doesn't know anything no matter how much they try. His head feels as if it's about to explode, and his mouth refuses to obey him. He wonders what they're trying to do to him and suddenly realizes that he's been brainwashed. Realizing that the cult wants to get information from him about his future master, Zhang feels glad that he doesn't know anything. Meanwhile, outside the confession chamber, the man asks the saintess about the progress. The saintess explains that they forced the target to speak, but he's too ignorant to reveal anything. The man wonders if their target is even enough to serve as the bait, worrying that the entomber won't come. The giant statue speaks, saying that he will intensify Zhang confession no matter what and that the priest's mission will be completed. On the other hand, Zhang teammates pay a visit to the Tai City Spirit Association, asking for help to find Zhang. They explain that he came to Tai City to find Entomer and have him as his master to improve, but then they suddenly lost contact. But fortunately, they had a good network of connections with Zhang, so they asked around everywhere, and someone told them that their young master must have been taken by the heaven-chosen cult. Sue adds that she's heard of the cult's name and that it's backed by a pioneer faction, but wonders why they would target Zhang. However, Zhang friends know that it's a powerful cult, and they lack the power to confront them, which is why they've come to our hero for help. Sue knows that the heaven-chosen cult has always been opposed to the Spirit Q1 Association and the military and specializes in mental attacks. They operate among ordinary people, hiding as a normal church and gradually infiltrating society, and have a headquarters in Chuanchi City. Their followers number in the millions in Chuanchi City, and the city's Spirit Association has tried to suppress them many times but failed because their believers and leaders are elusive and harder to deal with than Anomalies. Hearing that the cult's headquarters is in Chuanchi City and Zhang disappearance in Tai City makes Feng Yi wonder if they've already infiltrated Tai City. Sue proceeds to immediately notify the city's Spirit Association to launch a citywide surveillance search for the heaven-chosen cult, worrying that if they successfully invade Tai City, their previous effort of defending from Anomalies will all be wasted. Our hero starts connecting the dots. The cult infiltrated Tai City right after it experienced a catastrophic anomaly, without anyone noticing, and captured Zhang, who came to find him, which makes him realize that the heaven-chosen cult is targeting him. However, based on Sue's info that the cult is elusive, leaving their headquarters and traveling thousands of miles to infiltrate Tai City in secret to deal with our hero seems like too much. If they deliberately hide themselves, finding any clues is going to be difficult. Our hero wonders if they would go that far to deal with him, and thinks that their infiltration of Tai City is misleading information. He knows that Chuanchi City is the place in Xia City with the least anomalies since the spiritual resurgence. Sue agrees that even though anomalies occasionally occur, their level is low. The highest is only C grade, and many middle-aged and elderly people prefer retiring there. Tai City has just experienced a catastrophic anomaly and also has the legend of the entomber saving it. So, our hero thinks that a cult suddenly establishing itself there would be difficult. Instead, the cult is likely laying out scattered footholds first, creating weak spots in Tai City, and then gradually eroding it. But in all of that, our hero is their biggest obstacle, and he believes that Zhang is likely already transferred to the cult's headquarters in Chuanchi City. But instead of waiting, Feng Yi suggests going in first and decides to book the nearest flight to Chuanchi City because he wants to meet those who keep creating disturbance during the spirit resurgence and see what they're capable of. The two pioneers agree to go with him, and our hero tells Sue to report it to her superiors and increase the anti-cult awareness campaign if she's worried. Our hero knows he needs to get rid of the heaven-chosen cult as soon as he can. He's surprised that he failed to realize that such an influential cult was rooted in Chuanchi City, and remembers Yi mentioning that his aunt retired there. Meanwhile, at the heaven-chosen cult's headquarters, the priest gets the news that the entomber, along with the bait's companions, has boarded a flight to Chuanchi City. The priest is surprised that their bait actually paid off, and their target has dared to come straight to his territory. But, believing that the guests are guests, he suggests greeting their target properly and keeping up the cult's dignity. The priest asks if such heretics can be used by their holy cult, and adds that they cannot be enlightened, nor do they know their own good. He adds that the only fate for heretics is to burn them and purify them through destruction. On the other hand, Feng Yi and his companions land at the Chuanchi City's airport, and he's surprised that the flights in Xia are operating normally, even after the spirit resurgence. His companion adds that the flights are becoming fewer, and if it wasn't for the Spirit Association's help, they wouldn't have made it in time. As their journey continues, they ask about the plan, and our hero tells them they just need to wait. The two companions are left shocked, but then he quiets them, saying that the enemy has come to them. The ghosts start surrounding them, and our hero cautions his companions and tells them to not look in their eyes to avoid hypnosis. The pioneers close their eyes and prepare to fight. The woman hovers over our hero, wondering why he's not closing his eyes even though he told his teammates to do it. Our hero realizes she's a 2-star spirit creation realm and decides to reward her. Suddenly, the attacker is left shocked, and our hero's illusions take over her mind. Fang Yi hits his opponent with the turbid spirit pupil technique. The woman is caught by surprise after seeing his illusion technique because her files had no record of it. The illusions start swarming in and try to restrain her, but the woman breaks free. Feeling confident of her church's illusion magic, she starts returning the favor. She boasts about the priest's blessing and tries to attack our hero. However, Fang Yi continues his illusion attacks, and dark spirits start hovering over his opponent. As the woman is caught by the illusions, restrained, and tied to a cross, she wonders how the illusions can make her feel so much pain. She wonders how her techniques failed, thinking that she's different and chosen by the divine and yet being slaughtered. As she remains tied to a cross, the woman wonders who she is or where she is. The dark spirits start eating her, and as she sits before our hero, he realizes that she will die if he goes a step further. So our hero decides to get some clues from his opponent before killing her. He asks her to spill everything she knows and the purpose of her church. The woman explains that the priest said they have to eliminate their greatest obstacle, the entomber, and then they can accomplish their grand plan. Fang Yi then asks her about the grand plan and where the priest and Jiang Lu are. The woman tries to reveal her plan and the priest's location, but suddenly she gets knocked out and dies on the spot. Our hero realizes that it must have been some restriction triggered by the priest to stop a follower from revealing anything. Right then, Fang Yi turns to the other cultists, asking if they tampered with their subordinate. The cultists get offended at the disrespect for their priest and try to capture the Tai City's captain. They jump towards our hero and threaten to kill his companions if he doesn't surrender, but our hero refuses to give up and draws out his sword. He can see that the cultists are at the third level of the spirit creation realm, with some even on the verge of breaking through. Seeing their illusion techniques, he knows some of them should have been able to challenge him or contend against a city's spirit association, but their steps are too unsteady and weak. So our hero uses the heavenly slash and knocks out all the cultists. He then points his burning sword at the cultist's neck, and the other subordinate beside him trembles. The mirror in his hand starts to glow, and the priest appears. He addresses our hero and says that there's been a misunderstanding and his church exists to redeem humanity. The priest claims that Chuan City has suffered 3 abnormal calamities, and his church resolved all of them, and calls the Spirit Association useless heretics. Our boy laughs, calling out his lies. He knows that even though Chuan City is surrounded by mountains, it is centrally located. There aren't any raging beasts within, and the outside is isolated by military zones and restricted lands, leaving no space for calamities. He knows that all the church wants is the masses under their control, to recruit followers, and to keep cultivating to break through. The priest suddenly goes all out with his illusion magic, saying that capable people like the entomber serving the Spirit Association are what make them hopelessly brainwashed. He adds that saving ordinary people is useless because they're frail who don't deserve to live, and the world belongs to pioneers. The priest boasts about being on a path of evolution not walked by anyone else, and excitedly looks forward to a glorious future. Right then, our hero steps forward with his flaming sword and tells the priest that if he thinks the weak deserve to die, then he should die instead. He swings his sword at the mirror, and the flames travel through it into the priest's hall, leaving him shocked. As the fire hits him, the priest realizes it was an illusion spell. If it was just a little more, he would have been trapped in our hero's illusion. He feels lucky that he wasn't facing the opponent in person. Otherwise, he would have already died inside the illusions. Even more impressive is our hero's subtle attribute power. The priest bursts into laughter. Fascinated by our hero's strength, he suggests talking. Fang Yi sees a mark on the priest's head. At first, he thinks it's like blood tainted with dark attributes, but then he realizes that it doesn't look like blood at all. Unfortunately, the priest's body isn't there, and the test attempt just showed our hero that his illusions can't drag him into illusion from afar. He tells the priest to withdraw from Sichuan City in 3 days. Knowing that he can only intimidate them for now, he plans to pay back with major action if the cultist goes back on his word. Our hero also demands for Jiang Lu to be released, but he also knows the church's style, and they would never withdraw easily, and he plans to counter them move by move. The priest agrees to our hero's terms and assures him that their chosen ones have withdrawn from Sichuan City. As for Jiang Lu, he promises to package him up and return him in 3 days as long as the priest can leave safely. Our protagonist agrees, and the priest leaves after saying his goodbye. Suddenly, the priest releases a full-blown illusion, affecting only his subordinates. The cultists start burning and scream in agony, begging to be saved. They scream in pain until they pass out. Our boy turns to his companions, who lie knocked out, and wakes them up. He assures them that Jiang Lu will return safely in 3 days, because he wasn't the main target. But next up, our hero decides to go to the Sichuan City Spirit Association and wait for the chosen church's move in 3 days, and he needs the 2 pioneers to come with him. Having no other choice but to stay in Sichuan City for a few days, our hero also decides to contact his aunt after everything's over. Meanwhile, in the Sichuan City's Spiritual Association building, the leader of the association tells the entomber that Su Qingying has already contacted him and assures full cooperation. Fang Yi adds that he doesn't need to do anything because he can handle the priest alone if he shows up in Sichuan City, but he asks the leader to take care of Jianglu's teammates because they don't belong to any city's spirit association. The leader agrees, but then his employee runs in screaming to look at the Pioneers Forum. As the employee notices the entomber, he's caught by surprise and tells our hero to not take anything to heart, assuring him that it's just some villains creating drama and inciting the Pioneers' emotions. Fang Yi takes a look at the forums and finds 3 pages filled with claims of him killing innocents. The users are angry about the entomber killing innocents, and strangely, all the posts are from Sichuan City IP addresses. Back at the countermeasures, Tai City's Spirit Association begins countermeasures and tells the forum to block all posts coming from Sichuan City IP addresses, worrying that the chosen sect will end up becoming a great calamity if not eliminated soon. Meanwhile, the priest addresses his people, claiming that he's seen the future where the chosen ones will be imprisoned within a cage of blazing fire, struck by thunder, and burned by crimson flames, not in a divine punishment, but by someone maliciously obstructing them. The priest tells the cultists that they have endured countless hardships on their path of the chosen to save the world, and the entomber, with his hypocrisy, deceives the masses and has murdered their own people, and now it's their turn to eliminate those who obstruct them. Soon enough, the people of Sichuan City start protesting, with a video of the entomber beside a cultist who screams in agony. They start chanting about the chosen church being the savior of the world and tell people to not be deceived by a facade, reminding them that the devil appears in the form of a savior. The cultists continue their chants, claiming that Tai City is already suffering and now the entomber has come to destroy Sichuan City. The cultists storm outside the city's spiritual association building, claiming that the so-called strongest savior has never protected them. Our guy watches the people revolt and realizes that the Sichuan City Spiritual Association has no support from the public. The association leader feels that he has no solution left and tells our hero that he can't do anything. Our boy assures him that he never had much hope in their abilities, and calls the church's use of civilians as weapons a petty trick. Meanwhile, the church's pioneer stands in the crowd, feeling eager to see the entomber's reaction. She grins in mischief, knowing that she has control over the city's people, and if our boy wants to destroy her chosen sect, he will have to destroy the city first. She tells her people that as long as the opponent retreats seeing the difficulty, it'll be enough. They can move and let the people stall him for a while longer. She tells them to return Jianglu to them, claiming that the church has always valued loyalty. As the cultists throw Jianglu on the ground, an explosion goes off in the building, and our hero steps out, reminding them that he warned them of the consequences if they didn't get out of Sichuan City in 3 days. The cultists are caught by surprise, wondering why he showed himself, thinking he would be afraid of the chaos. The woman realizes that she miscalculated and takes her guys off. She admits that if she had known that her opponent was hiding something, she would have killed Jianglu, but with so many people involved, she wonders if he even cares about their lives. However, Fang Yi tells her that his cultivation technique specializes in countering dark attribute anomalies. He swings his sword and burns one of their cultists. Then he leaps towards the priest and tries to land a strike, but she blocks it with a shield. Our hero confronts her, saying that he knows she isn't human. The woman is shocked, realizing that she can't escape, and reveals her third eye.